You are watching the Vodka stream.
Whoa, what's happening, guys? It is Friday. Welcome to Vodka Stream. How's everybody doing? Everything's working? Sorry, for some reason the audio wasn't fully in all the way for some reason. I don't know. Always something, right? Always seems like it's something, but how you guys doing? We're doing good out there. Sorry, I was doing a little pre-gaming with this water shit. Put that. We're not getting white girl wasted tonight. What's going on, guys? Okay. Let's see what we're doing here. Who's out there? We got some people excited here, huh? Yo, what's going on, Abel? Let's be frank. I'm doing pretty good. You're feeling like a fanboy? Good, Josh. Good. As you should. Well, hopefully like just setting the ambiance of like a lounge type scenario because, let's get this party started, huh? Yeah, Mr. Fear Jason right there. Good to see you, bud. Yes. Time for some hot dog flavored vodka. Oh, God. I don't know about that. That would probably, I like hot dogs, but hot dog flavored vodka. Not sure about that. Gig Studios, how you doing? Good to see you. I love you too, Mr. Will Diesel. Did the live section move to the right of the screen? What? Did it? Should be in the same spot. Miss Stewart, how you doing? They just pulled Ben and Garza. Did I? Was that their intro too? They have that intro as well. I didn't know that. I'm never there at the beginning of their stuff. That's why. Good day, RJ. Good day. Good to see ya. He called White Claw. It's not white. It's actually the Michelob Ultra ones I got. So, and we got Mama Film Junkee here. She's in here somewhere. Yeah. I missed her saying hello, but she's there. I see you. Hi, Mom. Looks freaking sweet. Yes. I know, right? I figured why not. I was like, he was either that or the Joker shirt that I was going to be wearing tonight. So that's what I figured. I thought it was pretty good. Audio problem. Yeah, there was for some reason I didn't stick it in all the way, So I was like, wait a minute, my microphone isn't working. So that's why I replayed the intro and stuff. So, but yes, let's definitely drink. I picked up, I got Copper Garden vodka, artisan crafted. So this is what I got today. I got the Copper Garden going on. Figured I'd give it a shot. It's got Dutch origins. It's a deeply rooted belief that exceptional vodka is only as good as the ingredients used to the people crafting it. The Copper Garden name is symbolic of the traditional copper pot distillation method in combination with natural ingredients used in the exclusive formula. So, see, this is good. Let's see. Hopefully it's vodka. Hard to screw up vodka, right? Now, I'm sure there's a science to it. I always wanted to try Dan Aykroyd's vodka, like Crystal Skull vodka or whatever the hell. Cheers, guys. Happy Friday. Not too shabby. It's definitely smooth. Yeah, it's definitely smooth. I like it. I like it very much. And speaking of Ghostbusters, I got my Peter Venkman right here. Look at that. If you guys watched my video today about Zack Snyder's Justice League being sold out and my venture to try to find it yesterday, at least I didn't come out empty-handed. I got my old Peter Venkman right there from Ghostbusters Afterlife. So he is now on the table with all the other stuff, all the other things that are crammed on the table. So Crystal Skull isn't great, but he's Canadian, so you support. Yeah. What's going on, guys? You see out there? We see Alex. We see William, Alex. What's up, guys? Yeah, I've never tried it. It's got a cool bottle, at least. It's Dan Aykroyd, so why wouldn't you? Do you think they'll put Zack Snyder's Justice League on iTunes? I wouldn't be surprised. Why wouldn't they? Come on. You think they would, but who knows? who knows when it comes to all that? I don't know the whole logistics when it comes to all that. So, yeah. And then, of course, you just never know with Warner Brothers. I tell you, you just never know with those guys. I mean, I get that they had the Justice League promo unlisted for, sending out links through email, and I think that's pretty much how people found it out. But it's like, hey, take it off unlisted once the damn DVD is out, right? All right, let's bring in my guest, the prodigal son, returning to the vodka stream for a nice little appearance. Be good to catch up with them, Mr. Chris Wong-Swenson. What is up, sir?
Hey,
how you doing, man?
Man,
how's it going?
going good. It's been pretty busy. Man,
Yeah.
I look really red. I was like, while you were talking, I was trying to mess with this camera.
Yeah,
because
looking like a hot dog. Just kidding.
Right. I might pass on hot dogs now.
Yeah.
There was this article that I read that said that each hot dog will take away 36 minutes of your life.
I heard about that too. How do they figure that out, though? That's what I wonder.
How did they figure that out?
I know.
What were the other items?
I know. Yeah, I know. There's like a whole thing that came out about foods that will take away minutes out of your life, and then there's some that add minutes. I'm like, how do they know this?
I don't know. What is burgers compared to is burgers 34 minutes?
I know.
I live longer eating a burger.
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. But yeah, I remember hearing about that. I think I immediately thought of you, of course, because hot dog reasons. But no, how you been, man?
It's been busy, crazy busy actually. But it's good to see you.
Yeah,
thank you for inviting me.
No problem.
Seems like a long time.
It's only been
any live chat.
Months. Yeah,
yeah. Like I don't even have time to do my own live chat anymore.
Well, you don't do yours. Yeah, that's right. You don't do yours anymore.
Yeah, I don't do mine as a setter. Yeah, like literally, it's morning, really quick. Then I go to work. Lunchtime, I check the TL to bookmark stuff really quick. And then about this time is like right before dinner. I have a little moment of reprieve. And then about 9 p.m. my time, which is like 3 hours behind you, so you're like, was that 12 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah,
that's when I actually shoot my video. and then I don't go to sleep till like 12 or even 1 a.m.
What time do you wake up?
It's pretty 6:30 or 7. So I don't even have a good 6 hours of sleep.
Yeah, your schedule is a little messed up, man.
Yeah, it's a lot more work because
is that what's happening?
Yeah, so like pretty much this house, like this is my new spot because my grandmother-in-law passed away, and this is their house, and so they were going to get rid of the house, and so we said, no, we're going to put our money together because this has been in the house, it's been her family for generations.
Yeah, you don't want to get rid of that.
Like, I don't want to get it. So I pulled everything I can, took out my IRA and everything. Like it really and working, quite crazily right now, but to keep it. But after, it's still satisfying. I mean, like I actually have a room to myself, so it's kind of
yeah. Because I remember, I think there was a time where we all were in like a private thing, and you kind of gave like a little tour, like outside. You showed the weather outside because it was still bright, and you were like kind of crammed, almost like in a corner. Yeah, that was your corner. Yeah. So now you got a whole room.
Sliding doors in the back, and anybody could enter in, whatever. But now it's like it's my own room, and it's my house now, so I can do whatever I want. I can hang whatever I want.
Sweet.
And stuff like that. So it's been a bit, but
it sounds like you're pretty busy. But
in fact,
you're killing it, man.
One of these in months.
There you go, man. Well, cheers. Thank you for joining tonight. Yeah, I know. Yeah, your tolerance is not where it was.
That's good stuff.
It's good stuff right there, man. But thank you for joining. I figured, I was like, I thought about it. I was like, well, Chris hasn't been on in a while. I should have hit you up earlier, but it's sorry for the short notice. But that's just me.
I do listen to you and Real Anarchy.
Yeah.
During on breaks or during work when I'm working, I have you guys on in the background. things like that.
Usually
So
what I
it's
do
really,
too.
really fun stuff. It's fun stuff. Yeah.
Of course.
I like
yeah.
the amount of people you got on now. Like,
Well, I know. It's just like, hey, it's a party, man. The door, it's open. And like, I mean, it's funny too because people will always, they'll ask where you're at. They'll ask where Gar's at. I'm like, hey, it's not like nobody's like supposed to be here. It's just an open door policy. Everybody's got lives, are busy, and like you said, you've been really busy. And not to mention, I mean, your channel you're like, it blew up pretty good too, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's been pretty. It's not bad. I mean, like for just a few hours a night, and I just release it, hoping that people will watch it. I don't even notice, like I don't even look at it carefully as much anymore. I'm like, this is just my routine. 9 o'clock, I'm bam, bam, release it, go to work, do my thing, gather information for the next one, and I actually enjoy when there's like nothing going on. Like,
you know what, dude? On Thursdays, like especially, okay, so yesterday I didn't go to the movies because for some reason Malignant wasn't playing a Thursday showing, or else I would have saw that. But I almost, when it's Thursday and I'm like, wait, I'm not going to go to the movies, I kind of just sit down and go,
right.
It's almost like a relief of like, all right, I don't really have to do anything. I could just kind of relax, or if I want to like work on something behind the scene, that I've been pushing away. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Like as much as I love doing the show, it's a lot of fun, of course. But then, of course, I have to like cut it up in pieces and get it ready for the next day. So it's just kind of nice when it's Thursday and you just kind of get done with work and it's just like I don't have to do anything right now. It's kind of sweet. That's kind of nice.
Now I know why you take a break on Thursdays.
Yes,
that's cool.
Yeah, I was like when I figured out when I started doing Film Junkee Live, I was like I can't just do it every day of the week. That's just gonna burn me out big time. And when I thought about like no, I can't do it Thursday either because that's usually when I go to the movies. And I'll just get off work and go right to the movies. So I was like, you know what, Monday through Wednesday, that's a perfect little 3-day strip, and I think it's been working pretty well, honestly.
Yeah, that's good. No, that's good to be on a schedule like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Malignant, man. I didn't even know it came out.
I know. That's why I
didn't hear anything about it.
Jesus, I was just talking about that today because I'm like, I want to see it, and I hear it's bonkers, batshit crazy, which I'm looking forward to. I'm going to watch it tomorrow. But again, Warner Brothers and their marketing team, like what's happening? I mean, no early showings. I haven't seen any. I mean, I was watching football yesterday. No, there's nothing there. I mean, I totally forgot that it was coming out this weekend.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was coming out this week. So it's already on HBO Max. Then.
Yes, you can watch it right now on HBO Max. We're done here. Go watch it. Yeah. But like, yeah, I know. It's like, where was the marketing? What was the marketing? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't hear any early screenings or, like you said, reactions. Where's the reviews? Are there reviews? I don't know.
The review embargo was 11 a.m. Eastern time last night.
Oh,
no, 1 a.m.
Really, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, it was 1 a.m. Yes, I know. I haven't even looked at like, I know what I keep on hearing is it's like good. It's got a crazy like ending that is just absolute bonkers that I guess pissed off some people and that people didn't really like it. Like, I'm not even sure. I'm kind of pulling up on Rotten Tomatoes right now just to see where it's kind of standing. And but other than that, see, also Kate came out too. It's at a 75%.
75%? Okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, it seems like most people are digging it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it because it's James Wan, for shit's sake.
James Wan, yeah,
going back in his element.
Right.
Yeah. Back in his element. But no, man, like one of the things I wanted to tell you is like when you started shaping up your YouTube channel, like I was noticing like your camera got better, the quality of the videos were like better, the thumbnails and everything. You know what? I mean, I know we've talked about it before, how there was like, I was like an inspiration for you to start the YouTube channel. You inspired me to improve mine. So cheers.
No
man. Yeah. Really? Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I was just noticing that. I'm like, you know what? I really just need, I'm just using my little webcam and I need to get a better camera. I need to get a better computer. And then I started using Streamlabs. I think, are you using Streamlabs?
I'm using OBS Studio.
Okay.
But I don't do live like you, so I think I don't know how that would work because I only record and then I edit.
Yeah.
But actually, I got pointers from a family friend, and I've said this before on like I think they're on a live chat or something on my own live chat, and that she is in the YouTube business. So it was like a get together, and she came from the mainland, and she looked at my channel, and she's like, "Let me look at your channel, Chris," and looked at what was going on, and she told me straight, like with a straight face, "Chris, you're boring." I'm like, what? So she said she looked at just like look at all your shows. You're like 40 minutes, and I was doing like 30, 40 minutes videos, and she was looking at it, and she was looking at the percentage watch time, and she's like, this is very important because look at how much people are watching at the beginning and how much people are dropping off. They're watching an average of 5 to 8 minutes on a 40-minute video. That's not good.
Yeah.
She's like, and I don't mean to say you're boring, it's just that people are watching. And I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of offended, but not really.
If there's a knife in my back.
Right.
I want to cry right now, but okay.
So she said for me, and it's not for everybody, but because like everybody can hold people's attention longer than other people and things like that. Like maybe my monotone, I don't know. But like it's just that I just came to terms that, okay, that's how it's going to be. So she said, keep it to what your sweet spot is, about 8 to 10.
Yeah.
That's your sweet spot, and go with it. And try not to cram too much, because you and I, we're like topic videos. We're like news. And it's hard to say, hey, what's better than the other, right?
Dude, you don't even know. The struggle. So hard. Yeah. The struggle with that, man.
50 characters in a title because nobody sees the 51st.
Yeah.
Like, you're like spending like a half an hour thinking of the fucking title. It's like
it's true. And then you type it in, and then it goes, nope, you exceeded, and you're like, damn it. And then you try to cut it down. It's like,
right.
Yeah.
I know. And to a certain point, it's like it almost got too crazy when you overthink it. Like, it's like you don't want to be overthinking it. So I think I got it to, I did like maybe a 10 or so 10 or so videos. And then she re-looked at it and says, I think you got it. Like, It took me a while because some edits were like too quick, too fast, zooms and stuff like that. And she's like, you're overkilling that thing.
Yeah.
Like, don't overdo it. You got to find a balance. And then, I finally found a slight balance. And I guess it's working out for my channel, which is good. But this is not for everybody. I think other people can, like, you're entertaining for like the full thing.
Because I'm just
and if is John Aaron in here?
I don't know. He might be showing up.
Anytime Garza and Ben Everett goes off at each other, that is fucking entertaining. Like it is.
Oh yeah.
Like,
it's a good time.
Not to mean anything about the Justice League motion comics, but that video where he and him went off, I watched the whole 4-something hours of that. That was I've watched it like twice, that show. It was hilarious. But anyway. But things like that could definitely keep your attention.
Apparently William wants to rub your head. Yeah.
By the way, I saw Eric Blake said, why do I look more red? I don't know. I switched to the webcam.
That's probably why.
Yeah, and it's just weird because usually I use this Canon EOS Rebel SL3, but that turns off after 27 minutes.
Really?
Like it just shuts off, like it overheats or something. And
does your camera? What is it? What is it? A Sony?
Is it Canon?
Canon. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you install the thing on your computer? There's like a little toolkit thing, or I forgot what it's called. It's if you go online, go to the Canon website, find your camera, and then you download something for your camera where you can link it up to your camera if your camera has Wi-Fi on it. Because this is how I can be able to do 6-hour vodka streams. Is basically I turn it on right there, and it connects to my computer. And as long as I have that program running, it will never shut off.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
It's annoying as hell.
I know. Yeah, I know. It was like when I first got the camera, And it was good old Ben Everett in the chat right there going like, hey man, those cameras, are not good for live stream. And I went, crap. He put a damper on my day. I was like, crap, man. I'm like, but then all of a sudden I started, looking up videos. And sure enough, the simple way of doing that was just to keep that little program on my desktop right over there. And as long as it's linked up, it won't turn off, man. It's okay, Ben. It's okay. Now I'm just busting your balls right now. Now it was just kind of, but he was looking out for me, and Ben's helped me out a lot when it comes to like Streamlabs and shit. Oh yeah, he sent me the same video that he sent you.
Yeah, he helped me too, and talking about get off StreamYard. It's like,
I'm gonna still use it for Vodka stream purposes because I know there's a little bit more to it when it comes to trying to get people on here. Vodka streams I just want to keep it simple when it comes to this. But when it came to the other stuff, I was like, all right, let me go ahead and use some of the fancy schmancy stuff. I like it. I do definitely like it. It took a little bit to get used to, but I definitely like it.
Like all that graphics you put on there.
I know, right? I was just like, I went through. I think I downloaded Streamlabs like 3 weeks before I actually fully used it at one point, because I was just going back and forth on what to use. And like you were saying, or like your what your family member, your sister, who is she again that was looking at your YouTube?
Oh, it's a relative.
Okay.
Like she's like married to a cousin of a cousin. It's
nice.
Really,
but not really. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Like I don't see her at all. And they just like at the party, she's like, oh, by the way, hey, you YouTube, you gotta talk to her.
That's awesome.
And that's the only time.
No, but like at first I was like, I was trying to add so much stuff, and I went, what am I doing? I'm not a gamer where I need to have like, you see some of these live streams and there's sound effects all going off, there's graphics all going across, and I was looking into all that, and I went, I'm just talking. Why do I need all this fancy schmancy stuff? So I kind of it went from like one thing to like just simplifying it to let me just do it like this and do it like that. And I mean, just like you, I mean, when it came to the live streams, I was cramming all my topics in my thumbnail too. I remember those thumbnails like, all right, I'm going to talk about this. So I got to cut them out of there and then do this and do that. And it just was like, now just have one specific topic, the main topic of the stream, and then just cut out all the other topics in their own videos. That's where I was like, all right, I'm just going to go with that template because, and I saw a nice little, okay, there you go. Now that's better. And a lot of people are going, hey, thank you for doing that because I can't catch your live shows. I'm not going to sit there for over an hour trying to find, sometimes. And I'm like,
right. Yeah. You started doing clips again. And I find myself watching those. Sometimes when I get,
exactly. And I could do have the title, a full-on title of the topic and whatnot, and then I just started uploading those clips to even TikTok. I don't know if you're on the TikTok.
I did a few and then I got tired. I know. And then I was like, that's all right. I'll just stick on YouTube. I don't have time. I watch TikTok, but I don't
you could fall down that rabbit hole in TikTok. That's for sure.
Now because of the videos I watch, all I have are baby videos and dog and cat videos. And some horror, some scary, like ghost videos. But
I got some ghost videos. I got alien conspiracy videos that pop up. Stuff with crypto because I started getting into the crypto stuff.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah. Have you tried to invest in any of that?
Yeah, I lost big time on Doge, man. Doge.
I know. Doge, dude. That's the thing.
Go to the moon. It
Doge.
went
I was invested in Doge, and you know what? I got out before it tanked, so I actually made money on Doge.
Good.
I made money on Doge because I what's funny? It was like Doge is a weird beast because Elon Musk he says stuff about crypto that shit starts bouncing. It's crazy, but especially Doge, since he was all about Doge, and I guess he's gonna have it. He's going to have it where you can actually use that as currency for his stuff. And I remember it got up to like 70 cents, over 70 cents at one point. And then it started to trickle down and he said something. And then I went, all right, I'm going to fucking sell because I'm not confident. And I'm so glad I did because
Saturday Night Live.
Yes.
Everybody was like, "This is it. He's gonna say it on Saturday night."
Yeah.
And it tanked.
And then then he pretty
man.
much said that it was like a scam or something like that, or I don't know.
Yeah,
It said something, and it took a dive.
Yep.
Man, yeah, I know, but I got there's other ones that I got into as well, and just I mean, it's gambling. It's essentially gambling, so yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But my brother was really into it, so he gave me like a lot of tips on how to do stuff. And there's been times where it's like, all right, I'm looking at this one, I think it's gonna jump. Put some money at it, jumps, and then like I'll just like wait a day. And there's been times where I've doubled my money in a day and just pulled right out and said, all right, that's all I needed. And sometimes, it'll go up even more. And I'm like, but I didn't know that was going to happen. As long as I made a profit, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
The key is not to look back.
Yes.
Like you did the deed. Don't look back. You don't have regrets.
Just look at it. You can't be upset when you literally just threw money into an invisible, world. Right. And then you pulled out twice as much. Like, how does that even happen?
Gain something that's good enough.
Yeah. Exactly. So I get a lot of that on my TikTok. But yeah, I mean, when it came to TikTok, I was like, how do I approach TikTok? I was like, I don't know how to approach it.
I don't know if there is a.
Well, you know what? Somebody else that I followed who does a podcast. I got inspiration from him. Like I said, I'm getting in, it's all, this is what it's all about, people. If you're trying to do this stuff, get inspiration from people. I mean, don't rip off their ideas fully, but inspiration is always a good thing. Yeah. He basically was taking just 3-minute clips out of his podcast. And then he just put like a little title card on it. And there it was. And I was like, all right. So when I'm editing out my clips, just edit out a 3-minute section and then just upload it to TikTok. And that's what I've been doing. So we'll see if it helps. It's who knows? I mean, TikTok's a weird beast.
Right. I mean, I was pulling clips from my show to do that too. Mm-hmm. And it didn't I've had maybe 100, maybe 5 views or whatever. But the one video that's in my TikTok that has nothing to do with this blew up to 4,000 something. And it was me at the Waikiki Sandbar beach, and I'm just taking cameras. I'm at the Waikiki Sandbar. That's it.
Dude, I can't even begin. I can't even begin to understand TikTok. I've seen videos where these influencers talk about how do you go viral on TikTok, and it's all about song choice you can use and the hashtags and the right moment. I've seen other people's TikToks that also have channels where they'll show their homepage, and it's one of them got 100K, and then but the rest of them are in the hundreds. It's what? He's like, it doesn't make sense. It's just you never know what's going to take off or not. It's weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
So I'm trying to nail down that, but my God. So did you get your physical copy of Zack Snyder's Justice League? Yeah, you did. You did. Look at that. You got the 4K.
But I went there to get the Steelbook. And I did not I went there, I reserved this. So they called I went to go and get it. They says, "Oh, it's not available today on the 7th." And then so you gotta come back tomorrow. I'm like, really? It's the 7th. So I had to drive back there, and then and I heard, someone told me, "Oh no, the Best Buy has a Steelbook." So I was like, "Oh, can I trade this in for the Steelbook?" And it's like, "No, we don't have Steelbook right now. We have no ETA on that." I'm like, "No ETA." I'm like, and I didn't want to leave empty-handed. I was kind of so I'll just pick up whatever.
When I the first day I went out was Tuesday on my lunch break. Both Best Buy and Target I went to, they didn't even have them out yet. It was weird. I didn't even make sense. And then yesterday I did my little adventure, and 2 Targets, a Walmart. Well, I went to the mall too. The mall, the FYE at the mall had the trilogy, but it was $100. It was $100 though, and I'm like, I looked on Amazon.
$89, right?
No, it was $100. And no, on Amazon it was $70, and I'm like, what? I mean, and this is my first stop, and I'm like, okay, because I was set out to either get the 4K version, because I do plan on getting a 4K TV in the near future, and then or the Steelbook or the trilogy. And the trilogy was the only thing I found. Other than that, it was standard Blu-ray or DVD that I saw, or an empty shelf. It was crazy. This shit is just selling. Weird. Yeah.
No, I on this was only one little stack of 5.
Yeah.
And the regular Blu-ray was only stacked. And that's weird because Godzilla versus Kong had 6 or 7 of these,
Yeah,
groups of them.
they were spread out. Like on
yeah,
one
like
shelf.
usually, like you said, new movies, they would actually put out a ton.
Yeah.
And I was like, are they not putting out enough of this? It's just...
Yeah, I know. Like I was kind of wondering that myself. I'm like, but that's what's so great about, I even said in my post last night, I'm like, I'm not even upset I came up empty-handed, because it just shows you that this thing is still in demand. I mean, when I went to the Best Buy, I walked away and there was like 2 copies of just the standard Blu-ray. And I was like, nah, I don't want the standard. I either want 4K or bust, It's like, so when I walked away, all of a sudden these 2 guys were walked up and the one guy was just like, ooh, it's out. And he like grabbed one of them, and I'm like, I should have went back and said, "That's right, motherfucker."
Good job. Yeah.
You know what? I helped get that shit out.
Yeah.
That was partly me.
Right. All of us are. It says in the credits, special thanks to associate producers.
I just
funny thing about associate producer. So I had this email, and this guy was saying that I was a liar and a fraud. I looked your name up. You're not an executive producer anywhere in the credits. And I replied back, I don't think you can read. It says associate producer, not executive producer.
Yeah.
And he never replied back.
It's like, just read it again, sir. Yeah, associate. Right. Come on, there's like this whole thing. Yeah. You got to love people.
But it's still unlisted, the trailer.
Yes, I know. That's what I was, I was on ACS's stream earlier. We were talking about that. It's like, I get it's like standard practice. Yes, they put out the promo and they had it unlisted because they're going to send the links to people. I totally get that. But it's like, now that it's out, put it in public so people can fucking find it. But
usually, doesn't it come out anyway, like a week or if you just like, I know there's a standard practice for that, I think, but I think there's also a public one.
I know. You would think that maybe I heard 2 weeks, but at the same time I'm going like, but wouldn't you want like a couple more, at the beginning of the week, like on Monday, put it in public. You want to build it up, or even Monday or before the weekend or a week before. I don't know. Yeah, who knows? It's fucking Warner Brothers.
It's weird, man.
It's so weird.
Yeah, it's past the announcement date. It's past the date of release already.
Exactly, but it's still unlisted. It just doesn't make any sense. We were just kind of talking about that, and like, I mean, what can you do, man? What can you do when it comes to these guys? But how are you doing on collecting any of these guys right here? Are you collecting them?
I haven't collected anything.
Yeah.
What is that? Which one? What did you get?
Oh, I got the black suit Superman.
Oh, nice.
My awesome. Peter Venkman fell down. I got the Cyborg, and then of course tactical suit Batman right here. So, and then the pops. Yeah, the pops are making their way out there too. You got fucking Desaad right there, that ugly little bastard.
I ordered from DC the shop.
Yeah,
I didn't get any of them.
You haven't gotten any of them. Yeah, they're delayed. I think they've been delayed pretty. Yeah, a lot of people. I think Scott even like when he ordered stuff from either Amazon or like maybe even the shop, like stuff just wasn't coming. So he was finding stuff out out in public. So was I. Like I lucked out when it came to like Diana. I got Diana right over there holding the arrow, and then of course black suit Superman. I got that pop. Like I just found them in a comic book store in a shop, But Darkseid, you can't find Darkseid anywhere.
Really? Oh man.
Yeah.
So I think I pre-ordered the the ones where they were all silver.
Yeah.
Or gray or whatever. Yeah.
I got those coming too.
I had them all pre-ordered and none of them showed up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. I don't think, who knows why they're taking so long, but no, I got those pre-ordered as well, and I haven't gotten any update. I think actually because of me and Meg, we always go back and forth and send each other ones that we find. She ordered them. We haven't heard anything when it comes to those ones. So
man,
who knows? I know, man. And then it's like, well, can we at least get them before Fandom? Are you looking forward to anything in Fandom?
I'm looking forward to seeing what the Flash has.
Okay.
And Black Adam, the Batman. I'm really looking forward to the Batman. I think the Batman has been pretty much on the top of my list so far after hearing the reactions and how it's going to be dark and scary and horror. I don't know if that's true.
I think it's a little true. Yeah. From the people that saw it. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think it's going to be a pleasant. It's gonna be definitely a different Batman. Just the stuff that I've like heard about it, I'm like, yeah. Who knows if that trailer? The thing is, the next trailer has so much to live up to because that first trailer. I mean, obviously, awesome. Yeah, I know. We all are you planning on doing like any live streaming during or anything?
Nah, I don't. I probably just react to whenever a trailer comes out and start busting out because it's available on YouTube as well, I think, and. Last time I almost got demonetized.
Yeah, I always feared for you when you did that.
Strike.
Yeah, I always feared for you when you did that. I was like, careful, Chris, careful. Right. You know, because I always thought about doing live streaming too while it was happening, but I'm like, I don't know how they're gonna do, how to do, when it comes to doing all that.
It's actually not too like last time was like what 8 hours, and that was fucking tiring.
I know. You were like I don't know how you did that. I remember just clicking in every now and again, just like he's still going, and then I just have you in my background in between stuff, and I'm like, damn. And people were hitting me up. People were hitting me up, going, "Why aren't you live? Why aren't you live? Swinson's live." I'm like, good. Go watch him then. Go watch him. I'll post a video after shit comes out. Go watch Chris. Don't worry about me, man. He's a trooper right now. Yeah.
Well, it was either me, Gob, or Ben. Yeah. Ben was doing
Ben was doing some stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So he was live too. But the Brazil Comic-Con, man, that was a bust. That was a horrendous bust. We got a lot of subscribers early for that though, but like seriously, like that was boring as hell.
The way you got to look at it though is like, hey, you're getting out there and you're doing that. I mean, I know, because I remember even seeing sometimes your numbers, like what views that you were getting. I was like, damn, there you go. That's why you do it right there because a lot of people are watching.
Yeah, I mean, like last DC Fandom was, I guess, okay to try to get people on YouTube because they were only showing it on the DC Fandom site, right?
Yeah.
But now they're smarted up and they're going to show it on Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So
I think they realized what was going on. Right. They realized what was going on. But hey, we got somebody backstage, Mr. Scott.
I have had my Chris Wong withdrawals. Too damn long, man. I was starting to feel like I had done something to you personally that I wasn't aware of. I was like, "Where is Chris?" Scott! There we go.
There it is.
I have my own drop now, Chris. That's what's happened since you've been gone.
What's going on,
Scott? Good seeing you, man.
Good seeing you too, man. So I have to ask you guys.
Okay.
Dave, I got some new white girl drunk drinks because I'm having a holiday today.
Okay.
So I brought 3. I'm going to probably go through all of them, but I got to know which one I'm going to start with. I mean, are we talking blazing blue raspberry, summer ice, or are we talking chill cherry limeade? You guys get to choose.
I'm going to say summer ice. That sounds cool. What do you say, Chris?
Chill cherry lemonade.
There you go. He's all about that.
I was going to go with chill cherry.
This one I have right here is black cherry. So
did you freeze up?
I think he froze up.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Chilled.
Scott,
cherry.
Scott?
Totally chilled out.
You okay? Yeah.
Oh, no.
I think he froze up a little bit there. Yeah. Too much. See, his feed got white girl wasted. There it was. That's what it's a Garza said it when he was on last. He was like, I'm just getting white girl wasted right there. I'm like, that is true. That is very much. This is that kind of drink. Oh, he's starting to break out of it. Scott, I don't know what's going on with your feed. You're getting there. No, but oh no, okay. So I'm gonna remove that and then add him again. There you go.
I don't understand because there's no one watching Netflix right now. I mean, I'm the only one using the internet right now. I have no idea what just happened.
Yeah, that was interesting because you're literally you're freeze frame backstage. Still,
that is
very strange.
I left the studio. I just jumped back in. Hopefully, this won't happen again. I'm just
and you know what? I don't want to kick that out of studio because I have a bad feeling I'm going to kick this one out of studio too.
This is revenge because I have all the Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? Like this is you getting back at me, Dave.
That's what it is. I'm so jealous
because I got the standard. I got the standard 4K. I got the trilogy box set. My steel book just came in today.
You got the steel book?
You got the
wanna
steel
see it?
book.
Way.
Oh yeah, pull it out. Pull it out, man.
Okay.
Pull it out.
Where'd you get the steel book?
He got it mailed to him.
Yeah, it was a pre-order. So
Wait, is that the UK or the...
No, this is Best Buy.
Oh, it's Best Buy?
It was delayed, but then it was all delayed, but then it shipped on Wednesday and it arrived today.
Oh,
so you've got
might be taking away to get to
that. So you got this on the front, and then you
Yeah.
got the mother box in the
That's
back, and then you got the team shot on the inside. So yes,
that was the one I was looking for.
Well, that's what I was looking forward to.
Right now, the delayed date that Best Buy is telling people is September 20th for them to get them in stores. Now, when I got the delayed email, they said arriving by September 20th, and then it arrived, today. It helped, though. It came out of a distribution center in Macon, Georgia. So it's like, hey.
It's like right there.
It's right there.
It's right there.
It's right there. That's pretty awesome.
So the 20th will be around when I'll get. You gotta go over.
So, but now I've got all the McFarlanes now. I have the complete set of all the McFarlanes. I even got an extra Armored Darkseid and an extra Goggles Up Batman because I want to keep one in the box and open the other one.
Oh,
jeez. Yeah, aren't the Goggles Up Batman? That's like the rare one, right?
That's the rare. That's the one that I had to go to eBay for.
Yeah, that's the one you do keep in a box because apparently that's pretty rare.
I got two of them because this was the first one I got. This is the one I'm going to open because the second one that I just got, it actually has the Platinum Edition sticker on it. So the one I was going to keep in the box, I wanted to have the sticker that tells you that it's special. So, and then this will be the one that I open up because they're damn toys.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to play with my action figures.
I know. I totally get it. But it's what's funny is like my Peter Venkman that I have right here. The box that it came in, I really was digging the box. It was small, it was compact, everything was right there. I almost didn't want to take it out. But
I felt that same way about the Armored Darkseid, the Target one.
Yeah.
It looks pretty in the box, but then I got a second one because Target.com restocked. So I ordered another one, and the one that I got in yesterday is not as pretty in the box as the first one I got because like the leg isn't quite like I can readjust it once I open it, but it doesn't display well in the box. So like, okay, that one stays in the box.
Flash did not look good in the box. He did not look good in the box. He was all like, like it was kind of weird in mine.
What were you saying, Chris?
Do you guys keep the boxes, like the nice boxes? Even though
once I take them out, if I open it, I get rid of the box because I ain't got. Chris, you've seen my basement. I ain't got no room for empty boxes. No, the only boxes I keep are the statues that I collect. Because that's good for packing them back up. Those, you don't want to see my attic. Like, I never want my wife to see my wife will never go up in the attic. I don't need you to go to the attic because I don't need you to have that visual representation of how much shit I actually have. Like, no. Steven is still giving me shit about the fact that I got that Weta Darkseid.
When is that coming in?
February.
February. Holy
I just made my last installment in August.
So you've already paid for it. It's all paid for then.
Except for the shipping. The last charge I'll get is the shipping from New Zealand to here.
Gotcha.
But
nice.
And then I got the funny part was that video came out that showed the scale of it. And I went,
it's huge.
I was not
aware.
I looked at that and went, I'm dead. Send flowers in February is all I've got to say about that.
Well,
so they had that, and they had the Superman, and they have the Joker came out yet.
Joker's on they're all on pre-order now because it was Desaad that came. I think Desaad went on pre-order. I think there's a black suit Superman, a Darkseid, a Desaad, and the Joker because the Joker was the one that Jared Leto just posted on his Instagram on Tuesday.
That was only crazy. Wow, I felt like a long time ago.
I know. I still remember when that size came out, when it showed like the actual size, and I remember in DMs your reaction to that. It's like holy, but it's gonna be
It's
beautiful.
gorgeous.
Oh my God.
Gorgeous. But damn, did I make poor life choices?
Oh man. Oh man.
Wait,
Oh, but-
are you stopping there, or you're gonna get super?
Oh no. Dark Side was the dark. It came to like I because of the Snyder Cut, I have bought things that I have never bought in my life. I've got hot toys. Like I'm getting the Black Suit Superman, the Nightmare Batman 2-pack. You know, I've done that installments. Thankfully, those installments are a fraction of what the Weta installments were. But the Dark Side was the one that was like, no, this is pretty, and like I want it. And then I saw what size it was going to be, and Dave is already basically guaranteed that I'm going to have to like unbox this thing live on a Vodka stream, like the week it comes in.
Oh, that'd be yes.
That would be nuts.
God, that'd be sweet.
Now, Chris, to answer your question, no one has gotten those black and white metallic DC Shop Funkos. They have not shipped yet.
Weird.
Last I've heard, they got delayed to the end of September, but nobody's gotten. The only people who have those are UK. Basically, whoever the vendor was in the UK, they've gotten the black and white. They've got the black, and even the color metallic Dark Side that was a Walmart exclusive, that's delayed too. So the only ones I have are the 4 standards, the Hot Topic Superman, and the Dark Side on the Throne, which they're actually like, if this is the screen, they're literally like stacked like right behind my screen because I have all those.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
It's ironic because, you know, when all this stuff came out, it was only available in US, and now the UK got it first.
Oh no, the irony is not lost on me whatsoever. The fact that they've been able to own like the physical copy of it for like the, and Steven was telling me, because of course, if I'm going to sit down and watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, I'm going to watch the whole damn thing. So I haven't had the time to sit down, but I've been told that the picture quality on the 4K disc is like, you're not prepared for what a glow up you're going to get from the compressed streaming we've been getting on HBO Max. So I can't wait to watch it.
I'm sure. I haven't. I mean, I took out the plastic just to see what's inside, and it's like
that's
just a slip of paper. I'm like, man, but I can't wait to watch it.
Oh man, the physical copy. Yeah, like I said, I don't know when it comes to over here. I mean, being in SoCal, I don't know if they just. It was baffling. Like I went, okay, you know, I went to that FYE in the mall. Of course, they had regular DVD and then the trilogy, but like I said, $100. And I was like,
no, and see that, and that's bonkers because, you know, it started off as $89.99 on Amazon.
Yeah.
It dropped to $84.99, and then when it shipped, I got charged for $84.99, but by release day, it had dropped to like $74 something. Yeah. Amazon sent me like an $11 refund because of the pre-order guarantee. Yeah. But then a day after that, it drops to $69.99.
Yeah,
and I'm just like,
what the hell? Yeah, that's what I immediately like. I was like, oh, there it is, first location, and I was like, whoa. I'm like, wait a minute, and then I just boop 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 boop. Yeah, I could get this for $30 cheaper. What the hell? Like, you know, I'm like, nah, I'm going to go ahead and venture, you know, I'll see what I can find. And yeah.
And this has been a crazy week at work with work and family. So like, kind of like what you were like, I was more than happy to pre-order. Amazon is my friend.
Yeah.
So I was more than happy to like come home with my trilogy box set, my standard 4K, like sitting on my front stoop of my welcome mat. And I just went, and grab it. I have wanted to venture into the stores because I talked to Meg about wanting being a total dweeb, and I know this, but putting on my associate producer shirt with my, you know, because I have written my name on the back of my associate producer shirt, walking around and like taking and like snapping pictures of me in my shirt at like the different like store displays. You know, best laid plans of mice and men, because I have not had a chance. The best I did today was drive 30 minutes away to the one Best Buy that still had the 4K steelbook of John Carpenter's The Thing. So I can grab that.
Oh, that's cool.
Ooh. So that's sitting over on my futon right over there, waiting for me to crack that puppy open.
That's going to be good. Is there any recent movies you watched, Chris? Or are you just too busy?
I never got to watch Shang-Chi.
Poor thing, man. That's great.
Yeah, I haven't watched that yet. But I think the Suicide Squad is like the last thing, and then I've just been binging for whatever reason, I was binging this K-drama. Korean.
I'm telling you, Chris, check out Kate on Netflix.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something.
You watched
I'm
it
gonna
yesterday.
check
I
that
watched
out,
it Wednesday night.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right.
Oh,
Wednesday,
cool.
because they were doing that virtual screening or
The
something,
virtual
right?
advanced screening, and
Yeah.
I got in on that action.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Oh no, I'm a huge Mary Elizabeth Winstead fan.
Oh,
sometimes
you are going
sometimes I
to-
don't want to talk about her too much because my wife gets mad. But
then
but
you are going to be pleased.
Okay.
As
Thank God.
yes.
this movie, this is what I said, and I posted my review on Letterboxd.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the third female assassin movie I've watched this year because Gunpowder Milkshake on Netflix, and then a couple weeks ago I went to the theaters and I saw the Protege with Maggie Q.
So I still haven't watched that.
It was fun. It's a fun movie. This movie, Kate, has tropes and elements from both of them. Like you'll watch it and go, okay, I've seen that trope before. I've seen the element before.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Kate takes tropes from both of them and then does it better.
Kind of reminds me of that Jason Statham movie where he like has to stay alive. Is that
Crank?
Frank.
Crank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got that
Yes,
similar
I saw
plot, right?
Yeah.
Well, and once again, it's got kind of that going on because she's being poisoned and she's got 24 hours to live, and she's basically going on a revenge streak for the 24 hours she's got left. But the director filmed it on location in Tokyo, and he says that growing up in the 80s, there was a lot in France, there was a lot of anime, so he talks about like Akira and Robotech, and there is this cyberpunk 80s neo-noir.
Oh, I'm all about that. I'm all about
it
that.
is gorgeous to look at.
Oh man.
And David Leitch is a producer on it, so it's got that John Wick Atomic Blonde-esque action. The camera does some it's not shaky
really cool
cam.
stuff. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
But it's locked off, or it does more like steady cam kind of motions, like moves with the action. It was a pleasure to watch. I cannot wait to watch it again on my TV because for the advanced screening I had to watch it on my MacBook. So
okay.
I'm looking forward to watching it like in 4K on my big ass TV and enjoying myself all over again. But it's go watch. It is totally worth it.
I'm totally watching it tomorrow. I got that Malignant that I want to watch, and then Titans, which is okay.
Titans?
Okay, I will say this about Titans.
Yeah.
First two episodes, bleh.
Yeah.
Third episode, blow up. And I binged 4, 5, and 6, and it's like, okay, like for me,
it's not bad.
It's on a better trajectory than those first two were like, dude, if it wasn't for the third episode, the first two would have not given me.
Which one was the third episode again? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That
I'm
was
trying not to give spoilers.
That's right. Because they did the first 3 at first, and then the cliffhanger was like,
that was like, oh man.
That was definitely it was the same way. I mean, like I even tweeted out, I'm like, Jesus Christ, 10 minutes in, this dialogue is rough in that first episode. I'm like, and then I made the joke like when I did my review, and it said, written by Jeff Johns.
I'm
like, you're good at some of the books that I have right here, Jeff, but comes to movie dialogue or show dialogue.
What I am appreciating about season 3, though, is that it's brought back some of the cinematography and aesthetic from season 1 that they got away from in season 2, and I didn't like. And I was looking at season 2, going, it wasn't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And everything was all feels like it's coming back.
Everything was like, it's like San Francisco, sunny, and it was just like
it felt like CW on on a little bit of an upgrade from what you would get on a CW. That's what season 2 felt like. Season 3 is like, oh no, let's go back to like what you were doing in season 1 that worked really well in season 1.
I like season 1 better than it's like I felt hooked all the way
yes,
through.
Exactly. Yes.
And season 2 is like, well, I guess I'll watch the next one. Kind of like. So,
yeah, it was.
But yeah.
Yeah, when it can't, but it seems like they just can't seem to nail the landing when it comes to the finale. Yeah, it's like
it's just like the only thing that's really not interesting me right now, season 3, is Blackfire.
Yeah, it's like, are they building her up because it's like she was captive and then now she's with them, and it's like, okay, now what is she gonna do? Now it's just because the last episode was very, Babs, Dick, heavy.
Oh, which was great. I love Savannah Welsh has, especially this, not the episode from yesterday, but last week's episode 6. That was the one where Savannah Welsh won me over. It was like, oh no, I like your Barbara. I like your Barbara a lot.
Yeah. No, I'm digging her Barbara. She's spunky and stuff like that. I think though, like there was a fight where she had in the wheelchair that was a little wonky for me. I will say it was like, the editing. I was like,
I get that, but still, I also appreciate the fact that just like Savannah Welsh herself, and they haven't delved into it, but they are giving her the one leg. They made that part of this iteration of Barbara. And I appreciate that.
No, that was cool. Like, I was wondering how they were going to incorporate that. Is she just going to be paralyzed, or are they going to incorporate that? And yeah, when you see her, obviously, she's got the one leg. So I was like, good. Why not? There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's fine. Right. So you're watching it too, Chris?
I've only watched it up to when they broke out Blackfire.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. But have you guys watched Superman and Lois?
Yes.
I haven't finished it.
I'm going to tell you
that is incredible series.
That is no. Okay. DC TV Squadcast has not. Ray and I, after Tim and I recorded the final episode of DC Film Squadcast, let everyone have that heart attack. Tim decided to drop.
I love how you guys started off that, and Tim is always so like, oh yeah, end of an era, kind of, but it's like, hey, wait a minute, we're not stopping the show. I was listening to that yesterday, and I loved how it was like that. Back and forth.
The Twitter reactions we got.
Yeah. And you were just like, come on. Like,
stop fucking with the audience, man. I mean, seriously. We just made a couple people veer off on the side of the road. I'm just saying.
What?
Whoa. Yeah. But after that, Ray and I recorded DC TV Squadcast, and we basically reviewed everything from the break. So basically, episode 6 to the finale, we just clumped it all into one episode. And here were my 3. I'm not sure if they're hot takes, but here's basically how I categorize Superman and Lois.
Okay.
Number 1, best first season of a CW DC show yet.
I can agree with that, just even though I haven't finished it all.
Okay. 2, single best season ever of a CW DC show. Okay. Third, and this probably is like the hottest take I have, based solely on season 1. And I'm not even saying like comparing season 1s. I'm just like, if season 1 is the show, my favorite live action Superman television show to date.
I'm 100% with you, like 100.
And I do not think I would be the guy saying this, but dude, that first season was like, I could not wait to watch it. I was so proud of it.
Yes, and I don't know, like I'm wondering, like Dave, because Scott and I are dads.
Yeah,
and
it could be that. It could be that.
I think I felt that dad.
You know what? That could be why. That could be a little bit more. Yeah. Let's bring in some more other dads like Steven and Garza.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, real quick, I only joined in just to say hi. I miss you guys because I'm gonna go to bed in a little bit. But also, I don't know if you guys heard, and Ben, I don't think Ben will join, but even if he does, he should have made the announcement. But like for Scott, giving it off, like him and they're dropping. I'm taking a hiatus from Real Emotion, not in any bad way. Just I've got too much shit that I'm doing, like to have to come home and do all this shit, and it's just been, plus there hasn't been any fucking exciting news for me. So it's like, you know, he loves Marvel. If it was a real emotion Marvel show, dude, he'd be all over it. But I just can't fuck Marvel. You know what I mean?
So is he just gonna do it by himself, or is he gonna get?
Yeah, he'll be doing solo shows on the channel. But until like maybe DC Fandom, I'll have one. But you know, ever since Dumbfuck decided to fuck his whole world up, and now he's gone, and there's no more comic thing. It's made my life so much easier. I don't have to worry about stupid fucks on Twitter claiming all the bullshit. So I feel vindicated. I feel like just like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. I didn't have to worry about people listening to some dumb fuck make bullshit up. You know what I mean? And so I feel like
this is Garza's version of my work here.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what it is. It's like
on a sunset right now. He's just like
and I didn't even make it. Like the fucker did it himself. He was like, "No, I'm gonna fuck this up," and I went, "Oh my goodness." So yeah,
that was. I was telling Dave that was a legendary podcast. It was like 4 hours or something.
It was something like that.
I listened to it more than twice. I think. Like I crack up every single time. It was legendary.
If it was anyone else, it'd be a bit much, but like you kind of earned that one.
Yeah.
You earned it. Yeah.
I definitely earned it. But yeah, no. So I just wanted to come on and say I miss you guys. I'm tired as fuck.
Well, you know what, dude? Hey, the door is always open to you. You know that, right?
Obviously.
Even if you're not doing your regular thing, you're always gonna get a link. So pop on whenever if you just want to fucking
just to get it out.
Exactly. You know that's
and I miss you, Chris.
Yeah,
I miss you too.
So yeah, you guys have a good night. I just wanted to hop on and say that. Love you.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Easy, Garza.
Take care.
Welcome.
Now we get Steven and I with our army of the dead hats.
I know. Look at you guys.
Whoa,
yeah,
I didn't even notice that. That's right.
I know.
This is officially called the dad hat on the shop site. So
yeah.
You know.
Okay. Since Garza left, we got his replacement. Hey, Ray, who's not there.
Hey,
Ray, that was dropped.
Hello.
Ray.
And he's there.
There he is. I saw that he wasn't there. I'm like, perfect.
Yeah. And he's wearing his OCP shirt too.
He had to pinch it off midstream in order to get back in time.
No, it was.
And then before I forget, I gotta play Steven's drop.
Throw a knife at Steven.
There you go.
Wait, guys! I think that there's something historic here. This is the first time Ray and Chris have been together, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
It is totally.
There it is.
Yes.
Bringing everybody together.
This is a new one. How are you, sir? How's it going?
good. How are you?
I'm all right. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Not too shabby. And yeah, you know, like I said, Chris, if you need to take off anytime soon, just go ahead and let it be known.
25 minutes.
Okay, cool. That'll work. So, anyways, guys, thank you for joining. We're just catching up and talking about Titans and stuff like that. Steven, I know you're a big fan of Titans.
Stop it. No, Steven, you're not going to talk now. You can kick Steven out right now.
I haven't even touched the season yet. I need to dive into it.
Dude, we're supposed to be recording an episode sometime.
I want to do a drinking game or like a live stream or something. Particularly, I know everyone was like excited about episode 3, and I'm going to be the guy like pissing everybody's Cheerios for everyone that liked that one. But like this show is hilarious because not a single line of dialogue ever has anything to do with the next line of dialogue. They're just saying things and then doing things, and then plot is happening, and they're like, "Oh, but it makes sense because we said it." And it's like,
oh man, I can see just Scott up there just.
Fuck you! Listen, it's not even Steven's criticisms. This is what gets me about Steven, and Steven and I have talked about this, so it's fair. He's hated this show since season 1.
Oh yeah.
And my thing is, why the fuck is he still watching? Like that's.
I haven't seen anything since episode 3. There's to an extent I'm not required to, but I'm a little bit obligated to be familiar with it. But I was actually, when it came out, before it actually released, I was a big defender of the first few episodes of season 1
That's right.
because there was a lot of like especially because like the fuck Batman trailer and all that.
Yeah.
And a bunch of people had gotten like first 5 episode screeners or whatever, and people were being so negative on it. And I was like, this actually has promise. I mean, it's not perfect, but like it's going somewhere. And then it just like didn't change. It didn't fix any of the things. Instead of ever fixing any of the issues with the first 5 episodes, they just kept on like soft rebooting and doing the exact same thing over and over again. And that was at the point where I was like, okay, I'm done like waiting for it to fix or defending what it could be, because it's just not that. In my book, at least, I guess I have to add that.
Well, would you have to say that? It's all subjective before Ray comes
tea.
after you. That's all I'm saying.
It's not your cup of tea.
Not your tempo, but
But
no, it's like okay, is it a perfect show? No.
Is it
not.
enjoyable at all? No. Does it accurately reflect the characters? No. No, it does not. But is there some cool action? No. Actually, every once in a while there is.
Oh, Dick.
Yeah.
You're just
Harsh. And then we got Mr. Ben Everett showing up. Hey, things are real in motion fully now.
Yes, sir. I'm here to set the record straight. Garza was fired.
Yeah.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah. Don't pretend this is a hiatus. You were fucking fired. Nice. I'm just joking.
He's always too late to go to the show. So he's too late. So
yeah, he's always late.
Always.
Nah, he's like completely disengaged. Anything that has, unless it's DC or Zack Snyder, he just don't want to talk about it. So I'm like, okay.
I saw that episode where he's like, "You're not listening, are you?"
Yeah. So I was like, so we had like this little talk, like, dude, all right, let's reconvene again during DC fandom, because I know then we'll have. Yeah. What's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Good. I love your
talking about the
lighting
Matrix
setup.
yet?
A while for you too, man. It's nice to have you back.
Oh yeah, we should
like a full on.
A couple
Yes.
weeks. Yeah. Getting the gang back together. Hey,
yeah.
the whole gang back.
Ben, how do you?
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
What were you gonna say, Ray? Sorry.
I was gonna say, Ben, how do you feel about Titans?
I haven't watched a single episode.
Like at all? Like even the first
No,
seasons?
well, because the last season they killed. Yeah, I was like, oh, this is stupid. I'm not gonna give it. Even
Oh no, that was stupid. Like that
was not.
And that goes in because, like, I'm far nicer than Steven is about the show, but I will say that my biggest thing is, like, I'm on here. Dave, you'll appreciate this. Titans for me is on an 0-2 count with season finales.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, totally.
Because I love the season, and then they failed to stick the landing twice.
Technically, it's 0-3.
Well,
if you count the season premiere of season 2 as the alternate season finale for season 1.
But that's the problem. That's part of why they are in the 0-1 count, because they swung and missed with that decision.
And that's a lot of, like, for season 1, I was like, this has some problems, but like it can really pull it out in the finale. And then it just, instead of like trying to save the train wreck, it invented an entirely new train wreck to not save. And then for season 2, they're like, don't worry, we fixed it. We're we're soft rebooting. And then they like spent the entire season in order to get back to the exact same place they left off in season 1. It's like, why did you? That was like what's there's a meme or like a joke, like the amount of effort they put into that was like, but it's identical to where you were before. I don't understand why you put so much effort into like
that. And that criticism I will agree with. Like, that was my feeling throughout season 2. Like, for me, season 2 kept me going because I liked the Connor story in season 2, and Deathstroke was great until the finale. And then you did my boy Slade dirty.
Which I know this isn't really talked about very much, and it is likely to be a thing that people like put a lot of like animosity into. But has anybody else ever commented on how weird it is that Affleck's Batman movie doesn't happen, and then Slade comes into season 2 of Titans, and the specific plot they're running with is that he's holding a grudge over what happened to his son, which is what who was it? Was it Manganiello said is his motivation?
Yes.
For the
yeah, you know what? I didn't think about that. Actually.
I didn't think about that either. That's yeah. Well,
which I know Slade is like a Titans villain, so like obviously there's precedent for him to be there, but the arc. And then also you look at some of the stuff they've talked about for the Batman movie that was going to come in there, and you're like, oh, they were introducing these things in here that were like abandoned from.
There was a Bat family plan of some sort, like on the table at that time, and that's a valid point.
Never thought of it that way.
Hadn't thought of it that way either.
I have, and I just haven't wanted to say anything yet because that like the second people start putting together those puzzle pieces, it's like going to be all over Twitter.
But there's already, but even with just all the stuff about what was changed with the season finale for the first season, it's like, and all the whatever shots of the stuff that we didn't see, and he was supposed to be in the Nightwing costume a lot sooner. Like,
we're gonna have costumes.
Well, that's one of the things that was so weird. It's similar to my original complaint, but that they were like, oh, never mind, let's take him out of the Nightwing costume for the finale and spend an entire season to get an entire second season to get him into it, and then the explanation for him getting into it is like not any more substantial. Like it's just delayed. There was no additive. Whereas like his character arc in season 1 was perfectly it was clear that he was supposed to he burned the suit and everything, but instead they were like, nope, let's reset that plot, and instead we'll make it about immigration, which validity of that as a story to be told or not, it was just a weird tangential thematic. Where does this fit in anything? Like, it was just so weird.
Well, it's kind of weird because also, if you've read Wolfman and Perez's, because he becomes Nightwing in the Judas Contract, which of course is like one of those seminal, it's a seminal Deathstroke story. It's the whole point is that Deathstroke is going after the Titans because, Grant dies in like issue number 2 of, issue number 1 or issue number 2 of New Titans when, Deathstroke gets created. And the Nightwing character is supposed to come from Superman mythology. Like, he's supposed to talk about how it's like he was kind of inspired by Superman. That's why he's making the change, because he'd quit being Robin and he wasn't being a Titan, and then he becomes Nightwing because he's got to go save the team from Deathstroke and Hive. So it was a weird. That's an adaptation thing, but it's like, but season 1, you could have gone there. Like,
really could have.
And it's also weird because they'll change stuff from the comics, which is totally fine. I'm very supportive.
You have to do that.
Of changing stuff in the comics, but it's often that they'll change stuff and it's like, why? Like, you're introducing Connor and you have all of this Superman kind of hints and references in there, and then like the Nightwing origin is related to like Kryptonian lore and stuff, and then they just totally abandon that in favor of something that is not thematically in sync with everything else that's going on. It's like, but you've literally got someone who's trying to understand their Kryptonian heritage, and a character who is traditionally from Batman and takes on some of the Kryptonian heritage as a part of his name and his identity. And you're like, no, let's go with this. Let's send him to prison and have these characters that we're never going to see or hear from again inspire him to be a bird again. Like, why? I don't.
So many questions. I just hope they stick the landing when it comes to season 3 finale. Who I'm not confident. I'm not confident.
They have to earn. They have to earn that.
Like Ray said, it's an 0-2 count, and I'm going. Oh, here comes a fucking whiff.
They are down to their last strike, and I don't know if Scott asked me this or somebody was like, okay, so let's say they strike out.
Oh no, I did ask you this. I did.
If they strike out, then what? And my response is, okay, well, then it's just going to be a show where I know I'm going to like it till the last episode. That's literally how it's just going to go going forward. Because I still like the show, and, I'm probably the wrong person to ask with all that, because in addition to it's all subjective, I have a really wide strike zone.
He really does.
I have a really wide strike zone with a lot of stuff. Like I was thinking about, who was remember Big Bang Theory came up like last week, and I was thinking about that a lot, about how like there were so many people in our circles that despise that show.
Yeah.
And like despise sitcoms. I know a lot of people, like I've over the years, friends of mine are like, I hate laugh tracks. Laugh tracks are the dumbest thing on earth. They're stupid. And I'm like, but I love laugh tracks.
I know. I grew up on laugh tracks. I mean, she's even old Flintstone episodes.
Yeah, they have a sense of nostalgia when I hear
Gilligan's Island. Gilligan's Island had laugh tracks, even though that wasn't filmed.
MASH had MASH.
Yeah.
My issue with Big Bang Theory, I think, is less the show itself and more its kind of place in pop culture, where it's that like geek cred show that really is just like lowest common denominator. Like Han shot first. Aren't I such a geek because I know that? And it's like, I mean, no, everybody knows Han shot first. Yeah. Like, live long and prosper. I'm such a geek. No,
it plays on.
It's like Peter Griffin would say, it insists upon itself.
I did not care for The Godfather.
I didn't care.
It insists upon itself, Lois. No, actually, that's not a bad way of putting it. Because listen, I'm a sitcom junkie, and like I just love sitcoms, and it's a hilarious show. But yeah, like there's a scene and this scene pisses me off, Scott. It's like it's Penny when she's talking about like
Penny.
Amy,
Penny.
Right. She and Amy are having a discussion about, like, she says Star Trek instead of Star Wars, and she's like, they get all upset when you mix up the two. And she's like, what's the difference? There is absolutely no difference. And I'm like, fuck you, Penny.
Yeah.
There is absolutely a fucking difference.
That whole counter argument. Yes.
Yeah.
My issue with Big Bang. Well, sorry. Go ahead, Ray. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say. Well, so I like the comedy. Like, there is some truth to the nerdiness that's in there, but it's all surface level. It's CBS surface level for like all the normies that are like, what is Game of Thrones about? What is Star Trek about and all that?
My stupid issue is the fact that they live in Pasadena and they're always wearing pants, jackets, long sleeve shirts. I'm like, no, that would not be the case.
It wouldn't be a sitcom if they weren't selling the shit out of some Banana Republic.
Yeah, I know. But it's just like I always get frustrated. I'm like, Leonard's home. Take your fucking jacket off. I'm like, what are you doing?
Don't worry. It's like anything filmed in the South where it's like everyone's like fanning themselves and sitting on their porch. It's like, we fucking have air conditioning, right? Like, technology has made it to the South. Yeah.
Exactly. Though I wanted to, I didn't get to Barish's super chat. Thank you. But he actually wanted to bring up something which, one of the things that came out this week was he actually asked, do you think the Matrix Resurrection is going to hurt Dune's results? Well, first off, let's talk about that trailer, for God's sakes. Chris, what did you think of that Matrix? Yeah.
I love the trailer. I don't know if I'm the only... When I watched Matrix 1 and 2 and all three of them, and ending the last one, Revolutions, when I stepped out of the theater, I was like, I love this trilogy.
Yes.
And then come to find out, like, years later, people like,
everybody hate it.
The last two were terrible. I'm like,
no.
What?
It's one of my all-time favorite trilogies. It's up there with Back to the Future.
I love it. It aged well.
The release of this movie is going to create I think that Matrix Reloaded is generally liked, but because it ends on a cliffhanger and then Revolutions is less liked, Reloaded is grouped in the negativity on that. But watch Reloaded on its, and even the reaction to it was like really strong when it came out because of the highway scene and the twins and
the train scene.
And then, but I think that Revolutions is going to have a reappraisal in the next couple months, specifically because of this trailer, and I'm here for it because I think it's a very like 2021 like audiences might be ready for what that movie does.
That's a good point. With all there are a lot of themes in that movie that are way more applicable now, especially in the last year.
Or not even just themes, but like you look at what it does, it's the hero deconstruction trope that we've been struggling with the past 5 years. of the BVS, the Last Jedi, but it delivers in a way that's unique and kind of subverts expectations, not just for the main character, but also there's so little time spent in the actual Matrix, and also that fight with Agent Smith at the end, that slaps harder than anything else. The fact that people hate that movie and you watch that, it's like, why? It's one of those movies where that a lot of people just hate on it without having seen it, because if they had, that gifs and clips of that final fight would be I'll say this, it is I would say would be hard. I'd be hard pressed to choose whether or not it is which one is better, that or the Superman Zod fight in Man of Steel.
Dude, that's the first thing that me and my friends talked about. It was like, okay, where's the Superman movie? That's the template right there, and it was so comic booky. There's a part where fucking Smith says something and the lightning strikes behind him. It's so perfectly fucking.
This is my world.
Yeah, that's what he said. My world, and it's just. And it's
not even that.
Oh my god.
That also inspire a decent Dragon Ball movie.
Well, you know what? I have friends of mine that said when especially the spinning, there's that part where they're spinning around and circling each other in the air. It's it's totally.
Do you guys know who the VFX supervisor? You guys know who the VFX supervisor on Matrix Revolution is?
It was DJ,
DJ fucking Desjardins.
Fucking DJ. I know. Yeah, I remember. I think I remember him. That's why. I don't know if he talked about it on our stream, but yeah. I remember, yeah, exactly. I mean, Jesus Christ! You walked even that one time where Neo punches Smith in the face and it goes, and his fist, it zooms in on his fist, and the raindrops go poop, 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 and then it hits him, and you see the fist imprint on his cheek as his fucking mouth is going.
And you've got the way they played with light.
2003, by the way.
The way they played with light and shadow, and that also is so rarely utilized, especially when you watch something just because it recently came out, like Shang-Chi, and the hardcore CGI finale to that is in the Matrix. That's such a, you want to talk about dark and muddy visuals in a finale, but you've got this hard contrast where you've got scenes where the lightning strikes and you just see it's backlit against the lightning sky of the two figures. Or I think there's a shot where they're in the building and you're looking through a window and it's backlit and it's
a broken window, and they're fighting in front of it.
And that kind of stuff where it's wow, there's all this insane stuff going on, but they're able to create moments of clarity where you're I don't know what's going on because it's insanity, but I can see them. I know where they are on the battlefield. I know who is who. I know who's fighting. And so many movies, when they get to that point, it's just they throw the kitchen sink in. And it's oh wow, I don't know. Are we upside down right now? Where is everybody? What are they doing? Is there's smoke and there's fire and there's water and there's what's going on. That's what 90% of these CGI finales are. And that movie made it. I mean, you were up in the sky, there was rain, there was clouds, but the lightning would strike and you'd be boom.
And then when they fly at each other and collide and would create this bubble.
Oh man,
so many gallons of water. That was a lot of water.
Can we pause the stream and just do a live commentary for that scene now?
Yeah, I know, right?
Well,
I didn't see what was the big deal about hating the trilogy, because if you look at the second and third, it's like a 5-hour movie if you sandwich them together.
Yeah,
and I think that's why I heard it, because if you split it up, it's like when you stop a movie halfway through and now you have to wait 3 months to watch it. So you lose something in between. So if they would have played the whole thing a 5-hour movie, it would have been amazing, because Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ben.
No, I was gonna say, because the second one was the one that introduced additional layers to the universe. They introduced the werewolves, the ghosts, and all these things.
What's amazing though is how that all stays consistent with the framework provided in the first of software, like the Oracle and the agents
they
and stuff.
Sprinkled that at the beginning, and then you play it off in the sequel, and then you get the end battle, which was amazing. Nothing has compared to even when they breached Zion. The entire sequence is amazing to look at.
Where the hell were all of you 18 years ago when I was defending this?
Dude, I was defending it too.
I was
that was a
watching.
visceral-
it too, man.
I was
in
watching it
the
on repeat.
theater watching this movie. That's
Dude,
where I was.
Do you remember like they released Matrix Revolutions at the same time all around the world? Do you remember that?
Yes.
They wanted to do that to
Global,
cut off
yep.
like bootlegging and whatever. I saw it at 6 a.m. over here. Like one of my buddies calls me up at 4 o'clock in the morning, wakes me up, and I'm like, he goes, "Hey, you want to go see the Matrix Revolutions?" I'm like, "Dude, it's fucking." And then I hung up, and like 5 minutes later, I'm like, "I can't sleep." Shit. Called him back, and I'm like, "Let's go. Let's do this. We're gonna go." Yes, and sure enough, 6 a.m.
These movies existed before there was a market for these movies. Is also the thing. Like because you look at like that release strategy, and that is such a like Twitter release strategy. Right? You're trying like imagine the like thunderclap of everyone in the world getting out of their first showing of the Matrix at the exact same time, and it's like all there's like maybe a spike of like
I'm
holy
surprised
shit.
they haven't tried to do that again.
And
Hashtag holy shit.
and you remember the interactivity of the website that they had even back then in 2003. Like one of the things that I loved was like the fact that the Roland's hovercraft is called the Hammer, but when you go and look at it, like when I was looking, like they have like dossiers on all the ships on the website, like the Logos, the Nebuchadnezzar, and then there was one called Mjolnir, and I'm like, what is Mjolnir? That was literally how I learned what Mjolnir was.
Oh wow.
The Hammer.
And then also, of course, in the thing with the tie-in stuff, because like you had the Animatrix, which one of the shorts is a prequel to Matrix Reloaded. I mean, like you actually kind of need to watch it.
Final Flight of the Osiris.
They need to make another one on what happened between the revolution in this movie here.
That's what the video game was supposed to be. Because remember they came out with the Matrix Online.
Yeah, well,
apparently
they had entered the Matrix.
Which DJ did VFX on that also, by the way.
Yes, he did. And I never played that, but I've
seen all the cutscenes. It's set during the time of Reloaded.
Is Enter the Matrix the one that was on like GameCube?
Ghost and Niobe. It's
because I also because the combat on that was like revolutionary. The way you could interact with environments that was like before like the Arkham games.
It was so
and
then
like a separate plot line that happens adjacent to Reloaded.
Because then
canon, though.
The Path of Neo also came out, which just basically recreated the Neo's arc from the 3 games, and that was also it was kind of like a polished version of that. But like those games were amazing. After I saw the trailer the other day, I actually went to see it. Like, do they have any of those on PC? Because I don't have a platform right now. No, none of them are on PC, unfortunately. But like, man,
that trailer was bonkers, man. But Chris, do you have to take off? Yeah. You said 25 minutes. 25 minutes.
I hear something, but
okay. I mean, it's up. It's up to you if you have to take off.
No, I'll go. So, but the amazing trailer.
We're gonna keep him. We pull him back in.
I know, Ryan.
Real quick, the teaser though
is
amazing. That every time you clicked on a teaser, it'll be
the
time is different, and I don't know how many combinations are there, but
there was like
180,000.
Yeah, 180,000.
No, that's
but you only need to record 1 through 12 and then 20, 30, 40.
Yeah, because
you intermingle the numbers. Yep.
Yeah.
There's a software that does that.
Great.
Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. All right.
There you go.
Speaking
of, bye, Chris.
All right, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Good to see you, man.
See you soon.
Seeing you again.
All right, dude. Thanks for joining.
He still loves us. That's good.
He still loves us. What? I know. I hit him up. I'm like, hey, man, you haven't been on in a while. Want to be on the featured guest? And he was like, all right, yeah, I think I can make that. And I'm like, cool. So there it is. Love that guy. And his beautiful big bald head.
And not only was it great to see Keanu Reeves again, but to see Carrie-Anne Moss again.
Oh, fucking A, dude.
I have to admit, I was did not expect her to look as good as she did.
Yeah.
Well, both of them. I know. We were talking about this on AC.
I was a little bit concerned because like she has not aged as well as he has. Like nobody's aged as well as Keanu has. Like there's no shade against her at all.
No, but I hear you,
Steven. I would say turn down your audio just a little bit. You're a little
a little hot,
a little heavy, heavy with the microphone.
She did look like if by comparison, like if you go to like when she played Jerry Hogarth in Jessica Jones. She looks a lot better now than she did in that show. So, like in that trailer. So, I don't know. Yeah, well, just seeing both of them 20 years,
I mean, it's almost 20 years later if you want to, count when the came out. But I mean, Jesus Christ, they both just like, yeah, you guys 20 years later, you barely aged a day.
Well, the funny thing was all the people that were like, he's just John Wick in the Matrix, and I'm like, you do realize that the director of the John Wick series is literally his stunt double from the Matrix movies.
Yeah,
like it's the same crew. So
they were filming them both at the same time, right? So he had to kind of keep that look.
Well, it was weird that people were making fun of, or not making fun of it, but were like complaining about how long his hair is. I'm like, I mean, he when he gets out of the Matrix in the first one, he's bald. Like, it's not like he has just a fixed hairstyle. Like, he keeps it shorter, sure, but like,
well, and at the same time, we don't know what the hell exactly. So
we don't know what's going on in this movie.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So, okay, we kind of, breaking it down. I've watched this trailer numerous times because I was very excited about it. And, one thing is for sure that I've been saying on Film Junkee Live and everything is like, there's going to be very much a last action hero aspect to this where
clearly
because even when, again, talking about how I was on ACS earlier, none of those guys on the panel realized that there's a couple shots where you actually see the movie projected in the background.
Yeah.
And like, you guys didn't notice? He's like, no. I'm like, yeah, they're like, look, there's a shot of Keanu clean shaven right there when he's looking in the mirror. And then there's another shot where he's like about to be unplugged in the first one that's in the background where he's like, it's like, so there's like a whole nother level of the Matrix that is last action hero-esque, I guess you could say. And even when it gets to the end, that dude who is the dude from Mindhunter, right? He goes like, hey man, just to go back to the Matrix. I'm like, that's his fucking agent.
Well,
like,
I think the best way to this isn't exactly the plot, but basically the best way to think about it is if the fourth Matrix movie were about Keanu Reeves making another Matrix movie.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's what this is this is them trying to convince him to make the Matrix again. Which is when you think about it, the Matrix like redefined cinema when it came out, and so it's not only does it have to differentiate from itself without doing like the Star Wars Force Awakens, like it's just the Matrix 1 again thing, but also it's now competing with every single thing that was inspired by it over the last 20 years.
Right.
Because it inspired a generation of
How many
films.
bullet times did you see in movies after that?
Exactly. So how do you like fix that? Or how do you do that without falling into that trap of like just being a nostalgia fest, which is such a destruction of the concept of the Matrix to like just do a nostalgia fest to sell T-shirts, right? Or try to do something totally original and get too far away from what it was, or you undermine the conclusion to Revolutions by not doing it correctly, unless you literally make the movie about that exactly. The plot of the movie is how do you revisit this without destroying it or undoing it or remaking it or like
and I saw some people saying like the initial plot or the synopsis that's out there, it's like, oh, some people were thinking, oh, it doesn't even like, it kind of ignores the sequels, it's just taking place after the first one, and I'm like, nope. I'm like, what I posted because I was like, there's a shot where Neo is laying there and it looks like the machines are doing something. His eyes are fucked up like they were in Revolution. So I'm like, don't even get away from that shit. They're not ignoring the sequel.
This is my theory. This is my theory because I did a video in the Real Anarchy solo stream. Anyway, now the Garza is fired. Anyway,
well, it's not the solo stream. That's
just different.
No, it's just a stream.
It's just the Real Emotion stream now, right? That's
the Real Anarchy. Anyway,
the Real Anarchy. I mean, the point is it's no longer the solo stream. It is just the show.
Just a show. Yeah.
He's looking for a code.
Just to piggyback on what you were saying, Dave, that scene where they put him back into the Matrix, I think that's the beginning of the movie. Because remember, when the movie ended on Revolution, he didn't die. We had this notion that he died in the Matrix. No, he made a bargain with the machines where he would destroy the Agent Smith, and the machine didn't kill him. They used put him back into the system.
Well, they dragged him off, right?
Exactly. Just
They
dragged
put
him
him on
off.
the platform, and then they took
We
him
as
off.
viewers assume that he died, but he didn't die, and it will be like a machine to think that way. We're not gonna waste this resource because we need bodies to keep ourselves charged.
Yeah,
With
well,
batteries.
I always took it as too is like he was so powerful, and when he finally combined with Smith, which is kind of funny when you look at it in retrospect, you're like, oh, that you should have just let him fucking do that thing in the first place, and it would have been over with. When Smith would like copy on, make a copy. I always find that funny. I'm like, yeah, if you just would have let it happen when you fought all the Smiths,
the whole way,
Trinity
Yeah,
was
but,
your wife. Just kidding. No, but I always found it fun, like because every time they would show when they would cut back, and this is why I love these movies, just because of how when they would cut back when he was fighting Smith and he was just like lit up and you see like him light up. I was like, did he just create like the ultimate power source for them at that moment where he was just like, because his power exceeded the Matrix. It was in this other world, which could possibly still be a simulation. That's another thing. It's like,
yes.
The fact that they never really talked about when he brought at the end of Matrix Reloaded, when he just went, I could feel them, and then just did that and knocked all the machines down. It's like, what the fuck?
Well,
so is this another level of the simulation?
Remember that they can create any world for whoever they plug back in. So they probably plug him back in and they made him like some superstar of this movie that he made.
Oh, you just blew my mind right now. Sorry.
I said this on the live stream. You don't watch me.
I know. I didn't watch the live stream. I'm sorry.
So I think they made him either the video game design. Remember the first one? He worked for a software company.
Yes,
so he either created the games that were so realistic that they took the whole world by storm, or he made a movie. And that's why he's talking to the guy, to his agent at the end, and he's like, "Oh, let's go back to the Matrix." But it's all part of the control system.
This is how you just blew my mind right now, because
and that's how you
remember
stop the one from
becoming the one.
Becoming the one, exactly.
It goes back to the fact that talking about what we've been talking about with the deconstruction. I mean, the first movie is so a Jesus Messiah story. If you look at it,
they all are.
You've got John the Baptist. You've got Morpheus is basically John the Baptist.
Yes.
You've got Polimo as Judas. You got Mary Magdalene.
You have the I can't say that word. The Merovingian. He's the devil, obviously.
Like a devil.
Yeah, exactly. So you get the temptation of Christ, and so this could be that that wandering the desert thing. I mean, the Wachowskis knew. I mean, I know of a production of Jesus Christ Superstar that totally ripped off the Matrix aesthetic because it really was just doing a Messiah story.
And that's why, right there is why, even when we knew before any of this, for this week, before we knew anything whatsoever about this movie, and they said that it existed, the one thing that gave me confidence, Lana Wachowski.
Yeah.
That's why we're
even though she doesn't have a great track record.
What I wanted to talk about when it comes to like Ben and like how he just blew my mind was the fact that what did Cypher ask when he wanted to be put back into the Matrix?
Exactly. I want to be famous.
He goes like, I want to be famous, like an actor.
I don't want to remember anything.
Like an actor.
Exactly.
And I'm like, oh, I didn't even. Whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep.
And Ben, I hear what you're saying about. Well, I mean, I liked Cloud Atlas and and Jupiter Ascending, but
then I'm with you. Just so you know, I'm with you.
But even
Speed
outside
Racer.
of I like Speed Racer.
Speed Racer.
Speed Racer's great.
Speed Racer is fucking amazing, Ben.
It is.
If you watch,
I say amazing. I want to say amazing.
If you watch that fucking cartoon, they totally
rewatch Speed Racer. It is next level. They reinvented the concept of editing in that movie.
But it was clear that so many people that hated that movie never saw the cartoon.
No.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
It was doing side ball game.
It was what?
It was doing inside. It's like you said, inside ball. It's inside baseball game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. No, but I mean,
in America, we say inside baseball.
Inside baseball.
And I was like, ball game? What?
aside from like their other
Took me long
from,
enough.
Yeah.
aside from their other like filmography, just the fact, I mean, the Matrix is their baby. The Matrix is what is what the Wachowskis did in the beginning. So it's like, okay, if it was some other director, like, you know, just random person, or, you know, even if it was somebody that we knew, like Matthew Vaughn or whatever, that's like, hey, I'm going to take this over, and it had no involvement in the Wachowskis, I wouldn't trust it at all.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
Yeah. When I mean, I know it's not both the Wachowskis. Yeah, I get that, but at the same time, I'm just glad that there's at least one
more,
you know, because I remember hearing that Zach Penn was going to make a Morpheus origin. Now I'm kind of curious because obviously we got Yaya who's playing Morpheus, which is kind of funny because at first it was like, nah, maybe not. And then it was like, come on, all right, you're playing Morpheus, right? Like a young Morpheus. And then after the trailer came out, he was like, yeah, I'll play Morpheus. By the way,
right.
You know, I thought that was like, yeah, we kind of got that. And I think he's going to nail it. And it's great. But it almost seems like, because there is a shot where he does the whole, like he touches the mirror and goes, what the shit? I'm like, okay, so I think we're maybe whatever Zach Penn was trying to do, maybe there was going to be like a combination of like, hey, yeah, we want to have a Morpheus origin in this as well, which totally is just like throws everything out of whack too, because you got a young Morpheus, but Trinity and Neo are, you know, in their fucking late 40s, 50s.
By the way, and Neo is like addicted to blue pills.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I love that. I mean, that whole concept running through that trailer, I'm like, oh,
well, look at Neil Patrick Harris's glasses. They're blue.
It seems like he's got an addiction, but also somebody is heavily encouraging him.
His therapist.
That's what I thought. It's prescription.
They're literally prescribing.
And the thing is that the therapist, he puts the black cat right in front of him just to see if he gets any triggers, so that he could up the dosage, like because he puts stuff to. That's part of the control system. Like, he puts all these little things laying around to see if he gets any triggers, so he could up the dosage. Like, no, you got to take 5 now.
What's also interesting, if you look at the color theory, is that I don't think it's an absolute rule in the other 3 movies, but if you go to the true color versions of the movie, which is as they were released, and then the 4K transfer.
I saw your damn thread about that the other day. Yes,
the green filter was something that was added for like the DVD releases, and that's not everything was green, but it was green on set dressing. The costume, the shirts were all the white shirts were green washed. Even like the black jackets and like the black clothes are green tinted.
Right.
But then also the set decorator and costume designer from Matrix Reloaded said there's no blue in the Matrix. Obviously, that's a little bit BS because like we know there's a blue pill and I think some blue stuff other places, but in general, there's not very many blue props or anything, and there's a lot of blue in this. And I believe that most of what we saw in this occurs inside of a version of the Matrix, including the taking the blue pills.
Where he's completely blue pilling like crazy,
right? Which I think, and then like you notice the girl who's like, Neo, you're meant for more than this, or whatever she says.
She has blue hair.
Has blue hair.
Yeah.
Neil Patrick Harris has blue glasses.
Yeah.
It's and there's very little red in it at all. Which I find the color has always been such a core part of the storytelling, and so really curious to kind of see where
girl in the wet red dress is she going to show up just randomly?
Even the aesthetic of it when they're inside the Matrix, it doesn't have that green hue. It just looks like normal.
Well, it looks like the oversaturated version of the Matrix that the programs are all in at the end of Revolutions.
When that sunset is happening. You see that opening shot of San Francisco, you're like, geez, that is just pristine.
That's very
CGI.
You're trying
but also looking at the CGI in the Resurrections trailer, and I just love the fact that Lana Wachowski and her VFX department is like, yeah, we're in 2021, bitches. Like, let's make a Matrix movie. I mean, let's be honest. I can still watch Matrix from 1999 and damn, I'm sorry. I think that still really, we talked about it still holds up. But now we're talking 20 years later. with technology that has been inspired by what they did in 1999, I can't.
But it's also great though, because if you watch like any of the making of or any of the documentaries or stuff about how they created the original movies, it's really cool to see that. I think they're relying on the same filmmaking principle. Like they're not saying, "Oh, we can do this all in CGI now," because like what was so amazing about those movies is they learned how to, like for example, capturing Neo in slow motion and using and melding the practical action with the CGI action and use of CGI characters blended with real characters and stuff like for example, Neo doing the slow motion. They had to invent that the camera setup for that because in order to make it look realistic. They couldn't just shoot him in slow-mo, like shoot him on wires like fake slow motion, which is how they would do a lot of things back at that time, because you needed to properly simulate the coat.
Everything all
flapping at the right pace. And if he did it in slow motion, the coat wouldn't behave correctly. And they didn't have the technology to like do the coat with CGI yet, even though they replaced the entire roof in that scene with a photographed version from separately.
Right. Because the scene he's in a green room, like with all the cameras around.
All the cameras around him that are just taking one still shot. It's just so crazy.
It's
like
incredible. I mean, I got the Steelbook 4K trilogy, but it is just fuck you, Dave. We do Saturdays now. I can treat them like I treat everybody else. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But it just has the 3 discs for the 3 movies. That's why I have never gotten rid of the Ultimate Matrix collection, which is all the DVDs,
including the Animatrix.
That's the reason that box set is like, no, I'm going to keep this box set and this 4K Steelbook because there's a lot of crap on these DVDs that like didn't transfer onto the 4K.
And when you warned me about that,
I did warn you about that.
You warned me about that, which meant that I was no longer looking at Best Buy for my 4K Steelbook trilogy. I was now looking at eBay to buy the 3 individuals because the 3 individuals have all the bonus stuff. Like it's like they're multiple disc sets. So like all the bonus stuff that's in the Ultimate Matrix collection is there. The only thing that we don't have in Steelbook for whatever stupid reason is the Animatrix.
Dude,
interesting.
This shot where I'm watching it. That shot the first time they do that.
Hey, I was about to say, like when you said there's no red, where the red stands out is when Morpheus and Neo fight in the dojo. He's wearing a red.
Yes.
So that's symbolic too. It's like I'm trying to red pill you again.
But
then all of a sudden he does like
the idea of red pilling also is going to necessitate a level of commentary in this movie. I'm curious to see how they handle that too.
Definitely.
I love how he all of a sudden it's just like he does a fucking Hadouken and it's just like
they'll have upgrades.
It's like everything is upgraded to
the thing that you pointed like and I will admit I got a little annoyed with all because every time a trailer like this comes out, screenshots everywhere, and I'm like, damn guys, can we put the CSI think tank away for just a second and enjoy the video? But at any rate, I did dig that you caught, and it seems like she's Sati.
Yeah, that's Sati.
I didn't even catch that until
I didn't either.
I saw your tweet. I was like, holy shit!
The other cool angle too is if you look at technology and the way it's advanced. The first Matrix was the only way in and out was the analog hard line, and it's like, where does that plot point belong in 2021?
Yeah,
but then you look at you got Wi-Fi, you've got 5G, you got DSL. I mean DSL's outdated now even, but like
then you got that shot in the elevator where he was kind of like looking at everybody.
That's what I was leading to. Why would you need to jack?
That was some
somebody?
meta commentary.
Because the argument is why would you need to jack somebody into the Matrix when they're doing it voluntarily?
Yeah,
on their
God
own
damn it, man!
There you go.
Okay. It's gonna be next level.
Yep.
Jesus
like everybody's Cypher now, right? Everybody's like, hey, it tastes like steak. It looks like steak.
I love how
ignorance is bliss.
I love how seriously for
which is why
8 to 9 months,
like everything.
For like 8 to 9 months of the year, we're like, what the fuck is this movie going to be about? We have no idea. We had so many questions.
We still don't know.
And within 24 hours, we're like, we still don't know, but fuck, we're in on it. We're in.
Yeah, no, we're all in.
Yeah.
We're all in on that first shot. We're like, that's all I needed. Yeah.
I've got
the hear the fucking sound effects of the shing, you know.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you know what? And I tell you the thing that blew my mind, and I don't know why. It's like, as soon as the music kicked in, I was like, why the fuck hasn't White Rabbit been the theme of this franchise from?
And then all of a sudden,
from the beginning.
Well,
Bam.
and I'm surprised I didn't see more about this on the timeline. That version of White Rabbit was like popularized by Sucker Punch.
Yeah,
like that specific cover is the one from Sucker Punch.
Isn't that the? Well, but it's the. But that's the original. Didn't they use the original?
No, I'm pretty. Was it the Jefferson Airplane? I thought it was this.
It was Jefferson Airplane.
I'm almost certain. I mean, it might have switched into the cover later, but
it wasn't. No. See, it was the original, but they blended it in with some Matrix-y kind of music. Yeah, so I mean, I guess the Sucker Punch one was more. You know, it was blended in with something else.
Yeah,
right?
true. I guess I didn't do a side by side, but
yeah. It's not exactly the same, but it's got the same base of.
I am a huge fan. I have that album, Surrealistic Pillow. I'm a huge fan of the original, and I'm like, I know that's pretty.
Would that be what the Jefferson's Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, or Starship? Which where in
the whole saga? Yes,
Jefferson Airplane. At that time, it was Jefferson Airplane, not Jefferson Starship.
They had not yet built the city.
No, they had not yet built the city.
Good Lord,
they were still were still building it on Rock and Roll.
No,
wow, this is really feeling like we really are like the old guys at like the VA, like having drinks at the bar.
Hey, Steven, talk to your boy here. I mean,
oh, get Dice out of here!
Yeah, come on, Dice. Jesus Christ.
Dice. He was on. I saw him on Twitter with that the other day. I was like, oh, come on now. There's got to be one.
To me, talked about it yet, but that sounds like an episode of our page.
Yeah, there you go. Matrix by the minute. There you go. No, but I was kind of like, when rewatching the trailer and watching, I'm like, you know what? This trailer is pretty perfect when it comes to, well, for me at least, because I love the original trilogy, and this totally grabbed me. There's so much there that, like, it took, I don't know how many times watching, going, oh, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at this. And then coming up with like certain theories, and then just the visuals and not giving away too much. And so many questions. I mean, I went down the rabbit hole, pardon the pun, of trailer reactions. And there's so many people that were like, I have so many questions after they watched it and were blown away by it, but they had so many questions. I'm like, good. That's why they have the website called What is the Matrix? Because they want you to be asking these questions.
Yeah.
And going back to Ambarish, who did the super chat like an hour ago, does it ruin Dune a little bit? Like the hype for Dune? I think that's a totally different thing.
That movie is like a week away from Spider-Man No Way Home. That might hurt it a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, but again, you've also got to remember that it's a day and date, so that's all. It's already muddied as far as whatever its picture is going to be theatrically, like with box office or anything like that. But you're also hitting, like, I know there's overlap between the Dune audience and the Matrix audience, but clearly there are differences in the audience. Like, the Dune is going to hit a different group of people that the Matrix isn't going to hit, and vice versa. So I don't think it'll hurt it.
And Dune is, I'm not Dune, but Matrix
has
honestly, because you're talking about an audience that I'm going to be honest, I don't know how well the Matrix has lived on past our generation. Like, those of us who are in our 40, practically our 40s. Sorry, David. Right?
I mean,
it has a built-in audience. Audience which Dune doesn't have. That's why Dune has an uphill battle.
Well, and it's so out of step.
I agree with that.
It's so out of step with the room temperature on like the genre now. I mean, it's too self-serious, too dark, too much CG. Like, it's all the kind of stuff that, like, it's not funny enough. That I feel like, if it was released today, it would get a lot of, or it thinks it's smarter than it is.
It insists upon it.
Doesn't
every movie gets that treatment though?
But
But
look, I
Marvel.
know, but it's like a post. It's like that. It's like that Nolan thing of like Inception isn't really that great because I'm smarter than Christopher Nolan. Like,
You're always gonna have the highbrow.
Imagine
individual.
the 2020, 2020s reaction to like the first Matrix if it had come out, where it'd be like, actually, it's just copying the idea of the dream. Like, okay, guys, great. Good job.
Terminator
Like,
did it better.
No,
Terminator did it better.
It came out when it needed to come out for those of us who were, sorry,
Well,
Ben, you're a little bit older than the rest of us, but those of us who were like juniors in high school, like when this thing came out, and we just sat there and went.
I was
I
married with a
remember.
mortgage
I remember
by
the first trailer that I saw. It was a TV spot during the Super Bowl. I wasn't.
Yes.
I was young. I didn't go to any Super Bowl I was literally just at home. I think my mom. I don't know what she was doing, but I just remember just watching this trailer going. And then when I saw Keanu Reeves dodging bullets at the end, or whatever
what
the
hell's going on?
I was
What
I was like going, what the?
I'm fascinated by them bringing back the mirrors because that was kind of dropped from the other one, and I wonder if that's how they get between the worlds now that it's like digital instead of analog.
Ooh,
but that's the shot that I've always got in my head is the silver, like when he becomes the Capri Sun dude. That's the shot from the original trailers.
Well,
like,
I noticed that they're using a lot of stuff that is part of the conversation of conspiracy theories. Like there's a group of people that believe that we live in a simulation, in a real simulation.
Fucking
There's
Elon
people
Musk
that
thinks we are.
like if you look into objective reality, it goes along the line with whatever the Matrix is trying to do or did on the.
Well, is that basically like Plato's
allegory
fable
of
of
the
the allegory of the cave?
Yes. So
I
whatever's
did-
in sight
yeah.
is what's real to you, and the
Yes.
same. So that's pretty much it.
God, it's funny you bring that up because like
And,
senior year of high
So
school.
the whole
I-
mirror thing is also another thing that they say there's a portal to another world because there's like a bunch of videos of people doing things in front of the mirror, and then like the reflection is doing something different. So they're using a lot of things that are part of the everyday conversation. So I do appreciate that as well too. They're not only playing around with what they already have.
This is why the Matrix is great, though, because it's this philosophical sci-fi.
Yes.
It's this niche that has not been fed for a very long time. So when Lana comes in and does it again, it's like we're getting fed.
Senior year of high school, we did a project in our English class about Plato's allegory of the cave, and it was a group project. And the first thing everybody said was like they leaned to me. They're like, Ray, the Matrix, and I was like, I get to wear glasses, don't I? And I did, and I totally. So we did like we put everybody in like cave simulations of like the allegory of the cave, and we played like a clip from Frasier. Funny enough.
Of course, it's Frasier. Of course,
right.
It's you, Ray. Yeah.
Well, because the whole point of the clip was they were having a conversation about something, and without knowing the context, without seeing what it actually was, you would be misled into thinking it was something completely different. So we were like playing with the allegory like that. But when we put them all in like these little dividers with these poster boards, I put on my glasses and I was just like, I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice, tumbling down the rabbit hole. I had so much fun with that.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, everybody remember how that first movie inspired a generation of like D&D loving, black trench coat wearing, with combat boots.
Half of the theaters were like whenever you went to see it.
When I went to that 6 a.m. showing, I mean, I don't know how like half the theater had long trench coats.
Oh, dude. Okay, can I bring up one little bit of controversy that I'm wondering if? Of course not. It's the vodka stream. Why would we want to deal with controversy? Okay, so. We've all been hearing the story because it's all on the timeline about how Lawrence Fishburne has said he wasn't even approached about this film. Do we think that's bullshit?
Yes.
Because I'm just saying.
I will say that I have heard that there is a logical reason as to why he's
I
heard the same thing too.
I've heard that.
When I was breaking down the trailer,
watching the Revolutions fight, so I missed the. You said why Morpheus is why Lawrence Fishburne is missing.
Yeah.
No, not just he's missing that. His statement was he wasn't called
he wasn't ever
or
approached.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is that bullshit? Because
I'm not the werewolf. That's Lawrence
actors lie.
Fishburne's.
We know this.
That's Lawrence
Fucking
Fishburne's.
Andrew Garfield.
I swear I'm not
It's
the
Andrew
werewolf.
Garfield in it.
I wouldn't be. Well, I think that depending on how they're going about it, it may make sense that Morpheus isn't in it, because of, he wouldn't necessarily. I think he would challenge Neo's grasp of the Matrix, whereas Trinity would probably make him lean into it to chase her. And so therefore any version of Morpheus is going to be from like another timeline or another version of the Matrix like coming through. And that's why he would be a younger version, because it's another cycle.
Yeah,
that he's from.
Because, like I said, we're gonna see that kind of like an origin.
But
And
I also wouldn't be shocked if like the cliffhanger is like Lawrence Fishburne showing up.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking something. I think he's gonna still be involved somehow. But man, because looking at the trailer, it's like, okay, yeah, we do see Yahya with the whole mirror thing, and like, whoa, what the shit, and like, what is going on? And then we, of course, see him like, hey, it's time to fly. He's going to give the red pill, and then the fighting and stuff like that. But there's another part when he's with Jessica. What's her last name?
Jessica Henwick.
Henwick. Yeah. I always want to say, I don't know. I was like, I always know there's a Wick.
I forgot she was in this movie too, because
she's got the blue hair.
I'm there for that. Yeah,
oh my god! I mean, Jesus Christ. But there's like a scene where I guess her and Morpheus do something, and it's such a cool shot where like door opens and Morpheus does this weird reverse backflip thing into the hallway. I'm like, well, I kept having to go like, what is happening right there? That's like Inception 2.0, where it's like he literally is like doing a backflip into the room.
Smooth.
Yeah, but he's dressed like an agent. Got the glasses on.
Yeah, that's the weird.
Yeah, and then he's running.
Right?
He's running like what the shit, while she's like doing all these flippies and shit, and all these like running up the wall and dodging bullets and kind of firing back, while he's just like, what the fuck is going? Like it's interesting. It's like I'm like, is that like a precursor to? I don't know. It's all.
I got a feeling that whatever that we get to see and whatever happens at the end, I still think Morpheus, the real Morpheus, is gonna show up, and he's gonna tell Neo, "Listen, dude, you think that you were awake? I'm here to really awaken you. This whole thing was just part of the system to control you, to make you believe that you are awake, but you're not." That's just me thinking, because it's just too on the nose that he sees himself inside the Matrix, in a world where the Matrix is a construct that of something of his creation. You get what I'm saying? Like he's inside the Matrix. The Matrix already made him believe that he made this movie, this game, or whatever it is, and at the same time, is allowing him to wake up or think or get the idea that he's really waking up, where he's really isn't waking up. And at the end, that's the real cliffhanger. This is what you need to wake up. I'm really here to get you out again.
I just want him at the end of the movie to like hand him a gold coin and be like, "Time to wake up, Mr. Wick."
You're stupid.
Welcome
to the Continental.
Somebody posted.
I know. Somebody like that'd be epic if
they were thinking that like the world of John Wick is just one of the other Matrix realities, like one of the other like it's one of the other like timelines or one of the other streams or something, where like the Bowery King is actually more, because that's. Come on now, man. That was my favorite. That was my favorite. That was my favorite part of the second.
You guys, there's a lot of stuff that is still not explained. Like I don't know if you remember that part where he's like, I have it on my screen right now, because that's the one that is really fucking with me. That he's walking in the middle of the street, he sees everything in code, but there are two signs. One that says hotel, and the other one is Chinese letters. And nobody has been able to tell me what the fuck it says there, because this Chinese letter right across the street, I think Korean. No, that's not code, but they are in green, all in green. So,
But I just brought it up, and maybe we can just go through this right here. But like, just
Sure.
even this shot right here. Look at how much blue. There's blue right here. There's blue on this butterfly, blue on this book, blue that it's really standing out. That is looking like that, a bluish color when he's
with
like
with that damn deja vu cat right in the middle.
Yeah, but see, he's
like,
looking at it.
This right here, this little guy right here with the brain stuff,
And see, that's the other thing about all this, guys, is like the Wachowskis. Like, we know how meta they've gone with this source material. So everything they're doing. Everything Lana's doing in this movie is
about this shot right here.
That's the shot right there. See, everything's green.
Such a cool shot. Oh man, I love this.
It is a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
Interesting that the red is the only thing that stands out from.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, there's something.
Right.
It's the red pill, but there's something about those two locations.
Something that's interesting about the original Matrix movies that is the level of.
Who's this guy?
I'm just in this Revolutions fight again. Smith is like, he's like, why, Mr. Anderson? Why do you persist? And Neo is like, because I choose to. And it's like kind of an anticlimactic answer, but it's very also like, that's the whole point is
free will.
The whole thing is a contemplation of free will. And Smith can't not follow his path of action, right? Because he is a program and he's a product of his code. Whereas Neo, the whole thing with him and the Oracle has always been, but am I actually, or can I actually choose what I'm doing?
Yeah.
And so you can't, that's got to be such a huge part then of what they're going to bring back in here. And so the question is, how do you, how does this grapple with free will? And so I think that obviously the blue pill is such a major part of that, because that is kind of him resigning, it's surrendering.
And go back to just before that, his whole diatribe is like, do you believe you're fighting for something, for more than your survival? Can you tell me what it is? Do you even know?
Yeah, because
he freedom or truth?
He literally can't grasp
love?
Because the only reason he fights is because he is compelled by.
Hey, do you guys remember the Flash concept art from 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what this is right here.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think he's trying to stop a bullet from hitting Trinity right here. To be honest. Yeah. See right there, it's like that. Oh god, it's badass. Oh, that's cool. See right there. Look at the eye.
Right. See,
look at the eye.
Oh yeah.
That's he's been pulled back into the Matrix.
Yeah,
that's where the movie's gonna begin.
When people are saying that they're ignoring the sequels, I'm like, right there, just fucking blew a hole in that fucking area.
And you look at where stuff is plugged in, it looks like he's got old appliances or scars and stuff outside of just the eyes also.
Well, because he was, however long in the future he still had all of his original holes.
What if
sockets?
What if Neo is the Matrix now?
Oh, look at you! Look at you!
I'm just saying things that sound like you can take the. You can say
sound
any
like the architect.
Say any nonsense with this movie, but say what if the Matrix is just?
Look at this right here. Look at this.
Yeah.
We'll see.
This is the Dragon Ball Z fusion.
and also, Dave, there's a clear, even in the scenes, there's a clear manifestation of powers that he didn't have in the Matrix, but had in the real world. So it's no, there's no way that the second and third movies are being ignored.
Well, there's also a level of
that.
literal leveling, the power leveling in the originals that
see this right here. This is they're totally redoing the opening of the Matrix right here.
Yes, absolutely.
But she's wearing a different outfit, obviously. But they're totally. She's got the old piece of shit phone, rotary phone, right there. There's flashlights, and she's doing that whole So they're gonna reenact this scene right here.
I just thought about something. If it did create a game, or if it did create a movie, and which is supposed to make it meta. Look at the CGI on this fucking guy. Anyway,
red right here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have Trinity be part of the game? So he should have recognized her when he saw her in the other cafe. Hey, listen, you were one of the actors in my movie,
unless in this version of the Matrix, the version of the Matrix story that they made Neo create doesn't have Trinity in it because Trinity is what
is the one thing that gets them triggered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's this guy right here with the ring? Is that his agent? Yeah. Mero, you think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
What's in the ring?
One of the things that we also have to remember, there's three dynamics, and this is what the Matrix Online game was going to touch on. The idea was that you were going to be one of three groups. Either you were in the freed humans group, the machines group, or the programs group. Because remember, the programs are not all on the side of the machines. That's why, the Merovingian and the ghosts and all that, and the Oracle. So those are
programs that refuse to go back to the Matrix.
Right. So like Sati. Yeah. So so we still have to see them. Like, what is their representation here? So it's not just machines and humans, it's the programs, the rogue programs as well have got to show up in here at some point.
All right. Well, you know what? You know who's going to solve answer all the questions? Enosh. Enosh, what's up, sir? Tell us what's going on in this trailer, man. What's up, buddy?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. That trailer, man, is lit. Oh my gosh. It's funny. I was just doing a review. I got a John Wick action figure, and I was doing my review today I was filming my review, and I was just thinking the whole time, my God, this action figure looks just like him now in the Matrix. I could double it. Like I could use it for both, but man, I don't know, man. There's so much you can read into it. Just even listening to you guys just before I came in, man, it's frustrating yet amazing all at the same time.
Right.
It's like trying to unpack all this and
then you got Keanu Reeves in a bathtub with a ducky on his head. It's
right.
I love that. But look at the bubbles. The bubbles there's a blue hue.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Right. There's like bubbles on one half of the bathtub, but not the other half that's up by him.
It means that he's a millionaire. Who the hell has a view like that from his bathtub?
This movie is. I mean, we're already there, but man, this is going to be. If you get tired of really bad fan theory, people,
oh god,
this is we aren't even started yet on it's not a commentary on anything anyone just said, but you want to talk about people going off the deep end on making up stuff about what's going on here.
Insane.
The tank is going to go off.
Well, because you've got shots in it where you're going to be like, "What's that ring? That ring means something."
Yeah.
And then it's
what's that wristband? Yeah.
And then it's not.
Yeah, right.
This is some trivial shit.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? What's great about that though is we don't have to wait a year for this movie. This movie's coming out Christmas, so that's right. At least
what's a greater mystery than this right here. The greater mystery is why is it that every movie Keanu Reeves has done lately, he's looked great with that beard, and yet in Bill and Ted they made him shave it.
They shaved it off.
That's what I want to freaking know. When it would have made sense for him to keep the freaking beard.
No, that's why it makes sense for him to get rid of it. That's exactly why it makes sense for him to get rid of it.
All right. Well, we're gonna have a little bit somebody who's not a fan of the trailer, but Mr. Andrew Dice, even though he's not on his camera, but hey, what's up, Dice? Not a fan of the trailer?
Not much. I couldn't refuse the invitation into this conversation, and I wanna state immediately the rubber ducky on Keanu's head. I'm fully support.
Okay, good. At least you got that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The thing I want to say here is more than anything, again, great streams you've had going here, Dave. Big ups to all the panelists. You are making me so glad the internet was not around the way it is when the first movies came out.
Oh yeah. That's where I was getting to right before you came on, where I was like, oh man, this is already exhausting.
Well, because you're talking we would be dissecting lore and all of that. I think that more than anything, I expected that the Matrix over time, just I guess the jury's still out if Reloaded and Revolutions, how those will be discussed, with the time passing. We won't find out until this movie comes out, and then everyone's like, Resurrection's got a rough go, but I always thought it was great from every other pundit. But for this, I really expected when they said we're going to make another Matrix movie, I thought, man, you have to have one hell of a reason to go back and make another story. Yeah. And the fact that the first trailer hits not Follow the White Rabbit, but Alice in Wonderland. Here we go. Alice in Wonderland song. Alice in Wonderland book. White Rabbit. You're gonna have to follow me. We're repeating. Let's get them back on a roof. Let's get Morpheus and him fighting. Let's get Morpheus flying through the air in slow motion in the exact same way. Is like, oh man, this feels like you are trying to sell me on we're back for another Matrix movie, rather than I would almost expect the movie being sold to me to be smarter than I am.
But don't you feel like that's the lie though?
Yeah.
Like I feel like that is the lie of like that we are supposed to think that
they're marketing a movie that I'm not going to get, that they're not going to give me.
No. Here, counterpoint. Here's the counterpoint, because I thought about this as well. Like there is a hint of Superman Returns in this, in the sense that when Superman Returns was released in 2006, it had been 19 years since a Superman movie had been released at all. This is 18 years. You have to remind people what the fuck this is. You do.
I would have expected.
Wait, Corky's massage. Do you see that? That means something. Corky's massage.
I know. It's like, wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Well, it actually does. I think that's in a somebody pointed out that's in an old 90s movie. Like, I forgot what movie it was.
No, that's Porky's.
No, not Porky's.
That's Porky's.
No, not Porky's. That was 80s.
They'll go into the locker room and there'll be an
I can tell you, it was 1982.
Yeah. Porky's is classic, and Porky's could not be made today for sure.
No,
Jesus Christ.
No.
Woo, man.
He'll go into the shower there, and there'll be an eyeball in the wall looking.
There'll be a pipe, and he's gonna stick his dong in there,
Oh, it's actually it's a reference to their original, to Bound, the Wachowskis' first movie.
Yeah, I saw that with Jennifer Tilly and Gina Gershon. Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, here you arrived at my favorite sequence of this trailer, Dave.
Well, I saw you making fun of that in the chat, and it's like as if this isn't the entire trailer. This is like this is like not even 2 seconds of the entire trailer, and you were like, "Ooh, that's so edgelord."
Well, this is. I remember when someone was like, it was when Tron Legacy came out. Someone said, I feel like they missed an opportunity because they could have commented on like, we're so into computers now and everyone's online. And I thought, boy, is that misunderstanding the original Tron. Like, just the whole idea of it. So to have a shot where Keanu Reeves as Neo is looking around and going, all these people are on phones. I was just like, Keanu Reeves isn't that old and I'm not that old. That if you are going to make... Maybe that goes to my bigger point here, is that in the original movie, it was Morpheus saying that everyone is so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight for its survival. And that's like, yes, I agree. There's a new way to do that, but this is just making subtext text. And I feel like that's a lot of my issues with the trailer, is that The Matrix, more than anything else, felt smarter than me. Reloaded and Resurrections felt way smarter than me because I didn't understand what was going on. So the last thing I want to see is Keanu Reeves going, everyone's on their phones now. And being like, wow, yeah. And that's why I'm saying, whoa, like, hot take. Oh, man, you serve it to roast these people in this audience.
Isn't it service
but
different...
you can at least agree that, hey, Keanu Reeves looks good in a beanie, right?
All right. He looks good in everything. I'd prefer a duck up there, but...
Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
No, I was saying, couldn't it be representation? Not a critique, because that's just like too over the top. A critique of who we are right now. Using always in front of our phones, but it could be that now people do not need to be plugged into the system to be part of the system. They're already plugged in without they even knowing it by using their own devices.
Using Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like willingly plug themselves in.
See, that's what we were talking about earlier. Is like you don't have to do that hardline thing now.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't that like the whole point though?
Like decade, I've always wondered like how could a Matrix movie last like how would it work now?
I mean, I feel like probably Neo isn't the only one taking blue pills,
right?
In this universe, right? Like that's the idea. And Dice is probably rolling his eyes at this, but like that's the idea of having everyone on their phones is that everyone is Cypher saying like, hey, look, you give me this experience, fine, I'll plug myself in. Like I don't care. Like let me have my Twitter like Give it to me for free, and
I mean,
I'll give you
but
all my data.
wasn't that the whole
Twitter's
point
blue.
though?
Twitter's blue.
Right? Well, that's true.
So
Wasn't that
it's
one of the
Facebook.
whole points though?
Facebook's
Wasn't-
blue too. Yeah,
That's true. Wasn't that one of the whole points though? at the
Venmo's
end
blue.
Of
So
Yeah,
our-
that
so
was
our
like-
little name tags.
that was like the whole point of the end of the Matrix, wasn't it? Though that I mean, people would have a choice, as to whether they wanted to be in or out. They there were some people who would have that choice, and
That is true.
and to
Mhm.
know.
the whole point of
know,
the piece. Yep.
Yeah, it was that in the end, it was no longer a forced thing,
Right.
and so, it'll be interesting to see how they play this out. Like I remember the first Matrix when the first Matrix came out, I was working third shift at the time. I was working like 4 10s, and I would stay up all day Thursday, so that I could like have a decent weekend. And I tried to watch the first Matrix with my son's mother that evening on a Thursday evening when I was exhausted, and I just didn't get it. Like it just, I was probably,
dude.
I was like 21 years old, and I was exhausted that night, and it was just like the concept was going way over my head. And then skip probably 4 years later, and I was sitting on my couch, and it was like on TV, and I remember like just enthralled with it. Like all of a sudden it was just like it all came rushing in, and I understood it, and I had a clear head, and I was like, how did I miss out on this? And it's like I immediately had to watch the second one, and then I ended up going to the theater by myself to watch the last one because my ex-wife wouldn't go with me. And so I was just like, screw that, man, I'm going.
When I first saw it, I actually it was a family trip, not my family, it was my friend's family. He invited me to a trip to Laughlin. And of course I was like dying to see the movie. It was opening weekend, and one of the theaters had it. So we all went. And his parents and his brother and his brother's girlfriend left, like probably about 20, 30 minutes in. They just left. They were gone. So it was just me and my buddy, but he kept looking at his watch. I'm sitting there going, how are you not enjoying this? Like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden when that the final act, when they go in and just start shooting everything, then all of a sudden he was in and everything was crazy. But it was funny, like meeting up with everybody else. After like the next day, like, why'd you guys leave? They're like, we didn't understand a fucking thing that was happening in this movie. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, you should have stayed. It starts explaining itself, and it was funny too.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
well, you know what's funny? Like his brother, who was like totally like, that movie sucked. I didn't understand it. I remember going to their house later on when it was on video, like months later. He had it on. We watched it, and he was going, holy shit, he was blown away by it. I'm like, yeah, you didn't give it a chance.
Yeah, right.
You didn't give it a chance.
That Super Bowl trailer.
Yes.
That you were talking about. Like, my uncle and I, we saw that trailer. And the whole reason that we wanted to see the movie was not only because it looked cool, but because we love Lawrence Fishburne. Yeah. And that movie is the last time a movie has ever completely 100% surprised me with a twist.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Because when he wakes up in the pods, and I'm like, I literally looked at my uncle like,
what is happening?
What the fuck is happening right now?
Exactly. You don't know what is going on.
I was like, I have no clue what is going to happen.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. The Animatrix.
Hold on. Before you talk, Enosh, Ben, you got to go.
Yes.
You gotta go.
Oh, Ben.
I'm sorry, Enosh.
Get out of here.
Every time, Ben.
Yeah,
Every
I know.
time, man. You're like, Enosh, I'm taking it.
Yeah, I gotta take it.
No, I'm already getting there.
He's getting the stink eye.
Yeah, I'm getting the cock eye.
All right, Ben. Thank you for showing up. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me. Catch me on Twitter here and Real Anarchy YouTube channel. See you guys.
By himself now.
Bye, guys.
We'll get you a co-host, Ben.
Good. Bye, guys.
All right, see ya. No, what are you gonna say, Enosh?
No, I was gonna say. I mean, like, because once I got it, like once I was able to watch it with a clear mind and and an awake mind for the first time,
mind.
Right? Yeah, with a freed mind, finally, and I took it all in. Like I remember watching the Animatrix, and that that whole story about how the Matrix was started
Second
and
Renaissance.
oh my God.
When you see the backstory and you see that shot of like the robot riding a robot horse, like, you know, that slow motion, like when they're talking about when the narration is happening, I'm like, that shot right there was beautiful.
And did you guys involved in? I don't remember how much of it. Like I was so unplugged from like the online stuff, but do you guys remember the movie I, Robot?
Yes. Oh yeah, the Will Smith movie.
And were you guys involved in any discussions about whether or not that was like supposed to be a Matrix prequel?
Yeah, I remember there was like talks about that.
There was, but
the robots look similar,
right there,
to what they did in the Animatrix,
and it fits into the Animatrix, and like. I don't know if it was intentional or if it's just, you know, all these stories are similar. You know, even the Terminator, you could say, like, kind of fits into that.
Well, because iRobot is an adaptation, like it's Asimov, like it's like,
which is probably why.
Yeah.
But yeah, because that. But yeah, that always reminded me a lot of the Animatrix and the way that it kind of really establishes, like, it could work if they were to say like, oh yeah, this is the beginning of the robot uprising.
True.
Well, I thought it was interesting too, especially with the Animatrix, because it made you you go into this whole thing, you know, thinking, okay, you know, you were going to root for the humans, right? Because the humans have to survive, and then you see what the humans did to the AI and to the robots, and you're just like, God, mankind deserved it, you know. And
they really go in depth with showing that.
One, never forget.
Yeah. Okay. And hold on, before we're about to go, Scott, you have to go as well, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I have a very pathetic, sick-looking 8-year-old staring at me right now. I need who needs some cuddles. So
all right, we'll go ahead and you know, do your thing.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find the new podcast, DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube. You can find the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And of course, catch us tomorrow night on Film Junkee, where we'll be talking about a questionable episode of Batman the Animated Series.
We've had so many good ones, and now it's like the one where we're kind of going like,
which one?
Prophecy of Doom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
With the guy who looks a lot like
Nostradamus.
Yes.
It's not a good one. It's not a good one.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys were on such a good run too.
We were such a good run.
Yeah,
we really were.
Such a good run. But
this is like we're going back to Batman's in my basement. Okay.
All right. See you, Scott.
See you.
Even though some people like that, but I mean, come on, Andrew Dice. Look at this. Look at. He's.
Oh,
behind.
I know.
Look,
man. The later one, it's like they're firing like a rocket through the film screen through a doorway onto a train.
Yes.
So they're bringing in some.
Yes.
You know,
but explain this. Explain this. I mean, like he's looking in the mirror, and then there's the projected of him in the probably the first Matrix.
Well, probably what this is they show him the movie. They're like, "This is you." Right? Because this is the.
What's this?
I don't know what it is. That's
weird.
I part of me thought that was the architect.
Like part of me thought it was the father of Sati. I forgot his name.
Oh, did they say what?
I totally forgot what his name was. Who was like, you know,
right? Yeah,
in the third one in the train station.
The one who paid the train man to get her out of the Matrix. Yeah.
I mean,
it's very interesting.
Hugo Weaving.
With a beard. I don't
I don't know about that.
Hey, wasn't that the Scottish teacher on Head of the Class?
Billy Connolly.
Yeah.
See, and then all of a sudden you got this cool motherfucker right here, just going look with the red shirt.
I will say he is a phenomenal young Morpheus just on his look alone.
I also love they kept the rimless glasses.
Yeah, but I wish it was. I wish the lenses were more mirrored like they were in the Matrix. But I get it because you don't want to spot the camera, even though they did a really good job. That always blew my mind in like the first Matrix is how well they did. Where like you didn't see the camera in his reflective like glasses.
Except for the one. Well, it wasn't even his glasses. It was that doorknob.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah.
Well,
how they explain how they did that? Jesus Christ.
I think the glasses were even CGI in some of the. Because I remember people were like obsessed with the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were some times where it's just like, well, I think like when they first went into the construct, when he was trying to explain everything, like there's like a really cool panning shot that just like you have it on Lawrence Fishburne, and then it just pans behind him to show like that everything's completely white, and you see Keanu right there. Like his lenses were completely gray, like blacked out. But then all of a sudden, when it cuts to the next scene, it's like, oh, now everything's super like mirrored and reflective on his lenses. It was kind of, I always spot stupid shit like that. But I mean, yeah, I just kind of wish maybe it was a little more, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Wait,
then again, he's young.
Do you keep this pause? I don't know if I've ever seen a major studio trailer with a frame in it that looked more like a fan film.
Yeah, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, sometimes some of
like
that
a rave going on behind him or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. I love it.
And then he's just like, okay,
So
yeah.
he's got the blue one there too.
Oh, that
Yeah.
was the projector that was behind him, was projecting the Matrix movie onto the wall.
Right there, right?
Yeah, that is the projector projecting the Matrix onto the wall.
Yeah. So something.
See, it shows him standing in front of the mirror.
Yeah.
there.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then we got the tattoo of the white rabbit.
yeah, and
So
the
literally,
rabbit
there's a
has
scene in this
tattoo.
where he's like, "You are Keanu Reeves. You are a movie star who starred in the Matrix 20 years ago. Now we need you to make another one." Because like, I tweeted, and this is what I've heard is that this is like not all that far off from the plot. The other day, I tweeted that basically the plot of the Matrix is WB went to Lana Wachowski and said, "What?
Yeah.
We'll do anything to get you to make another Matrix movie. Like, what do we have to do?" And she said, "You know what? You actually just gave me an idea." And that's the plot of the movie.
The plot of the movie is like a pitch for another Matrix movie.
The
that
plot of the movie
exists.
is, what do we have to do to get another Matrix movie from you?
Yeah.
Is like,
See, and then we got blue hair with her, and I mean, she's like a Trinity character for sure. I think, you know.
I
don't
think
know.
that's the most interesting part, is because clearly there are like,
Look at all the water right
This,
there.
you know
like,
what? This
we've got-
this shot's another tie-in to Reloaded, because
Yeah.
it's like he's opening the door to the source code.
and we've also got like all the focus is on Yaya as Morpheus, but like this is really like, who is she? Like that's the kind of
Yeah.
most curious thing to me, is
Yeah.
because that she feel like Yaya feels more like a part of the Matrix to me, whereas she feels like she's not. Like, we don't see them together, do we? I don't get the impression that they're necessarily. But maybe they are. I guess we have no way of knowing. But
And
I just figure she's a freed human, because
And
they-
what's
they would
interesting
still
here-
exist.
what's interesting here too is like, you know, I learned a lot of people are like, well, yeah, they just go through the mirrors right here. But I'm like, well, this might be a trailer transition shot, because obviously, like, she opens the door for him, and then all of a sudden we see her walk through first, you know?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that might be a trailer transition kind of shot thing, but who knows? But I do like the fact, I think, Steven, you said, was like these mirrors are like the portals kind of thing. And it seems to work. And then this right here tripped me out, because it's like, okay, we got Neo and Trinity, and he's embracing her, like, but look at her face right here. She's got the fucking code going down her face. You know?
Did not notice that
And
until now.
he's like, okay, see, there you go. And
That's
he's
right.
like, what the fuck is this? And yeah, she's got code going down her face.
that's why
Well,
I
she
question
is
if
actually
she is
dead. So, like, she did die.
right. That's
Like,
why
yeah,
I question
she
if she's
did
a piece
die,
of
so-
software that is
Right.
the machine's trying to keep him invested in
This world.
this world.
Like
Yeah.
there was ambiguity around Neo. There's no ambiguity around Trinity. She died.
Yeah.
There was a body. So
So that's
Yeah,
it.
but you know what? It's the freaking Matrix. Anything could happen.
And then
The
this-
whole
Huh?
other three movies could have been totally like just not even existent. They didn't even happen, and this is really him waking up, having gone through the whole thing, and now like it's real. You know?
Look at how good this looks. God damn. It's awesome. But yeah, he's wearing red, which is, you know, talking about colors. He's wearing the red,
yeah.
you know, gi, whatever.
Can we just talk for a second about like the amazing
Oh.
last couple of years of the career?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the like just I don't know how like clearly Yahya Abdul-Mateen is like a darling with Warner Brothers, because like, okay,
Jeez, you think?
Black Manta, Dr. Manhattan,
Yeah.
Candyman was Warner Brothers, but like
It's crazy. It's crazy
still,
how much he's blown up, and I love it because I like him. So
yeah.
This Christmas,
weirdest title card in a Matrix trailer.
That's great.
right.
I will give you that.
The animation, it looks like a new Polar Express movie.
That's the Matrix. That's a 2021 trailer. That's
Where's
a 2021
Tom Hanks
trailer.
somewhere around here?
The Matrix is a Christmas movie, confirmed.
But then we get the rope. We get the robot.
Morpheus just looks at him and tells him, "You still have to write the song that brings everyone together."
Then we get this shot. Trees. These are big ass Christmas trees.
See, look at the difference. Like, you got all the red right here.
Yeah, I'm playing devil's advocate here to a certain extent, but I mean, like, if there's one trailer that I definitely don't want to go into, just like, here's your montage of contextless shots of things, it is a Matrix movie. Like,
yeah, you have to have it like that.
I know, but that's the thing, is it's like, oh, there are robots. Okay. I mean, like, we talk about movies that, like, their trailer could have just been like a scene and then just end it. And it's like, oh my God, I'm 100%, I'm obviously in already. Yeah. So it's weird that a trailer would be like, remember the robots, remember the wasteland. Is like, yes, of course we do.
Well, there's a level of implication.
It's very true. It's like
that too.
Why show it?
Well, showing the robots confirms, like,
it's still going, which we did know, I guess you would assume.
But okay, is this trailer really built any differently than the trailer for the previous 3 films?
True.
Is it?
Well,
is
I
it
think
really?
we know so much more.
I think so. I think so because it's a lot less dark. There's a lot more just daylight.
I don't mean in terms of like what we're seeing. I mean in terms of how it's constructed. Because he was talking about like all these shots of all these contextless shots. It's like that's what a trailer is. A trailer is context.
Well, yeah, but that's not. I mean, The Matrix is not just any movie. Like,
I know, but what I'm saying is the other trailer, like the previous trailers, were built the same way for like Reloaded and Revolutions. You know what I mean? So it's like,
I also wouldn't want it to be like, in the future of, like, I would say we've come up
one
from
man.
There. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
see,
mind.
We got more
in a world.
We got more blue right here, and we got like the fucking light coming off. It's kind of bluish.
Yeah, we're
in a world where there's lots of blue.
I'm going heavy with the blue, guys. I'm just saying.
Keanu Reeves.
But I love this shot right here because she just leaps off and it just does a nice little.
She's wearing red.
Yeah.
In a world where everything is blue.
Go back.
Except for her pants.
Was that an Agent Morph?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that's an agent. Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Because that's something I really.
Yeah.
Because that's something I was really curious. Like, okay, how has morphing changed in 18 years?
Yeah, I wanted it to look even worse, like even more like a tearing effect.
That's one of the things I've been so confused about, or curious.
Danny DeVito.
/ confused with
Naruto.
From the minute this movie was announced, is that there's so many things with the original movies, the way they leveled powers up until the 3rd movie, that how could you insert Revolution's Neo into like the first Matrix and have it make any sense? It makes sense logically in that progression, but like, well, now you come back and it's like, okay, so you start and he's already this, like, what do you do with that? But then also you're simultaneously dealing with changes in technology that fundamentally alter, like, the idea of a hard line to get in and out of the Matrix makes no sense anymore.
Well, but you remember the story though, right? Remember Morpheus, when the Matrix was first built, there was a man born inside who had the ability to change whatever he wanted, to remake the Matrix as he saw fit. It was he who freed the first of us, taught us the truth. So this could be a
what if this is a secret prequel?
Oh Lord! Oh, that's damn it.
See, just say things about this trailer, and then what if it's an interquel? Like, I don't know, like, it could be anything.
Steven, were you saying? I get what you're saying. It would be very weird to watch the first Matrix with Revolution's Neo, because seeing like a weirdly rendered 3D model in a lot of those scenes would really take away from the drama. I think. Okay, here's my problem. Not my problem. Here's my thing that this is a hot take, I guess, but it isn't really discussed because these movies are old and haven't been discussed like in the last decade that much, specifically, critically. But I do think, and it's a shame Scott left, that it's a science fiction idea, and these are science fiction ideas. But I don't know, this is my controversial potentially take, that in the first movie, they establish that and then say all of this science fiction is the conflict to what is now like a fantasy chosen one story where you know that is there. And then in Reloaded, they started bringing in more of that science fiction with Zion and everything, and people were hot or cold on it. And then Revolutions just went like full sci-fi. Like the fantasy is now gone. Like you flat out don't understand some of the ideas and things that we're doing here. Yeah. So for this trailer, I would have expected them to say like, we are going to give you a concentrated shot of this fantasy or a concentrated shot of science fiction, which is going to, you know, because that is what defined the Matrix after the fact. And what we're seeing here is like a montage of just stuff that should feel familiar to people who saw those movies. But I don't really, it doesn't give a sense of like, instead you're going now like psychedelic almost, like you're going into a more druggy Brave New World area.
And I think my thought on the whole thing is that's kind of forget the trailer, forget everything but the phrase they're gonna make a new Matrix movie. and that's the problem, right? That is the this you need to solve for that before you even begin creating this story. And so to me, because like for example, this trailer, there's so many things you can't do with this movie, especially in the marketing, because we know the rules. Where's the rules and the hierarchy, the functioning, the lore of the other movie. And so now we're watching this and this is what a red pill does, this is what a blue pill does, this is what an agent is, and then using that to interpret. Whereas like you go back to like the first Matrix movie, you watch it and you're like, what the fuck is that? What, the mirror is turning him into the Capri Sun guy, and they're doing backflips, and they're and it's just none of it. And even when you watch, it wasn't even until like later movies, even that some of that stuff in the Matrix that like we now kind of take for granted was like not nearly so weird. But like go back and watch that movie without context, and there's like weird stuff happening that there just doesn't make any sort of sense unless you like go read a wiki or something.
Oh, it took me like 6 or 7 times seeing that scene with the architect to realize like, oh, if I get into a science fiction headspace where this isn't supposed to be symbolic or, you know, an allegory or anything, this is just straight exposition, then it makes sense.
Well, and that's but once again, that's sort of the issue with the franchise as a whole also, because you're working with, this is a chosen one fantasy archetypal story being told within, and that lore exists within the confines of a literal sci-fi world. Like there's a meta layer there where like inside the Matrix, he's this thing. Then what is he outside the Matrix? And we find out that he is something special outside of it too. But you can't have the sci-fi layer inside because it's literally a different reality. And so then once again, that brings into we're going to make a 4th Matrix movie. It's like, how do you do that without undermining the resolution of Revolutions, or going back and being like, we just made Matrix 1 for you, and the Matrix Awakens. Right?
Yeah, I just pray that it's not a fucking Terminator Genesis situation. I mean,
there's no like Morpheus stepping out of the mirror like Trinity. We're home.
Again,
I'd be okay with that.
I trust Lana Wachowski.
Yeah,
what about Lily?
But I also trust you, James.
Do you trust Lily?
I mean, unless Lily comes out and goes, "This movie is a complete bastardization," and I don't agree with my sister at all, then okay. But like,
not to take anything away from Lana, also, but apparently this was co-directed by McTiernan.
McTee, yeah, okay.
Who not McG, McT.
Yeah, James McTee.
You kind of glitched when you said that. I was like, oh no, not McTee.
Yeah, right. No.
The Wachowskis are one of those directors who kind of fall into that area that's a little bit weird, like that George Lucas area of like they can produce some great stuff, but they're almost better as like hands-on producers.
Yeah.
Than they are as directors.
V for Vendetta is a great example of that. for sure, because McTeague was their he was their second unit director on the Matrix sequels.
Exactly. Well, and there's stuff that like there's something else that he because he co-directed this, but because the DJ, I should probably write something on this, but the way the DGA rules work for shared director's credit is you need to be an established directing duo in order to have directed by Lord and Miller, directed by what's the Russo.
Ninja Assassin.
The Russos, John Francis Daly and Jonathan Goldstein.
Yeah, exactly. Because they are established as a directing duo.
Right.
But because Lena and McTee are not, they operated functionally on the movie as if they were co-directors, but he can't share a directing credit with her per the DGA sort of stipulations on that.
Well, that sucks for him.
Yeah,
definitely.
We'll wait and see.
No,
very true.
I mean, but okay, but even if you don't like it, Dice, it still sucks. He's not going to get credit for the hard work.
Well, he got a producer credit, but still,
I think that to your point, what you're saying there, Stephen, is that like when you say we're making a new Matrix movie, then you think, okay, I mean, it was bound to happen at some point. Then when you say it's going to be Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss is coming back and all of this stuff, then the biggest question people have is what is going on then? Because this seems very weird. So for the first trailer to come out and it's overall be like, yeah, what is going on? Is like, okay, well, I was kind of hoping, that the first trailer, because the first trailer is like, okay, check, it's a Matrix movie. What worries me or makes me apprehensive and maybe definitely tempered my like excitement and anticipation is the idea that not what's shown in this trailer, but the approach being taken to it is that like, well, we don't need to tell you.
Yeah.
Or we don't need to offer some insight on what the story is going to be. And I'm kind of sitting here like, well, I actually do, because this is a risky thing you're doing here.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Where I was like, I like the fact that I think someone like me who really loves the original franchise, the trilogy, I think this gave me just enough where I was like, all right, I'm in because
I was going to be in.
Yeah, because it's still asking that question of what is the Matrix now,
right?
And I think that's why I'm and I see your point, Dice. I could see your point now, but at the same time, I'm like, with me, I'm like, I'm just in.
And I think this was a point that
I want to know what's going on.
A point that I made before Dice was on the like in the chat was like you put yourself in that boardroom or that writer's room or whatever, and you say, okay, we're gonna make a new Matrix movie. And what do you do? Okay, well, people liked the first one more than the third one, but we don't want to even though people feel that way, this is not a Star Wars where they're going to say, well, let's just abandon the but let's say the perspective would be they're not just going to say like let's just totally abandon or lean into like the one that people like more. I think the Wachowskis are more likely to like embrace revolutions than like the studio would be, for example. And so you can't just remake the Matrix.
It's the same director.
So to me, the only solution that you can get where you're not either invalidating the franchise or undermining it or just serving up a simple nostalgia fest is literally making the movie about the Matrix exists and the powers that be want more of it. And Neo is a creative or creator who has to grapple with how do I make more of this if it's not like I don't know. I don't know exactly how the analogy fits into this universe, but it feels very much like an allegory of like what Lana would feel like trying to reapproach this universe and saying like, look, let's just make the movie about that, about how do you make a fourth Matrix movie? And that's literally the plot of the fourth Matrix movie.
And I dig that. And going to the where it's paused right now. Did anybody else think that this is the fucking guy at the end? the mine hunter guy. I think
Groff.
Yeah, I think that's the guy who's like, hey man, go back to the Matrix. Yeah, I think that's him, right?
I'm just gonna say everyone who I can't tell for sure is Hugo Weaving.
Well, and like, I don't know if it's in the trailer, but I know that in one of the clips that you can watch on the site, there is a shot of that guy with the mouth, the missing mouth.
Yeah, the mouth covered.
Yeah, the covered mouth. Right.
So there we got this. I don't know if this is actually the rocket, but they're making it look like it's going into the train, and you do see a dude. If you advance this, that's the Capri Sun taking him.
Do you know how to
Kind
go
of,
frame?
it kind of looks like one of the members of Daft Punk there on the left a little bit.
Do you know how to go frame by frame, Dave, on YouTube?
No, I don't.
The little greater than, less than keys that it's the period and comma buttons. Those will go. Those will do frame by frame, left and right.
On the period and
interesting.
Next,
I don't have my. I don't have. Yeah.
Next, yeah.
Next one we do, but I mean, but obviously we noticed that the projection of the first Matrix movie is happening on the wall while fucking SWAT guys are shooting up the place.
Right.
That's what's interesting. It's like, and look, this guy right here, this guy that's going right, like, what's happening?
Right.
And there's like screens right here, a whole console kind of thing. Like, yeah, this almost looks like.
That's the mirror there, right? Like on Edge that we're looking at, like on the right side of the.
Because they're making a TV show about the Matrix, produced
maybe
by,
I don't know.
Produced by
but
Keanu
remember
Reeves.
when they got in that room when they were going to unplug Neo, it was like they had a bunch of stuff like this. I don't know. It's weird. That's what's. But we have this projection of the first movie where he's being unplugged right here. You could see the fucking Capri Sun shit happening, going up his neck, and right there. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. And then we got that, and then all of a sudden, we're on a train. Woo!
And look at
red.
Look at how saturated all of like the landscape outside of the train is. Even that
there's
shot.
a door.
I mean,
it's a full-on door that it goes through. Yeah, and then they're on a train. So that's pretty interesting.
Well, the door mechanic was introduced and reloaded.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they've got a new key maker.
Yeah.
Or actually, is that the girl, the daughter of who was that guy on the train in the first one? Maybe she's the new key maker.
Sati, the new key maker.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Morpheus.
Possibly.
So we got Morpheus and
a guy in a face mask behind them.
Hey,
which
look,
I don't know how I feel
Zack
about
Snyder is in the.
Yeah.
Fucking sex.
In a black face mask.
Glad I'm not the only one who thought that at first.
And then who's this guy? I mean, I don't want to say. I don't want to but who is?
You know what, Dave? Then mission accomplished. I think.
Yeah.
Considering the aesthetic of the Matrix movies.
Exactly. Right. Allegory. Yeah. But who is this guy right here? That's just like he's fighting and then just knocks him. Hey, I'm gonna do one of these.
Oh, right it's Fat Thor over there on the other. On the left.
Right here, watching. Look at you. Yeah. So and then we got Morpheus doing just cool fucking shit.
What does it say behind him? What does it say behind him? Is that words?
No,
it says Deus Ex Machina, I think, doesn't it?
All I know is young
Morpheus
is a sharp-dressed man. He's got look at all the bling.
I mean, old Morpheus is a sharp-dressed man too.
True, but I mean, a little more with the accessories when it came to look at all the rings. A ring on every finger and a bracelet. So
I wonder what those mean.
I know. Let's break it down.
That's the ring that was being worn by the dude that told Neo that Neo sold the White Rabbit to in the first one.
This is,
and then this right here.
Okay,
this is just Keanu Reeves walking away from the movie theater, going, "Fuck yeah, I just made that." Yeah.
It obviously has to look a certain amount of fake, but this type of fake explosion with that green font just makes me think of the Godzilla movie from like 2000.
Okay, so what?
There we go.
Okay,
but then we got this.
So what? Just really quick, what if those words behind him actually is Deus Ex Machina? What if that's the title of the movie in the Matrix?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Right there, yeah. Right there, these, yeah.
Somebody
somebody
playing,
decide
right?
for that.
He could be in the lobby of a movie theater at this point or something.
Is
like
this
that.
movie Neo? Is that
Yeah,
why
I was
this
gonna say,
jump
what if
looks
this?
so weird?
What if this is a promo? Yeah, for
Well, I mean,
like
let's-
he lands from the explosion. He's like, check out your new copy of
Yeah.
Deus Ex Machina 4 coming to only on DLC this November. Like,
I mean, it is interesting because the whole room is kind of orangish. Like it's pretty. I mean, I guess
it looks
partly
very
because there's
it's
an
very
explosion.
Bollywood.
Yeah, and then we got these words that have the illumination of green behind. I don't know. It's interesting, yeah. But then this, okay, so he blows up. This shot right here.
Trinity?
So we got Trinity
Yeah.
kind of like hooked up to the Matrix here.
Give me more of this.
But
She never died.
but look at that. What is that on the back of her neck? That's not
Yeah.
the normal.
It's because the plug in her head.
The
is
plug
not,
isn't jacked into the back
Yeah,
of her
it's-
head,
yeah.
but also it looks like part of her neck is actually mechanical.
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder what if this introduces android like skin jobs in the real world that are part of the where they like
And now Blade Runner has entered the chat.
yeah, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm down for it.
It's like a VR. Or,
I mean,
don't know,
really,
with
the
a-
haircut, she kind of looks like a replicant at this point, like
Yeah.
in this shot.
Yeah, she's got goo all. Yeah. It's an interesting shot, and then all of a sudden we see her kicking ass right here. Okay,
Yeah,
so
no.
this
Is that
right
Jessica
here,
Henwick?
yes, right here. That's not Trinity's face. That is Jessica Henwick right here.
Could that be like the person she was before they made her into Trinity? Is this like a Ghost in the Shell type deal?
Could be. That's what I was always wondering. I was like, is Jessica Henwick like? Is she?
Or it's
Her
a
and
Wonder
Trinity
Woman
are-
1984 kind of deal.
Oh no.
Where
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right.
so
All right.
so Neo wishes that he had Trinity back, and then Trinity shows up in Jessica Henwick's body.
Hmm.
Right?
So this is him renouncing his wish.
Good lord.
yeah.
Okay.
Good lord. So only he sees her as Trinity.
Oh,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But it is interesting because when people were passing around the GIF, I was like, this face is not Carrie-Anne Moss.
No.
That one is, but this is, yeah, it does look like
Wait,
Jessica right here.
do we know if Jet Li is going to be in this movie or not?
I wish.
Because he's one of the three alive at the end of.
He was
with
literally in a
Sati.
movie called The
'Cause,
One.
I mean, if Sati is in this, then what about the Oracle and
Seraph.
Seraph? Yeah.
Seraph. Yeah.
Sure. But that wasn't Jet Li.
That wasn't Jet Li. That
Oh,
was
no, you're
Colin
right.
Chow.
Oh
You're
my
sorry.
God! Steven's canceled. He
Oh,
just
no.
did. Yeah.
I love that-
He just did an Asian simile.
Have
Yeah.
we talked about that? How like Hollywood is so white that when people saw an older character of an ethnicity, they were like, am I to assume that this has to be the same character? Like however many years go by, that's still I know Steven and I have talked about this when they said that Idris Elba was going to be in Suicide Squad, and they were like, did they recast Deadshot? I was like, this is the most racist
And then
thing I've ever
recently, Warner
witnessed in
Brothers
my
was
life.
like, "Happy birthday, Idris! We loved you as Deadshot." I was like,
yeah,
"Oh
like
my God!"
what are we doing?
Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. That was so bad. But then we got this shot right here. This is when Morpheus
I
is
was
kind of going
literally-
like, "What the fuck?"
I'm just gonna lean into that real quick. But
Okay.
I was literally having a Mandela effect moment.
Yeah, you totally did. You thought that was
Because-
Jet Li.
No, because Lee was. They wanted Lee for Seraph.
I think
But-
they did.
But he
yes.
rejected. I'm reading it right
Oh
now.
yeah. Oh, hey, I'll give you this. The guy that they got, very much like, you know.
Because he turned it down, and he says it's because he didn't want his moves copied into a digital library.
Oh wow.
Wow.
But then he made a movie called The One.
Yeah.
Funny.
Jury's
Yeah.
still also probably out on Jet Li being right about that. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. So right here we got Morpheus in
So
a
is
bathroom.
Is this him being recruited?
That's what we're kind of wondering. It's like we're getting this like whole Morpheus maybe origin story, and he's in this weird You know, he's in a bathroom. I don't know, in a towel, whatever. And he's just like, he touched the mirror and went, "What the fuck?" Like he has no idea what is happening. I mean, if this is like a current Morpheus, he's not going to, you know.
I don't think we should assume that everything we're seeing takes place in the same version of the Matrix.
True.
Also
true.
I think there's a. I mean, we haven't. I'll just go ahead and throw this out there. I mean, remember, guys, this is a trailer for it. This is a Warner Brothers movie trailer. Okay, let's just before we make any more determinations on like what this trailer does, just remember what studio is presenting us this trailer. Let's just please put that into perspective.
Very true. Very true. So yeah, but Steven, you might be right. It could be like a different version or whatever.
Well, because the solution to what happened last time, anyone who is going to talk about like security or avoiding the Matrix falling apart, if this is like the machines try to do it again, would be like duplication and redundancy, right? So like if one Matrix fails, you don't lose your entire power source.
Yeah.
And so they would just run multiple instances.
So he's just lying at the end to the Oracle?
No, well, if they make a new one, I'm saying if they.
Interesting. And then we got this shot right here of her just like, yeah, let's just leap over a cop car. I like that. I don't know. It's cool, you know, and then show somebody just coming to a stop in a motorcycle. Why not? Yeah, but this right here, kick the door down. It's obviously in landscape mode when it comes to this. It's not, you know, and then all of a sudden just whoop, you know, I'm like, did he do a front flip or a back flip right there? It's very, I like that. This is what I was talking about. It's like you kick the door open, he's like this, and then all of a sudden he just does like a front reverse flip, just shoom, like right into the hallway, and that's pretty cool.
This is some Inception.
Yeah, this is what I said in my reaction. I'm like, Inception much right here, but Inception 2.0.
Part of me wonders if she saw that movie and was like, it's a good idea.
Yeah. Well, if you notice, like, okay, so the ground is on the left right here, and then when he goes in, the ground, of course, is right there, and the camera moves perfectly with the flip. And I'm just going, visually stunning, just fucking awesome right there. That is really good because, look at him right there, and then he just flips right into the.
That's the most aggressively anime shot.
Yeah,
I've seen in live action in a long time. Too. Like you can hear him going like,
yeah,
when the door
opens. Will make that noise too. And then he's just running while she's just going, I'm gonna fucking run up the walls and start shooting back.
Yeah, which is also, I mean, that's just furthering the Inception. At that point, like running up the wall,
and then of course the agents are just dodging the bullets like crazy, which is cool.
Yeah,
like that.
This stuff. I mean, and I think this goes to what Steven, you were kind of touching on this too. Like I mentioned facetiously in the chat before. Well, I did want the Independence Day sequels to be good.
Yeah,
but in hindsight,
I saw that. That's all we said.
In hindsight, it's like
I feel you too. By the way.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I guess like. Dean Devlin and Emmerich,
I wanted them to be so good.
I still haven't seen it.
God,
it's I mean, it's just like one of the other, like apocalypse porn movies, but it has like a special tinge of like sadness or kind of unfortunate, to it that you realize after the fact that the limitations at the time actually ended up unintentionally making it what was good. Like I think that's very much the case in the first Matrix because their imagination was ahead of what tech was. So they had to create solutions that ended up being the spinning camera around Trinity making the jump or this, the kind of wire rig in the room. And I think that all ended up contributing to the tone and the style that people adhered to, that now, like in this shot, the agents aren't doing anything that we haven't seen.
Yeah. It's just faster.
Yeah. So it feels like when I look at this, I think, okay, then what action is going to be a whole movie thing?
Well, and that's also a scary thought because then they are probably also aware of this. And so therefore, are the agents going to do like some fucking weird, stupid shit just so that it's not, just so that they aren't criticized for
not
only
doing
having the
more.
abilities of.
Here's the thing, guys. Like in looking at all of this, like are we treading dangerously into an element of expectation where, because we know so much about the previous 3 films, we need something that different for this one?
This is me.
I'm hearing a lot of, I'm seeing the same stuff. I need something different. It's like, okay.
I'm not saying I need something different. I'm saying this is me like trying to understand why this doesn't feel like the Matrix to me. Like nothing in this trailer in terms of the action would shout this is a shot from a new Matrix movie.
I don't think you've stated explicitly, although you haven't been super critical of them. Where do you stand on like Reloaded and Revolutions? Because those are also kind of don't feel like Matrix 1.
I loved the Matrix. I really dug Reloaded, and then I didn't understand Revolutions when I saw it the first time.
Okay.
So I was not. I mean, that movie does not offer like a third act that is traditional for a blockbuster movie. Like I was kind of sitting there going, okay, what does this mean? It's cool. I'd also never seen Dragon Ball, I think, at that point, so I wasn't prepared for the final fight. But for this, and I'm remembering even in I think it was Revolutions. Oh no, it was probably Reloaded. Steven, you can tell me when Trinity does her flip on the bike and blows up the.
That's Reloaded.
That's Reloaded.
Even by that point, it was like, oh, technology has gone past needing to do this. This is for style.
God,
like
such a good
because
shot,
this is a Matrix thing. And then in Revolutions, they just went totally, full blown CG rain droplets and all of that stuff. But now I'm sitting here watching this and preparing myself, thinking, okay, well, if that's not cool or new to the characters, then we're not going to do a slowdown when you dodge bullets. I guess I never thought about it, but Trinity saw Neo do this, like on the rooftop. What we just saw is what he did to her. And she said, like, you moved like they do. So it's not like they're not moving like they didn't. Like, these are still agents. But are we at a point now where the director can say, well, yeah, but we already know that. Like, I'm not going to do that. And then I need to come to terms with that about, okay, I guess you're trying to do a whole movie's worth of style rather than what it was in those movies, which was like, we have the budget to do this like 3 or 4 times. And then that's going to define it for the whole movie. It might be, no, now we can finally get to do this. Yeah. And it's like, that can go either way, I guess, with certain fans, like history.
True. Shown, I mean, but when you said like this movie, this trailer doesn't scream Matrix to you, and I'm looking at this shot right here, I'm going, how?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of lost on that one myself. It's like I don't really understand how this isn't a Matrix, how this doesn't feel
because you got somebody running off, like running right here, and people shooting. You got somebody who's doing a cartwheel.
No, come on, man! I mean, the Matrix fight scenes are pretentious in the best possible way. Yeah. Like they are whipping it out, throwing it on the table, and saying, "Look at this! Look at what we're doing here! Look at every bit of this!" And you know what? Put it into slow motion. You need to watch Morpheus put this sword through this whole truck here. Like the idea of it being, and it was that kind of staccato, right? Like the fight between it's like the kind of choreography where if you do it badly, it looks like you just rehearsed it. But in the Matrix, somehow they made it work. Somehow it looked like, oh my God, this is so methodical. And I can watch every bit of this, and this is so cool. Whereas this is like, and I don't mean it in a critical way. The action shots that they're putting into this trailer look like this stuff is like faster. Like I need to keep up with what's happening. Like that flip move.
It does look faster. Like even like I said, like when the agents dodged the bullets, it seemed like it was actually like much faster than it was in the previous.
And once again, that's kind of the core challenge here of how do you do this without it like. Imagine something that delivered more on what feels like the Matrix, and it would be like this feels like a 90s.
Yeah.
Or this is just repeating.
Because
fucking dial up.
My favorite part of this,
DSL.
My favorite part of this phenomenon, it happens with everything, but I think it's most clear with comedians, where I'm probably going to catch some heat from this, but you go back and you watch someone like Chris Farley or whatever, and I'm not going to say he's not funny. He's very funny, but you go back and you watch the stuff, and it's not quite as funny as you necessarily remember it being at the time, often, because he was like so groundbreaking of like that style, or like a lot of stand-ups or people on SNL or wherever were doing something different, and then there are people that we're enjoying now who are like standing on the shoulders of people who are standing on the shoulders of Chris Farley, and or who, I don't know, I'm choosing Chris Farley specifically, but people like that, and so what we are appreciating and enjoying now in our entertainment is we've had time to consume and digest and refine and regurgitate and make something new from this. And so we've got John Wick, and we've got, all the copycats are inspired by, Sucker Punch 300, whatever. I mean, anything Snyder, anything, like, you got all this stuff that was like, oh, the Matrix is cool. How can we do this stuff with other stuff? So you inherently can't say, well, we're going to give you more of what you liked then, because you're going to look and you're going to say, this isn't really that impressive. You remember it being impressive at the time, but you watch it now and you've seen it done arguably better and more in other things. That's not to say that the Matrix hasn't aged well. It has. But like bullet time isn't impressive anymore. Like nobody's got their mind blown by bullet time. So instead of, it's like, do you try to one up that, or do you try to do something entirely new? Like there's a really difficult balancing act there of being like, we know you like this and we want to give you this, but also like we need to give you something new, but also not so new that you're like, what the fuck is this shit? This is not my Matrix.
Yeah, well, right, and because I feel like
my Matrix.
Trust me.
Yeah, it'll happen.
Someone. I guarantee most people will probably there'll be this huge backlash of people.
Oh yeah, there's
who are just like, this is garbage. This isn't the Matrix.
Well,
the people making the Matrix don't understand the Matrix. We understand the Matrix.
What's going to be more frustrating, Enosh, if that happens, or if there is a revisionist history on the Matrix Reload and Matrix Revolutions, and everyone is like, I think Dice referenced this earlier. Where everybody loves this movie and is like, like the Star Wars prequels. Like now everybody was like, oh well, I like the prequels.
Okay.
I don't know.
I love those last two films. Those are the best. Why did they ruin this?
That's actually going to be vastly more frustrating, because the prequel thing.
Yes, it is.
I am really, and I've gotten older, and my perspective on Star Wars movies has evolved to the point where, subjectively speaking, there are no bad Star Wars movies, in my opinion. But I remember how I felt, and I remember how everybody else felt during Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, and even for a bit of Revenge of the Sith. I remember that vitriol, and now it's like the last time I said something even remotely disparaging or critical of the Phantom Menace, I got blasted. Like it was one of those. They came for me, and I'm like, "Are you shit? When the fuck did that happen?"
Welcome to my Sunday nights.
That's
my Sunday nights right there, man. But I love it. I love it. I'll take that all day long.
Yeah, but back to this like image right here. It's like it's almost like Morpheus is totally not knowing exactly what to do here. I don't know. I got a sense of like, what the fuck is happening, or why am I wearing sunglasses during this dark hallway? I can't see shit.
Why is he dressed like an agent?
Yeah, he's dressed like an agent, and he's just like, holy shit! And then all of a sudden they're leaping out of windows right here. Like, I don't know what is but then they leap into another portal. It almost seems like. Like they just know, like, okay, if we leap right now, I'm wondering, like, the whole hardline thing. I got a hardline. You got to get to a certain hardline. Now it's going to be like, oh, I got a certain fucking hot spot for you or something like that.
Oh,
that's what I'm thinking.
We need more bars.
Can we go back to that real quick? Also?
I don't know which one.
That shot of them falling.
Yeah.
Here's something I love about the Matrix that is very underappreciated. Is like, name a place where that kind of intersection actually exists. Like, so much of the architecture and like the road, the way the roads work are all so like
designed like crazy,
well, if you watch, or you see like in the background, they do.
There's literally a smiley face right here,
like where they're driving in the car in the first Matrix. I think they even do that thing where they repeat buildings and stuff. Where there's this there's a phrase for it, but it's like the it's the it's this world that doesn't actually exist. It's an impression, or like in a game, how they'll give the impression of like, it's like it doesn't matter what's beyond that. This just exists to make it like that. It's like an open world, but you don't go there, so we're just gonna make it look like whatever. And that specific intersection there reminds me very much of that kind of like eerie level of this feels like the real world, but it feels so not like a place like this actually exists.
Right.
Yeah. No, I get that. Like, I think there was even like when Morpheus is like explaining the world, just the way that some of that's designed and all the people are like,
Or you remember in the first one that was when the Black Cat appeared was when they redesigned the building. In flight. But as a result, a lot of the design of the Matrix is kind of that way intentionally, so that you can change where buildings are and change where roads go and stuff like that on the fly, because it's all,
Yeah, and then right here we got like another fight where I don't know who that guy is. It looks almost like it's the agent dude, but it's not going to be quite the bullet time thing. So they just kind of leap at each other and go boom like that. I thought that was pretty cool, and sorry, I went too far back right there, but right there. And then all of a sudden we got fucking Neo doing his Neo shit, which we kind of saw this in Reloaded when he was fighting all the Smiths at the end of the fight when he was getting piled on.
And that fight was always a little bit weird because of the CGI characters in it.
Of course.
Oh, was that CG?
No.
But what are you
talking about?
Last time I saw that, it's kind of amazing how.
Did they have CG back then?
I think
killing me.
I think the Corridor crew might have done a video on it or something. But because what's fascinating about it, because it was always this weird kind of uncanny valley where it was weird, but it wasn't weird like, I don't know, maybe some people would say it was bad. But like the movement feels very accurate. It's just like the textures are off.
Well,
right. Like
they did a very great job at the wire work. The wire work and just the fighting style, like it got such. I have said this time and time again. Is like, the fighting in the first Matrix, it's great. Yeah, it totally is. But like I said, there's a couple times where Keanu Reeves is doing a backflip, and you could see he's pushing on the fucking cables. But when it came to Reloaded, it was just they did such a great job with the wire work, and then the blending into the CGI.
Yeah,
it's like they did a good job, but then then it gets to a point where it's like, all right, now you're just
show me the first one again.
Exactly. But
I'm like, all right, maybe I get it.
But there's you're right, because there is also the component of it's 2003.
Yeah,
and
but then he had to do. I mean, he's fighting a bunch of the same dude, and he literally like starts jumping on top of their head.
It is wild that made it. Like no one at some point said like, guys.
But again, it was 2003.
You know what? It's not wild though. Here's why: because they're already inside a computer system in the first place.
True. So you can kind of get away with it.
Remember how the final move is he throws an agent into the rest of them, and you hear the bowling pins. Bowling strike, because they're in a computer system already.
That fight opens with Agent Smith walking towards the camera, and like crows.
It's such a good shot. It's such a good shot.
It's like to me, like once you like. If you're in on that fight, you got to just be all in, and if you're all in on it, it slaps. Like I'm all about it.
But, and the way that the music goes, and then you hear like the way the noise is, and you see crows literally like just fly up and like, where did these fucking crows come from? That's awesome. I love it. It's evil.
I feel like if they had a shot where Neo became CG Neo, it would have made more sense.
That would have been
I remember sitting in the theater watching that and thinking, is this supposed because at this point, I mean, this is the era of movies where I would ask like, this is supposed to look real. Like this is supposed to be, it's not supposed to look like what my eye is literally seeing. And like you're saying, yeah, definitely. If they had said, I'm going to do the impossible physically, so I'm going to go from looking like just some guy, Keanu Reeves, to I'm now like fully digital Neo, then I would have been like, okay, I get it. You wouldn't have had that hurdle of like, what my introduction to like cloth mapping.
Yeah, there's literally a shot like when he like leaps off of everybody, and then all of a sudden he gets in like a stance, and he still has that pole in his hand.
Oh, it's
hilarious. He starts doing like a swirly thing, and it's like the lower half of his body is completely still, while like the rest of it is all weird and bendy. It gets
even before that, Dave. Like when he, remember when he like he first grabs the pole and like does the move when the Smiths come at him, and he does the first flip, and he spins up in the air. It's like the slow motion. Like you can no, it's fully
when the concrete hits
when he's spinning in the air and they do that.
You get that shot of the concrete smashing off the pole, which wasn't. I feel like it was the practical stunt. It was like a slowed down shot.
That was cool.
The focus on the CG characters also kind of takes away from the fact that like up until that point, like the double work they did to get all the Agent Smiths practically was actually pretty amazing.
That's true. That's very true.
But there's also
the shot from the top where you've got all the same balding pattern on like every single like. It's like
there's phenomenal. Also an element of also having to hide Stahelski because he's totally in there, and there's even a flip where like if you watch it slowly, one of the flips he does in the actual practical fighting, it's totally Stahelski. Like it's not Keanu Reeves. Like it's so there was an element of like trying to hide him in the middle of this as well. So they were trying to do a lot with that, and I forgive it. I forgive it.
You have to.
Oh yeah, it's like a time capsule.
Cool scene. Yeah, it really is.
Well, and also the scene as a whole has a phenomenal sense of crescendo. So that to me, by the time you get to the full CGI characters, you're like, yeah, I mean, it's like a frog boiling in water. You're like, at what point does this scene, like, there's no clear point, like, draw a line anywhere in that scene at which it's like where you throw in the towel. Like, there's no, by the time it's over, you're like, I feel like I should have walked away from that at some point, but I can't tell you where it is.
and another even the music, which is funny because there's actually two different, like they did, like if you listen to the full score for the movie, like Don Davis, the composer, actually did do an orchestral version, like a fully orchestral version with no electronics for that sequence, and it's like the same tone, but it's like it doesn't have the electronic like drum. It doesn't have the electronic like the sonic drums in it at all.
Yeah, that would have probably been weirder.
They didn't go like they didn't go with that with the brass. They brought in a Juno Reactor and did like a mismatch, like Don Davis versus Juno Reactor, and made it electronic, which I do agree it's better. The electronic version is better.
Oh, totally.
Well, it's like they're in on what you're seeing.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it just works with the scene. So then we get right here where all of a sudden Neo is just fucking stopping bullets, but it's not like how it was in Reloaded, in Revolutions. I don't know. To me, it does. Well, I mean, I don't know. It seems a little different. I don't know. Like before, it was just like, you're gonna shoot bullets at me, and he puts out one hand, and he's just like, whatever. Right. This one is like, he's like, all right, and he's just like kind of struggling with it. Yeah, but you could tell that these two have already been through some shit. I mean, they're like already effed up, like their faces are cut up and stuff like that, and it's cool. And then of course we got the motorcycle scene. Look at this shit. I mean. Look at that
shot.
That shot right there is just, come on, man. I mean, boom, look at that.
So now, I don't know if that car's supposed to be empty. maybe we should look too closely at that. But the one right after it, I want printed on my wall.
This?
The one of, there we go. Because that is like, I think that, I don't know if that's him catching the bullet.
Or he's just like, I will hold you.
It's weird, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little wonky. I'll get that. I'll give you that.
But I mean, if you showed me this shot and said they're making a new Matrix movie, I would be like, oh man, good for them. Like Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss must be just having a blast.
All right. Yeah, because I'm kind of wondering I think he's like holding her for some reason.
She's on the bike. I mean, they're on a bike, right? Because we've even seen like the set photos, or actually there's a video, I think. One of the set videos is them on a bike. like this. So yeah.
But I just want to know, why is he doing this whole thing where he's kind of like grabbing?
I'll have to look closely at that bullet catch from earlier if that could be.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
yeah, the bullet
This
catch.
YouTube channel labeled this video Matrix Reloaded versus Neo versus Smith. They labeled it open matte. It is just cropped in to fill the frame. It is not actually open matte. That is a piece of. Don't do that. Don't do that. Sorry.
Do that. See, then we got this where he literally fucking like the
he pulls
like
a
a missile shot,
this,
and then he just sends it that way to the other one.
Yeah, see, this is new. This is he didn't do this.
Well, and that's very much what I'm talking about. I'm very curious to see how they handle like the power leveling, because there's a certain point at which you're like, okay, so like where he just wins now, right? Like, how do you?
Yeah.
Do you think they saw Keanu doing those TV spots for Toy Story 4 with the hand and arm movements and thought like, maybe it is time?
Yeah, it's time for this.
He's channeling Neo without even realizing. I mean, the good news is that we're gonna have a huge amount of B-roll of Keanu just doing this stuff to like nothing, making those pained faces and hands. So that'll be great.
I like it.
This is San Francisco.
Yeah.
Is that where the no, it was in. Well, where was it supposed to be in the first movie?
I have no idea where
Chicago, wasn't it?
Well, it was. Yeah, well, right, because like go to the Adams Street Bridge.
Okay,
there's Chicago
right.
landmarks.
It was an amalgamation of like Sydney, Chicago,
Wabash and
Montreal,
Lake.
maybe.
Yeah.
It was all over the place.
Right,
So
right.
it wasn't a specific city.
It wasn't
was,
Vancouver.
It was. They took a bunch of
Sydney.
I mean, they literally took a bunch of skylines and stitched
Right.
them together.
Right.
Yeah. But look at this right here. Look at how things get morphed up when the explosion happens. Like it's all morphed up right there. Like look at
it's
the thing.
kind of like how like when in the first one where the helicopter crashed into the glass.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was like. Yeah, when I watched this for like the fucking 17th time, I was like, look at this. Look at the building. It gets all morphed up right there.
Now now it's Unity powering this building, so we can watch these particle effects.
Yeah. See, it's just kind
There's the
of
ripple, yeah.
But then, of course, then they do the hey, let's leap for this guy.
There's a set video of this. I've seen the set video.
Dude, you know what?
Some
Fun fact, because I have a cousin who lives in the area. He told me, like when I saw him a couple weeks ago, he goes, "Oh yeah, apparently they didn't let people know as much as they should have that this was happening. So the fucking police department, the dispatch, got so many fucking calls this night when they had, because I saw the set video too, where you literally had two stunt people hanging from a helicopter that was like leaping off a building, and yeah, the police department got so many calls that night or day, whatever the fuck it was. Yeah. Apparently they didn't alert people like, hey, guess what? There's a movie called Matrix Resurrections that is happening, and they're gonna have people leaping off a building. Well, that's what I like about this shit though, too, is like this wasn't on a green screen set or something like that. This was literally like they did this shit.
This was.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure the background, the background, of course, is tweaked, but still, they did do this practically. Like that's what's so cool about it. It's like, yeah, leaping off that shit right there. But then see right here. Okay, so the way this thing ends. Now we're back here and we're having Keanu or Neo or Thomas or whatever the fuck he is talking to this motherfucker right here who just basically is just like, he's an agent. He's like a movie agent type. He's got his fucking legs crossed.
Is that a DM logo behind him?
Yeah, look at that. You see that right there?
Because that's Deus.
Yeah, see, well, I think that's the movie title.
Yeah,
or something to that, like that.
I know who have like been talking about like what the plot is. There was a version of this, or at least it was described this way to people, that it's literally Warner Brothers.
Yeah, back to the Matrix, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Wow.
And but so Deus Ex Machina is like the name of the instead of WB.
Oh, the studio. Oh, okay.
Oh. But like, as in like the villain of the movie is I mean, think about like
Please let Warner Brothers be the villain of the movie.
No,
please.
It's gonna
it's like Space Jam: A New Legacy, but like it's I mean, I guess that's WB also, but like how they're like, oh no, we
So
need
this
you
is
to...
confirmed. It's a sequel to Space Jam.
yeah. But where they're like, oh no, we need to like reinvigorate this IP and like, and that's what, and I'm sure it's actually the machines trying to get Neo to, do something for them or whatever. But yeah.
But I mean, the first thing I, watching this, I'm like, yeah, okay. So when it comes to the whole like movie aspect, the last action hero kind of part of this movie, I'm like, when they're trying to convince Neo or Thomas, Keanu, whoever the fuck he is, that this is his agent going like, yeah, man, go back to where it all started, back to the Matrix. And it's like, okay, yeah, this guy is totally the Hollywood agent type, but I'd like the parallel about agent kind of thing, That's why I think like he's holding the gun when it's all, the sprinkler system or rainy or whatever the hell. I think, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, if that's the case, then I hope he was the director, like he was the writer-director of the movie, because that would explain him getting to be like, do I know you, and not be like very famous.
Yeah.
Right.
But then be so much more transparent.
Just to go back real quick. So I just rewatched that Matrix.
The Burly Man fight?
No, the 100 Smiths versus Neo.
Yeah, the Burly Brawl. Yeah, that's
what, yeah.
It's called the Burly Brawl. Yeah.
And it's I take back most of what I said about it. It's like, other than one or two like wonky shit, the only way that scene looks weird is if you cut snippets of it out of context. But like all together, like the leveling of the switching from the CGI models back and forth is actually like awesome. It's great. I love it. The whole thing is
dude. I'm telling you. I mean,
good dude.
Yeah, I'm picturing like the General car commercials. That like came in a fight.
Oh
okay,
no,
it's not that.
Well,
it's not
in my mind,
it is not that. Yeah.
In my mind, it reached up. In my mind, it reached the point where like, oh man, he's got awesome shoes there too. In my mind, it reached this point where it was just like straight up CGI model the whole time, when really it's only a couple of times it swaps back and forth from it.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like, that wasn't perfect, but the action was good enough that like it was worth, like I would rather them have that shot imperfectly than not have it and have it be all like 100% practical.
I remember the biggest complaint that my buddies had about it was they hated that one of his final moves where he has like where he does this, where he spins like around the pole, kicking them like multiple times.
Yeah.
Well, he's like literally running on.
Yeah.
Well, and that one is like, and that one is one of the ones. Oh, go ahead.
I thought that was cool.
He hated it was in the trailer.
Oh,
he didn't. He wanted it to be like fresh in the movie because he thought it was so badass. He's like, why did they put that in the trailer? They ruined that.
And that's one of the ones that like I'm watching here. That's like, oh, that's actually, because I remembered that being more CG, but that one looks more practical because
the lighting and everything they do help. Yeah.
And also that there's a level of there are so many well executed practical stunts in this also, especially with the staff or the pole where he's like he like kicks it into an agent and bounces back into his hands.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh yeah.
That like it's not like he's like, it's not like they're switching to a CG model for him to just like do punches and stuff. And it's like, okay, so this is like, there's some movies where they'll lean on that too much, but there's so much legitimately well choreographed action in here that like they deserve the cherry of the like, okay, we're gonna go CGI for him to do this spin flip thing here.
No, I mean it's such a I mean,
it's just a bummer that Keanu wouldn't do the training to figure out how to do that himself.
Right?
If that was Margot Robbie, she would have figured out over the weekend.
Right. Yeah.
But see, I mean, yeah.
said no one ever about Keanu Reeves in training.
It's I mean, honestly, if in this trailer, like I would prefer that CG fight to, Keanu like puts his arm out and they just blast someone away.
See, I mean, there's just random crows.
Oh,
I love it. But it's such a good shot. It's such a good shot when like it zooms in on him and just look at all that. That's such a good shot.
Yeah, when the scene opens like that, how can you be like?
And there's a swing set. There's a swing set behind.
There's so many me.
Me.
Yeah,
me too.
Right. Yeah. You've just got to let it go.
And then he's on the ground. He's like, more.
You know what's else a good shot? It's like there's a good shot where when he's explaining.
He's so fucking good.
Yeah. But then all of a sudden it does like this pan around where all the like this right here is fucking excellent. like when he spins around
Breaking
and
up
like
the
all the
dialogue,
Smiths showed up. Yeah.
Right.
This
Man.
is like, and it's all one shot. I mean, come on, that was a really fucking good
And
shot.
this is
right?
like, you know,
And this
I'm not,
follows the best Neo Oracle exchange in the entire trilogy
Yeah.
too.
oh,
And see,
yeah.
and then
really?
it's
You
always
think
funny
so?
because
Really?
Oh yeah.
if he would have just let this happen, it would have been okay. Like it would have ended the whole thing. Remember,
Right,
because
the
at
alpha,
Revolution,
the alpha and the omega.
Because
yeah.
and because really it leads to the final resolution of the entire
Yeah.
trilogy. It's because what she tells him is, he's like, but he asks, well, what about free will? It's like, it's not up to you to decide what to choose. Like, you've already made that decision.
That's
Your
true.
job is to understand why.
That's true. No, that's
See,
such a
then
good
it's just
point.
then it's
Why?
just
Why?
I mean, come on, this
Is it
fight scene
love?
is just fucking.
Yeah.
It's,
I wanted Steven to just do the whole scene.
Yeah.
I know,
like,
dude.
well,
Look at this right here. Boom! I mean, come on.
Well,
So
and
good.
we have to got a Wu Ping, who was the fight choreographer for
Yeah.
the 2 sequels, and he was also the fight choreographer for Kill Bill. Like
Yeah.
he was like, this movie like really put his name on the map back then. It was like
Yeah.
first
Yeah,
fight
but the
choreographer.
beginning of the fight, it's like there's no CG. There's just like barely any CG.
Oh, you know when it switches.
Oh yeah,
you know
you
when it
definitely
switches.
yeah.
We will see. Like,
Yeah, you
oh
know
my
when it
God.
definitely does. But I mean, just
but no, the
wire
wire
work
here
is so
gorgeous.
well. Look at that right there. That right there when he just does that little part. It's like Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, see,
insane.
this is what I was talking about, by the way. This says open mat. They just cut off the sides. That's not.
Yeah.
This is actually cropped in from the.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah.
That's why.
And
Okay,
then
you
the music
start to
too is
see
all.
some-
And here's what I'm talking about
Right.
is like we're this far into it and like it's still all practical and
Yeah.
and the number of Smiths is like slowly climbing.
Yeah.
Where like by the time there's like, oh wait, there's like 1,000 of them. It's like when did 1,000 of them show up? It's like, well, like one at a time basically until they all come streaming through the gate.
Yeah.
And then this woman's like, huh?
She drops the ramen.
Yeah, of course. And tomatoes.
Yeah, he steps on the tomato here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's gonna end right here. Sadly.
Where's
Ah,
the
damn it.
part 2? There's got to be.
I know. I gotta find the
Wow.
part two.
There, it's a labeled part 2. If you
There it was. Me.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
Me. Part 1. Oh man. Yeah. Where's part 2?
when I watched,
Oh, there it is.
It was over in the recommended next.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, it's showing an ad before that, but yeah. But I mean, yeah. I don't know why. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
there's the
does
tomato.
everyone? That just reminds me. The other agents. Does everyone realize that the other agent in the first movie is the dude from Longmire?
No, I don't.
I haven't seen Longmire. Like,
Oh, man.
who is? I know that Daniel Bernhardt, who is in like the John Wick movies, and he was the
Squish.
dude. He was the dude
Poor
that
tomato.
Harley broke
That's
his legs
such
in
a
Birds of
anime
Prey.
shot.
He was
Yes.
one of the. He's one of the agents in this movie.
Or you know what this reminds me of actually? That reminds me of the Mask of the Phantasm when the Joker when she gets to when Andrea goes home and to find her dad's dead and Joker
See,
picks
and
up
then
the
here
apple.
comes all the Smiths
Yep.
pouring in, man. It's
Right.
just God
And
damn, this is so good.
Okay, so
Come on.
The shot right here. No,
Well,
not
no.
yet. Hang on,
This is
not
still
yet.
practical.
No. I'm talking about.
Okay.
Really, this is Chance
See,
to Hell.
I know.
That's
Yeah.
Chance to Hell
Oh,
right
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
now
could tell.
everyone-
You could tell. Yeah.
Everyone, now guess when you think Keanu Reeves becomes CG.
I already know.
Oh, you could already tell. Like
Yeah.
when
Say,
it happens.
No, not yet.
Nope. Still
No, it's-
practical.
it's-
Still up. Right.
Yeah,
Right
it's
there.
still-
okay,
that was
still
it.
real.
A little bit. But yeah.
It's
Right there. There it
Still
is.
real.
right
There it
No,
is.
that-
No, but
that-
the-
that wasn't
But
real.
it's
the
pretty
cape-
good. It's a good transition. That's
Yeah.
totally a stuntman right there.
Look
of
at
course.
those.
The
Yeah,
billowing
that's Stahelski-
robe
that's
was
Stahelski
CG
too.
on
Yes,
that though.
Totally.
But I love this right here where he's just like, I gotta pull. I'm gonna pull out of the fucking asphalt.
I just
I
love
got
that. I just love that he realized I got to get rid of the concrete. Bam.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and then
think that was
smashes
improvised,
it on him.
actually, I
And then he does like a cool little move, like, all right, let's go.
Right.
bitches."
Okay, here we go.
No, but like I was
Wow.
surprised. Look at
Right
Now,
here,
right
right
here,
here. Yeah,
yes, right
yeah,
Still real.
yeah, right there. It gets a little
Yeah.
CGI, and then it gets a little crazy right here, but it's
Yeah.
cool. It's good.
It's- Yeah, I
Bunk.
Dude, we did not care. Like,
I
when
think
we
it's the
first saw this
fabric.
movie,
I
we
Yeah,
did not
it's
care.
the fabric. I mean, his face is his actual face on most of it, I think.
Also,
Yeah.
that Smith breaking into pieces always cracks me up like a Tetris block.
Right.
When he hits that wall back there.
So this complete part right here is CG. Yeah.
Bonk.
Bonk.
And then back
But
to
look at
real
And then
for
all
a
of a sudden it
bit,
goes back and he's all
back to
more.
real, right?
Yeah, that's what he says.
And so we stay in real for a little bit here, right? Like
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
like this is
Then
all
it,
real.
like it gets to the point where it's like Jackie Chan shit. Bam.
That's what
Right.
I'm saying. Is there's a surprising amount of this pull stuff that's practical, and
Yeah.
in my mind, the second he pulls the pull out of the ground, it's like N64. But
Right.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, and then it gets
and so this
CGI
is,
right
like,
here.
this
But
is-
it's a
this
cool
is full
shot.
CGI.
And
It's a
also-
fucking cool shot though.
I know it's
mean,
not perfect because it is a
Yeah.
little bit ridiculous, but I am, for the most part, really impressed with.
Look
how
at
they
that. Look at that right there. Like he likes jeez,
Yeah.
come on.
I'm really impressed.
And then
with
this
how
is-
they
And then right here,
choreographed
the dun 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 dun. I mean,
this to not so it doesn't look like they're
see,
It
bro,
does-
right there. Look at like his bottom half
Right.
doesn't move.
Now,
at all.
now there's another sound effect here, like right here. Dominoes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Domino
dominoes.
sound effects. Yeah.
And then he just starts leaping on him like.
Right.
That's the Hobbit now.
But like I said, at what point, is that out of the realm of like because that's the most
Yeah.
extreme it gets. But like if that is
Yeah.
the most extreme that it crescendos to that, it's like
Well, and I want to say like
because the Hobbit does that. Like yes, the Hobbit does that, but
Exactly.
the Hobbit does that like in the midst of like it's the Lord of the Rings, and then they do that, and then it's
then-
Lord of the Rings
So
again. I'm like,
Right,
no.
wait.
And then,
Right.
then here comes the bowling pins
Right.
part, right? Bong, right there.
Yes.
That's the bowling pins part. And then he's just like, "Fuck this."
Yep.
Right. No, it literally got just like there are way too many. I need
Yeah.
to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that like they weren't yet able to mimic like a real person to the point that they would want to, but the fact is like even now they don't. Like it still stands out as much in like Marvel or gigantic budget movies. Like those moments are still like I guess they just stopped trying to, because then you have to limit.
Hey, guys, we just lost the stream.
Oh no.
That just killed our stream right there.
Oh no!
What? Oh no.
Yep,
You
that
didn't get
killed
a
the whole
strike,
stream
did you?
right there. I just totally got I didn't think it was going to be that bad.
no.
We're doing commentary over the thing, but apparently it did. It just totally it killed this fucking stream right there.
Wow.
Suspended.
What?
Damn it.
Oh man.
That sucks. Even though on StreamYard it says that it fucking
Yeah, it says live on StreamYard still, but
it said it's still live, but yeah, I looked at the YouTube feed. Damn it, I didn't think it was gonna do it, but
Oh
got it
wow.
muted. Fuck.
Dang it.
I had it
Oh,
muted and I was hoping
wow.
that it was gonna be okay that we were doing commentary over like that, but it totally just killed the stream right now. Fuck, man.
Wow.
See, you know what? That's why like I'm leery to even do like trailer reactions anymore or anything, man, because they just started like nailing you on everything, and I'm just like, screw it. I got
the
two
hell?
strikes. I've gotten 2 strikes on normal, just regular stuff, and I was just like, I mean, that's what my channel started off was just reactions, and I'm like, and then I see like Tyrone Magnus today complaining because he got a copyright claim on one of his things, and I'm like, dude, live in the real world with the rest of us, man. You're getting struck down left and right for this stuff. It's just,
Wow.
ugh.
Yeah, it totally just killed the stream right now.
Man.
God damn it. I was
It would
like
be
really
something that we were
hoping that we
complimenting,
could.
hey?
Yeah.
It would
that's
be
a
something that
bummer.
we were like, people should appreciate this more. That the hammer would come down.
Jeez.
Wow.
I pushed it a little too much. I was like, damn it.
I was gonna say something, and then I was like, oh,
Yeah,
he's got
I-
it muted. He knows what he's doing.
I know. I was like, let's keep it muted. Maybe it'll be okay, but nope, did not happen.
Wow.
Fuck.
That's man.
Well, wait a minute. Wait,
Are we?
what the fuck?
We're back.
back?
We're back.
We're back.
We're
back.
back.
You
Wait,
just
hold
got
on. You guys
suspended.
see us?
Yeah, it got suspended. Yeah, it just got
Wake
suspended
up.
because of it. Yeah,
Knock knock.
It's back.
we're
No,
back.
no, we're good. We're good. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
We're good on the
I
live
think
part.
Warner's was so ahead of their
So what
ahead
you
of the
guys
industry.
what you guys missed is the stream was down. Trinity was like, Neo, you can't be dead. You can't. The stream can't be down because I love you.
Burst
And-
of sparks.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then,
The power of love. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
That was weird because
That's
now it's
really
back.
weird. Yeah. Okay.
It cut out and it said stream was suspended, and then all of a sudden now Nah.
And hey, and we only lost 10 people. Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah,
through
exactly.
that,
Yeah. Fuck
stream
those
of
10
the
people who are like, yeah, geez, I was here for all the fucking, fight.
I was just here for that.
I love how like when it was down, it was just all the whole chat was just WB.
Yeah, it was like WB. What the hell? That is weird, though. The fact that it just popped back. So I'm kind of curious what it's going to be like after we're done with this thing.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm scanning back through it now, and it didn't take down the whole thing. It just cut out for that part. So
maybe it just cut out that part automatically.
Like just the part with the Burly Brawl, or like the trailer. Too?
No. Part of the Burly Brawl is still in there.
Really?
That's weird.
Yeah. So it's just from when we noticed that it was down until now. It's.
That's really weird. Okay.
And
it's funny, the whole time you're doing that, I wasn't even thinking copyright. Like, that just was not in my head. I was.
I was really going like, all right, if we're talking over the footage, I think we should be maybe okay.
Because it's a sound, isn't it? A sound thing? Isn't it like
that's mainly where they
their commentary. They're recognizing visual though.
Yeah, they do that.
They got visual.
The sound, technically, they are both like, you get into like fair use and copyright and stuff, but they scan for audio. It's easier for them to scan audio than it is to scan video.
Yeah,
and so they'll catch you for audio, but that doesn't necessarily mean that video is like on the level. It means it's harder to enforce.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah,
that was weird though, because I thought the whole stream was done, but StreamYard kept going. It kept counting up. And then all of a sudden, like as I refreshed, all of a sudden it was just like boop.
And we're on the same stream too. I've seen, because you had to like restart streams in the past when I get.
So. Oh yeah, I know. Like when
beat the system.
When me and Justin did the fucking sucker punch thing, that was a pain in the ass. We literally got the stream cut off twice, but we weren't showing footage or anything, and we had our audio like turned way down. It was a very weird live watch. Yeah. I think it was just because we were talking, like the word rape got mentioned too many times.
Hey, let's try to get it taken down again.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're living vicariously on the edge.
If you say the R word 3 times,
See, this is why this is why I'm hesitant to get into YouTube. Like, I have a channel. It's like, what the hell? Like, stuff like this happens.
Well, I mean, there's that. I mean, it's not. It's interesting because. Weren't we talking about that earlier with who were we talking about that with? Was it with Chris? I guess it was Chris, right? Where didn't I say something? Damn, too much vodka right now. I'm like, God damn, I can't remember.
I'm trying to deal with it all at once.
No, we were talking about that earlier. I think I was talking about that with Chris. I was on Anthony's stream. That's what it was. Anthony, when he talked, because he wanted to run through the Matrix trailer on his stream, and he kept the audio down, which is it's a good thing to do. And then I told him, I was like, hey, so when you did a reaction, did you just dispute it right away? And he went, no, it wasn't like an actual copyright strike. It was just one of those things where like you can't make money on. I'm like, yeah, but you could still dispute that. I'm like, I do it all the time. It's like, they give you get an email where it says, hey, you got a copyright complaint, I guess you could say, or whatever. I'm sure she probably gotten this too, where it's
that's it's not a strike. It's a copyright claim. It's
claim. There you go.
Where they just take all the revenue, which is really funny when you know that it's not going to make anything. But I still fight them. I had one today.
Enjoy your $6.87.
Dude, I had one today from a video that I did last year of when Tiffany and I went to Disney, and I had copyright-free music on it that I had downloaded and put in. Like, it's literally a 10-second spot where I had pictures of us at Disney, and just now they got to it, and I don't even know why, because it was copyright-free music, but I had to insert new music today.
Oh wow!
Because I caught it.
I'll get emails on fucking videos from 4 years ago now. I'm like, okay, you gave me a copyright claim on a trailer reaction for Logan. Cool. I don't think anybody's watching that anymore. So
right.
I already pocketed any kind of income that got that. So
and sometimes these are all. This isn't even necessary. I know it is like the studio a lot of times, but there's also people who are like buying libraries of like for like random stuff, and going around and enforcing copyright on stuff as like I don't know what they call them. They're pirates or something.
They're third party stuff. I had that happen to my old intro music. I used to have like this rock guitar intro music that I had actually I had bought the rights for it. I bought a license for, and it was my intro. And I had that for probably 2 years, a year and a half, something like that. And then one day I just started getting claim after claim after claim after claim after claim. And they were like claiming all of my videos because of my intro music. And I was trying to reach somebody and I couldn't reach anyone. And finally I found the actual dude, and he's like, oh yeah. He's like, I just signed up with a new service. And so, they're looking for that. I said, well, I bought this. And then of course I couldn't find my receipt. I couldn't find my email that gave me permission. And so somebody told me to just start privating those videos, and they would stop, and they did. I started privating videos left and right, and because they realized they weren't going to make anything off it, they stopped claiming them, and then I just put them back live. But yeah, I was worried that they were going to take like every video for a year and a half, because it was like 8, 10, 12 videos, and I was like, what the heck? But then they dropped it. So but
interesting.
It was scary for a minute, I'll tell you that.
I bet.
I have a Matrix question.
Okay.
One of you guys might ask. I could probably look this up, but you'll have the real answer here. The kid who was like the mousy kid in the second one that loved Neo, and I remember he fought in the third one. Did he die?
No, he didn't die.
No, he did not.
Die.
But
they were like convinced you that he was going to, though, if I remember correctly, where they were
but he actually saved the day. Yeah.
Right. Well, and he's the one who's like yelling, "The war is over!" at the very end. Like that's his last scene. Yeah.
And what's cool about that is we see his backstory in the Animatrix.
Yes, he has an Animatrix episode. He does.
He jumped off the school. Oh
yeah. He kept on like it was an interesting episode because it was drawn very like weird, and it was definitely him. And then like he was like in class, and he's constantly going like it was actually that's what I liked about the Animatrix was they had all these different artists going in there and doing the different episodes. And when
I think it was the actor too. I think the actor's voice,
and
like,
even Keanu, like at the end, you hear his voice, like it was all legit. But yeah, it made it all crazy, but it was such a small story. It wasn't like like the first story that was that totally tied into the sequels. It was just a small story of of that kid who just felt like, what the fuck? The world is weird and this, that, and this. And then all of a sudden he just gets chased on top of the building, and then he just leaps off of it. And that's how he got awakened.
I got a Final Flight of the Osiris. I have it's one of the 2 times I've walked out of a movie theater during a movie because it was attached to Dreamcatcher.
Wow. Oh, that's right. Dreamcatcher.
I only made it like through the first. I made it like an hour and a half.
You didn't like Dreamcatcher?
Well, it was no, I don't. But like it was a case where like the
I like that movie.
I went to see it with my buddy, and what happened was he doesn't do well, or at the time I don't know how he is with it now, but at the time he didn't do well with like gore or like.
Well, he didn't like it when the fucking alien came out of that dude's asshole.
He like at one point, as the aliens were starting to show up, he just got up and calmly left the theater.
That movie?
And I didn't see him for like it was like 20, 30 more minutes go by, and I didn't see him. So I literally left the theater because it became more important to find out where he was than to finish the movie. He's sitting in the car, and he's like, I couldn't deal with it. You just go ahead and finish the movie. I was like, no,
that movie has like a subtle like signs kind of thing where it's like, okay, you got these four guys, best friends that have been, and they do the flashback thing where
signs into Dreamcatcher.
Yeah. Well, because it had like a very much like, okay, you got people and they were all connected and the whole thing, and they find this kid who was getting beat up. It's very Stephen King, obviously. Very Stephen King. But of course, the kid that they find who's got like a speech impediment and blah blah blah.
Duddits,
yeah. Who like an older version was Wahlberg. Donnie Wahlberg. Yeah. Which I didn't know. I was like, damn, Donnie had some range. I mean, he was in Sixth Sense too, where he was playing that crazy in the beginning. No, but yeah, so it had that aspect to it, and then there was like a whole other aspect to it where he had Morgan Freeman and fucking Tom Sizemore, who were like military people, and then like they like get in these like war like helicopters to take on like the ship, and you got all the aliens that were on the fucking ground, and they were just shooting at him. I'm like, damn, this took a whole. There was just two different sides of a story. Where it was like it was a very subtle Stephen King friend, kind of like okay. There's aliens and then it went to this whole thing where it's like, oh, is this Roland Emmerich that just took over right now? Like, what the fuck?
It's definitely a whiplash effect.
That's what I liked about it, though. I like that.
It's all subjective, of course, but I will tell you that like after we left, like he because we're fraternity brothers, so he drops me off at the fraternity house where my car was. I go in, I talk to my other buddy Brian and our other brother James, and I was like, "Yeah, I totally just walked out of Dreamcatcher."
But the fucking scene scene with Jason Lee when like he wanted to get his toothpick, I'm like, dude, seriously.
But it was like
frustrating.
But he goes to me and he's like, "Well, in about an hour, we were thinking about going to see The Core. Do you want to go?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll go see The Core to get the Dreamcatcher taste out of my head."
Hell yeah! We're talking.
That's how bad.
Was that the second time you walked out of a movie theater?
I finished The Core.
You think
I actually finished The Core? But yeah, that was
Deadpool manga sold more. I don't.
You're asking the wrong guy here. I could rattle off some sick comics to read. I think the one thing I'll say about that, and it is,
Dice is Screen Rant's comic book editor, so like, he's all ass deep in the.
I'm duct taping the toilet of comic books shut. I think the one thing, and I'm sure everyone here can relate to it, and probably everybody watching it, is manga will always have the appeal of starting with number one and then just continuing on for the whole story. I think that like comparing manga to comic books is almost like comparing manga to like it would be more like serialized books, like graphic novels, whereas comic books are like if one of you guys said, "Oh, I want to start reading Batman comics," you have no idea where to start, you have no idea what to read. And I think that they're serving like a small audience because of that. And then we get these things that pop up that are like, you know, oh, you should read Tom King's run on Batman, or you should read Scott Snyder's New 52 run on Batman. Start with issue number 1. And that's like the exact same thing as a manga. It's like a creative team that is telling one story and they just get to do it. But the good news is those all get it turned into anime and we get to enjoy them there. But yeah, there's also some cool stuff if people haven't been reading. Like DC started its own like intensely manga inspired like Jason Todd Red Hood comic that is basically manga, and they just launched like a webtoon I think yesterday that is like the Wayne family adventures. That's all of them. So
I saw an ad for that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's really good. Like the first chapters, they're online, you know, like free. But I think that the reality is Marvel and DC, they both need to figure out how to get new readers to just pick up a first issue, because the crappy thing is the only hurdle to it is you need to like ask someone like me or Steven or the comic book figure in your life and say, what should I read or where should I start? But even that is more than most people are gonna.
I tried that once. I was after BVS, and I went to my buddy who is an even bigger Batman fan than I am, and I said, look, I want to start reading comics again because I'm really tired of watching these movies and watching these shows and being completely lost on like who this is. I want the extra info. I want to know. I want to be excited when I see KG Beast or when I see somebody in these shows. And I was like, where do I start? And he goes, and at the time Rebirth was about to start. So he's like, this is actually a good starting point. Just start with DC Universe Rebirth and go from there. But I asked him the question. I asked him like where to start, and the timing just happened to work out for that run.
And I think the problem also is that you're going to find most like hardcore comic fans if you're gonna ask them a question like that, I feel like 90% of the time you're gonna get this like, well, you can't read this unless you read this, and you're not a real fan unless you read this one and this one. Don't. And it's like, and that's why it's like, no. Just like, you want to check out Batman, read year 1, then like
there you go. That's where you start,
and then read like The Long Halloween.
Yeah, if you want to read Spider-Man, read Tom Taylor's Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Like, start a couple years ago. If you want like the closest thing DC's got to manga would be like Injustice or Deceased or basically anything Tom Taylor does, because those are self-contained stories that you don't need to read a whole lot else to get into.
Or like the way I even got into comics without like, because I like never had like the comic book shop experience really. Like, only started going to comic book shops after I was buying stuff that I'd already read that I wanted physical copies of. But it really started because there was stuff that I knew was references for movies or just stories that I knew existed that I was always curious on. And a lot of it was stuff like, I remember reading like the whole like Final Crisis arc because I was reading a lot of like Justice League crossover stuff because that felt very accessible. And it's one of the things where like, looking back on it, it's something that I've needed to go back and revisit because I'm like, oh, there's so much context that you get over time. But like, the only reason I even stuck with any of it is because I was pursuing what was most interesting to me, as opposed to like what was chronological or what was like the right reading list. If it was homework and it's like, well, you have to read all this, never gonna get through it. But if it's like, oh, read these things you're interested in, sometimes it's not gonna make that much sense, but you do that for enough time, and eventually you'll fill in all the blanks on.
That was actually how I ended up reading year 1, because I read somewhere after seeing Begins that like year 1 was an inspiration for it, and I was like, okay, let me check this out. And then I read it, and I'm like, well, that was damn near the movie. All right,
yeah,
fair enough.
I mean, that's the funny thing too, is it's like we were saying, why do you not have people a stand outside the theater when these big movies debut on the weekend to just be giving everyone a free first issue, of here's this comic, because try to get you to the comic shops. And someone asked Dan DiDio, the publisher of DC at the time, at a Comic-Con, they were like, why don't you make the comics match the movies? Like, so that you can get more people from the movies who will recognize the characters. Because if they go in and pick up a Batman comic, it's going to be like, this is nothing like the movies. Oh, what's going on here? And he was like, the way that we make our money is when they adapt a comic to a TV show or movie. Like, when Heath Ledger, his idea of the Joker came out, we never had sold more copies of The Killing Joke than that. So for people like in the chat who are saying, and
which is funny because this Joker's not The Killing Joke.
It's just a thing.
Oh, don't tell that to the people who came after me when I did my reaction of the trailer, and I was like, what is this? And people are like, you're stupid, you don't know comics. This is Arthur Fleck was in The Killing Joke. And I'm like, no. I read that. I don't remember ever seeing that.
Yeah, and that's I think the reality of comics, and that Hollywood will never say it, and Warner Brothers will never say it, but the reason why comic books still have value for studios is that that's where the ideas are coming from. Like, they have to come up with ideas week in, month in, month out, and the business works because they sell when like those prestige. I mean, this is the whole reason for DC Black Label, was to try to build those ahead of time, to get these stories that are like standout. You end up showing Batman's dick, and like, that's great. I fully support that. Absolutely, that was almost ahead of Affleck and
being ahead.
But I mean, the reality is that some of if not most of the coolest ideas are coming from there, because those people know the characters best, and they know the fans best, and they know what resonates.
That was a pretty cool scene too, where it's just he gets out and just fucking strips down. It's like,
yep.
I don't know. I thought that was like, I was going, yeah, Batman would do that.
Well, and that's the bummer, right? Is they don't show it ending with him like curled up in a ball, like on the ground, where it's like, oh, this would actually be like a really, it isn't just for gratuity,
Yeah.
But they put pun intended, they brought the hammer down on that, and censored versions of it.
Yeah.
So I have mine framed, but
Nice.
but yeah, my copy of the comic. I mean.
Oh, okay. I figured you have, something framed of Batman's dick. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway, flop it around.
Right.
We have a Patreon question from Mr. William Powell right here that I almost forgot. I was like, oh yeah, I got a video question here. So
you don't want to put William on.
I know you. Yeah. We're gonna put William on.
I love William. I
know. William's great. All right, here we go.
Hey, Junkee. This is a two-parter. First part is for your guest, Chris Wong Swinson. Listen, I miss our Saturdays. Without you, I spend my money on stupid stuff. Instead of putting on the super chats, it's Vegas. I end up spending it on strippers and fur coats. Come back to me. Come back home. Do your live stream on Saturday as soon as you can. Second part is for the panel. With Shang-Chi's box office results, a lot of studios or some studios are making that as the basis of their decision to either move their movies up or to not go day in and day streaming. Do you think that one movie should be the one to set a precedent for movies going forward in the pandemic era, given the fact that each movie has a different set of obligations as far as what kind of money it needs to make back, who they have to pay back, what kind of money they took out as far as loans and interest and things like that? Thanks, and stay safe.
All right. So Chris Wong, of course, the first question, he mentioned that he just didn't have time to do the Saturday stream anymore. I get it. I
think Chris would be cool with the strippers, though.
Yeah. But I think it's fine. I mean, do what we have to have hobbies, William. But when it comes to the second one. Second question, what do you guys think? He does live in Vegas. Probably very easy to be like, hey, that's why I want to move there. Anyways, who wants to go ahead?
Well, I'll get refreshed on what the second question was.
He was asking if Shang-Chi should be the model going forward for films in the pandemic era.
Since it did fairly well in the pandemic.
If it worked for Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's
surely everyone's going to be able to replicate that with no issues whatsoever.
Right, but we're already seeing that it's because what they just announced yesterday, this is crazy. I don't know that Universal's ever done this is their first foray into day and date. The idea that Halloween Kills is going to be day and date on Peacock,
which is kind of funny. Which is funny because why'd they delay it for a year then?
Yeah, I don't think it's. Shang-Chi is I think it's going to have to be it has to be a case by case basis. And I get why Sony moved Venom back up to October 1st because they're in bed with Marvel Studios. Yeah. I get that. That's understandable. So they're basically looking at it as, okay, we're all one big schedule where you've got Shang-Chi and then Venom, Let There Be Carnage, and then Eternals, and then
Spider-Man.
Right. Yeah. So I get them doing it, but I don't think that should not be the model going forward. It's going to have to be case by case.
What makes the model as in the simultaneous release?
Yeah, well, right, just right as far as whether or not you do day and date
didn't have the same day thing, so they're like, okay, is it going to be okay now? No, because this weekend we have a movie that came out that nobody even fucking knew about, but now it's like, all right. I didn't go to the movie theater. I'm not going to go see Malignant in the movie theater. I'm going to watch it right here tomorrow. I love the fact that I have that convenience. I still have my HBO Max subscription, and I'm going to wake up tomorrow. I'm going to watch that movie, and it's not going to work that's a small horror movie. It's not,
Well,
exactly.
The part of this entire discussion that's really been, I don't even know if it needs to be part of the discussion, but the angle that nobody seems to understand is that these are all, the release is literally just a revenue model. Yeah. It's not people are talking about it in terms of prestige or in terms of what will do better. Yes. But the bottom line is the studio needs to make their money back on the budget. And so depending on what the budget is, there's different requirements for what's going to be the most successful. And also there's different deals that have to be breaking or renegotiating in order to release it that way. And so for something like Malignant, you've got a lot more flexibility because the budget's going to be lower. But for something with a bigger budget, you're in a different spot where
it's kind of a double-edged sword of you have maybe the potential of a larger, quicker injection of cash through a theatrical release, but ultimately I think we're at a spot where in a lot of cases streaming can be more. I mean, if you look at the budget on streaming, like the budgets that movies are getting on streaming is an indicator of how profitable it is. And so you look at like Adam Sandler, for example, getting, you know, $500 million from Netflix or whatever to make a handful of movies, versus, you know, like the budgets on like what used to be like straight to DVD movies. Clearly, they are not the same because they are getting different amounts of investments behind them. Except the problem is that the audience's perception is not based on why was that straight to DVD, why was that straight to streaming, which is based on a nickels and dimes perspective or a dollars and cents perspective. But audiences see it as, and even some directors, I guess, apparently see it as a matter of prestige, that the big screen is better. Where, like, you know, I think, you know, Dune, based on how Blade Runner 2049 did, Dune's best chance for like making a big splash is on streaming.
Yeah.
And like, no, that doesn't mean it's gonna be a better experience on streaming. But if they want to like grow HBO Max and start chatter and have people watching and rewatching and talking about this movie, and like streaming is the way to monetize that. And that's no, you know, I'm sure watching on the big screen is the best experience, but streaming is the most monetizable and the best way to guarantee a sequel opportunity in my mind, at least.
Dune could, the potential for Dune on HBO Max, if they were to actually play it right, it could literally be Game of Thrones in space level, like that kind of conversation. That absolutely could happen if they played it right.
I mean, one, Game of Thrones was like, everyone was pirating that because they just wanted, if HBO had said, look, you can pay $5 on Sunday nights and you can watch this, they would have probably ended up making more money.
Game of Thrones is an excellent example because of that fact exactly, of even when it's not a quote unquote like big screen or theatrical experience, you were having so much piracy of that because of the release model, aka the revenue model of. There were areas. I read something about piracy numbers, and like torrenting dropped off after dramatically after Netflix came around, but then started climbing again in like the 2010s. And it was some of the analysis that was done was how much of that pirating is being done of content that there was a possibility of it being purchased otherwise, and that actually if you excluded, like for example, Game of Thrones, if you excluded Game of Thrones piracy, that it actually wasn't increasing as much at all, but it was making it look like piracy was increasing when really the people that were pirating Game of Thrones didn't have a legal option to purchase it. So is that really even in the same boat as someone who's saying, I could pay for this, but I'm not going to? And usually if you tell somebody, and this is the same reason that like Napster is like LimeWire, and we don't use that for music anymore. Why? Because you can spend a couple bucks and get access to the music that you want, and it's easier. You don't need the technical know-how. You don't need to risk viruses. You don't need your Nickelback songs labeled as Creed songs. Like, it resolves so many problems that all of us have experienced. And so
sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, a little bit.
And so
with arms wide open, look at this photograph.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh.
We're gonna get the stream pulled down one way or another.
Yeah. and so you see that with
oh,
video.
Shit.
Right. Enosh.
and so that's why it's funny when like of course,
right?
The theater owners, after Black Widow came out, the theater owner NATO, the movie NATO, not the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
No.
Are
you sure?
was like, oh, this is why Black Widow is why, and Premier Access is why streaming is a problem, because
NATO's coming down.
The weekend that the movie was released, there was already HD copies available on BitTorrent or whatever. And like I went back and I looked at when like Endgame and all that stuff, and like all of these movies have copies. And by the way, it doesn't matter if it's an HD copy or a cam copy. People are still like
they do not care.
Even if there's just
They
a cam
don't
copy
care.
on there, people are watching that on pirating. The issue is either an issue of access, or the people that are pirating aren't going to, like, if you present them like, oh, don't worry, or if you say like, oh no, it's not even available on streaming, so you can't pirate it, then they're just gonna say like, okay, well, I'm not gonna see it then until I can pirate it. Like, anyway, that's a random tangent on the monetization thing, but I guess to answer William's question, it's going to be case by case. If that's what we're talking about.
No, but I Steven and I are like in lockstep on this whole position. Like, the stuff that he's written about it on Screen Rant has just been like, preach, tell it.
Exactly, I know. When he talked about Shang-Chi, I mean, that's just a whole different beast right there, because
it's a Marvel movie,
that was the first movie that they didn't decide to do the whole Disney.
Well, and the big thing here also, I'm not sure what Shang-Chi's budget is.
Nobody is. It wasn't. They're not going
to reveal that.
I think that most Marvel movies are like 150 to 200.
Right, and that's the range that they're guessing for it, but there's no official numbers on the budget for that.
But I think that, I don't know if we talked about this last week or not. I don't think so. I think I talked about it on the on Ty's stream on Pop Culture Corner, but that I think that if the era of like 200, if the like $200 million blockbuster being like the typical thing, if that isn't over, it's gonna see a little bit of a hiatus. And we're going to see like 1 to 150 becoming the upper end for theatrical releases for a little while, until box office, if it ever gets back to where it was. Which I think, going back to the discussion about the Matrix and working with constraints and stuff, is hopefully a good thing. Because you look at a lot of these movies that they're just throwing money at to solve things. And you look at, like, I always go back to like these directors complaining about the theatrical experience not being preserved. And I wrote recently about this and compared it to like what George Lucas did, where Lucas would use his movies as leverage to get theaters to actually improve the experience for audiences, where he'd be like, no, if you don't upgrade to like Dolby or THX or whatever, you're not going to be able to stream or to screen my movie. But then also he was working in low to mid budget ranges on all those movies, like Revenge of the Sith. And like, this is a thing that's totally lost in the narrative of like all the Disney Star Wars movies. Revenge of the Sith cost like $115 million in 2005. Adjusted for inflation, that's like less than $160 million for a Star Wars movie. You could have whatever argument you want about the quality of the prequels versus the quality of the sequels. We're not talking, that's just under half as expensive as any of the Disney ones. And so maybe you could say the Disney ones are all better if you want. Like, that's not really the point of the argument. I don't think you could say that they are twice as expensive better, right?
Right.
So what Lucas was doing was operating within a constraint that he was advancing technology, he was pushing digital, he was pushing all these these different things, and that was the original Star Wars. Even you go back to that was all low budget techniques and the costuming and the way he did things. And I think that ideally you'll see directors going back to that and saying, okay, so I don't have 200 or what Villeneuve had 150 million for Dune.
Yeah.
I think you'll have the next Dune is not, or I shouldn't say the next Dune because there's Dune 2, but the next situation like that, you're not going to have Villeneuve trying to figure out how to monetize a $150 million Dune movie. You're going to have a movie being greenlit where they're like, we're not going to give you more than $100 million for that. Figure it out. And that to me is way more interesting than like, oh, here's 200 million, CGI all the characters.
Exactly. I've been saying the exact same thing, man. I've been saying the exact same thing since January when they first started talking about, how everything was going to go streaming, and Warner Brothers announced the whole thing. And I took a lot of flack from a lot of people. They're like, no, it's going to figure they'll still make their money. I'm like, no, one way or another, it's gonna cut into that. And I absolutely agree, because one of the two things are going to have to go, right? I mean, either they're going to lose millions and millions of dollars just indefinitely, which I don't see them just being able to do that, because that doesn't make any sense, or they're going to have to cut back on what they spend. So either your quality is going to go way, way down. They're going to have to figure out how to make better movies for less, Well,
and keep in mind that the market also dictates. So the movies that we have now are all movies that were created in anticipation of a revenue model existing that doesn't exist anymore. And so now they have all these movies that were created anticipating $1 billion box office market that existed already that doesn't exist right now. And so what they're trying to figure out is, how do we get a return on investment? But movies that are going to be being greenlit now or for the next year or the next couple of years are going to be saying, okay, in order to monetize this, we're going to be monetizing it on a combined, streaming and possibly joint theatrical release with shorter windows and all that. And so that's going to influence how they budget it and how they plan.
Agreed.
They're not going to have a bunch of stuff that was developed anticipating $1 billion in theaters, where they're now like, how do we milk the most we can out of this? They're going to be saying like, oh, this is going to be engineered from the ground up. And so that's kind of the weird spot we're in now. Is it's like, okay, so I've got my, Dune that I spent $150 million on. What the fuck do I do with that to get that to get that budget back? And do I just accept that I can't and just do the best that I can and then hope that then you do the sequel, or do you say like, we just can't monetize that now? I don't know. We're gonna have to see how it performs. But
and then there's also the school of thought. 2020 scared the hell out of the studios. They can't let that happen again, where for months no one's doing anything and they have to push everything into a corner, which is why we have, in Marvel's case, 4 movies coming out in 6 months, or 5 if you count, or 6 or 5 rather if you count Venom Let There Be Carnage. So they're looking at it, and this is the thing where we've talked before about how the pandemic accelerated the transition from theatrical to streaming.
Yes.
Not just for the audience, but also for the industry itself. One of the things that it has absolutely accelerated at this point is all the studios are buying into the idea of getting people on the hook for a monthly subscription. They're buying into that release model. And so that's a case where they look at it and go, we don't have to worry about shutdowns. We can just beam it right to their home, and we will keep them on the hook. They will be suckling at our teeth
and all the
however
directors,
long.
And all the directors that are criticizing this also are directors who, to them, the theatrical experience is a private IMAX screening or the premiere at the Chinese theater or whatever.
And they want the budget.
Right, exactly.
Right, yeah.
And also in their experience, the straight to DVD is like the curse of you don't want, and that's the equivalent of streaming. Whereas we're reaching, if not already at a point where the main stage, the premiere experience in terms of monetization opportunity is streaming, where streaming almost straight to streaming is almost like not really an insult so much as saying no, yours is the one that we know is a financial good bet. The ones that are going to the big screen, those are the ones that we need need that buzz around. It's the horror movies and the low to mid budget kind of stuff that can survive on a $100 million total box office run.
And that's where, there are 1,000 reasons to be pissed at Walter Hamada. There are 1,000 reasons to want him fired.
I would say so.
But so many people, this is where they misread his comment about Batgirl and Static Shock and Blue Beetle being riskier. This is where they misread that, because what he in this regard, he's saying it's riskier to put it, because anything right now theatrically is a risk. But that's been the case. That's always been the case. The theatrical model has always been a risk. 90 days for all the marketing hype you can at it. Hope you get the return. Whereas with streaming, it's like, no, put it up there. They are paying us every month. Keep them on the hook. So this is where and it's just a matter of perception with respect to, like you said, release models. That's all it is. It's just a difference in release models and this whole romanticism. And you're absolutely right. When they talk about the prestige of the theatrical, they're not talking about the time that the kid kept kicking my seat for 2 hours when I was watching Ant-Man in the IMAX,
Oh,
or the
geez.
kid who decided he was gonna surf on his iPad really bright in the corner of my eye during Spectre,
or the kid who, when I watched Ford versus Ferrari, who was napping through the first 2 hours, decided I'm awake and I got a lot of energy, so I'm gonna run up and down the aisles, hitting the back of the of seats. Yeah.
So
God damn, that was probably one of my.
I apologized for that, Dave.
Okay, I know it was. I knew it was you, Dave. So
I will go. I'll go one step further and say that, like 2 years ago, we were saying that it's the golden age of TV, right? Like that is where they're bringing the talent in because they're spending the money because they need people like subscribing and talking about these shows.
Yeah.
But the gap between the talent in front of and behind the camera, it was evening out between movies and TV. If the last 2 years have taught me anything, it is that the shift from movies to TV is going to be more intense and faster than I would have ever thought it's going to be. Because I have heard more people talk about Nine Perfect Strangers and White Lotus and Mayor of Easttown and all of these TV shows over the last year than I have heard from, I mean, most movies other than a blockbuster movie that then with Marvel movies, it's almost like those don't get talked about because obviously you saw them. But the reality is you can make those shows for not that much money because you don't need to spend that money. Like, you can spend it on the talent, it's not chump change, but it's not, if you're claiming, we're not going to get a $200 million movie. Ever since I walked out of the theater of X-Men Apocalypse and thought that is the smallest feeling blockbuster I've ever seen.
It really was.
And then saw the budget was like 150 million. And I thought, like, where did that money go? That
it went all into the Wolverine scene.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and I think, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of it is, it's just, if every movie has $50 million of just special effects, then the return you're getting from that is not that great anymore, because if you're telling a kind of story where people don't expect that, like Watchmen had some real big swings in terms of budget, but that also isn't the stuff people were talking about with that show. Like, you could have made Watchmen as it exists right now, I would posit that you could have made that movie spending half as much and people would be talking about it for the same reasons. And
makes sense, yeah.
I mean, it's crazy that I'm saying
about the movie, not the show, right?
No, no. Well, both actually, probably. But I mean, the reason is I'm having, like, my sister-in-law is telling me about Nine Perfect Strangers, and she is someone that is not at all a target for a blockbuster movie, but she is happy to pay the money month in, month out. Like, we are now asking studios, let me pay for things I don't want so I can get the things I do, which is literally the business model that always sucked. It was the worst. I will pay for Peacock. I'm a Canadian, so I can't. They won't let me. But I would pay for it to get the things that I want, because if you are asking me, is a new movie every month or 2 months worth $10 a month? Absolutely. Yes. I would absolutely pay for that. Okay, but we're going to only spend $100 million on this movie. $100 million movie? Okay. If that makes you get better at how you're spending it, then absolutely. I mean, the alternative, as of right now, I have like a 9-month-old baby, so I'm not going to the theater, period. So anytime they say this is not coming to my home, I say, well, that sucks. I won't get to see that. Yeah. And that, if that's the, I mean, I'm not protesting, I'm not, no. I wouldn't say I'm particularly even passionate about that. So there have to be millions of other people like me who that was a 5-second decision of, oh, okay, I won't see Shang-Chi then, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, even when Chris was here, he said he hadn't seen Shang-Chi yet.
Yeah,
he's busy. It's like if he had something.
Well, and paired with that,
at home, he probably would have. Yeah.
Yeah, paired with that is, what am I going to see a movie for? I would go to a movie with friends, and then I would talk about it with people when we were hanging out. And I'm not going to. So Shang-Chi, cool. I hear you guys talking about it, but this movie is like theoretical to me.
Yeah. See, I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, yeah, it's such a weird. Yeah, we're in a weird time, and everybody always is trying to like be like, what is the best? And it seems like the industry is still trying to figure it out. I've always been like, find some kind of equilibrium. To me, it seems like nowadays, before there was like, I remember watching on Netflix, the movies that made us. Pretty Woman. They talk about how that was like the leader. It was such a box office success that it went on for like 6-8 months. You can't do that nowadays. You could barely get to 6-8 weeks
Well,
when it came to
stuff like I think is it E.T. that holds the record for the number of consecutive number of consecutive number one weekends.
You can't get that nowadays.
Yeah, there's just no release weekend or windows for
that. That's why the whole 45-day window thing is like cool, but I'm like, man, you can even condense that even to
and it's not just because of the decision making that people are doing in terms of whether they're going to go to the theater or not. It's also because look at how much there is to consume.
Yeah.
You don't have that. You don't have that. You can't have that. You remember the legs that the first Wonder Woman movie had?
Yeah.
That was only 4 years ago. You can't do that now. Yeah. Even that's not attainable now.
And it's also interesting though. I haven't seen if it's true for Shang-Chi or not, but there's been consistently like the first weekend at movies obviously suppressed. It's at like 70%. I'm personally just like guesstimating of what it should be or would be if it weren't for like pandemic stuff. And then the second week drop average is like 65 to 70%.
Yes.
Which would have been high, like really high pre-COVID. But what's fascinating is on most movies that I've looked at, the weekends after the second week are actually lower. So that legs are actually seem to be better. Like weeks 3 through the end of the run have smaller drops than they did before, which to me indicates that a lot of people are still seeing these movies. They just don't care as much about seeing them first weekend, which goes back to like what Dice said about how it's not like he's going to a party or something where he's going to have to like converse about a movie with people and like expected to have water cooler talk about it or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, I'll see it, but I guess like I don't have to see it opening weekend. Also, like it'll be a less crowded theater on a later weekend, so I'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many different things. But I think that's a good way to wrap it up. I know, Enosh, you have to take off, and I thought, you know what, we're 4.5 hours into this thing. I'm like, it's a good spot to send off because I started even feeling it too. I'm like, oh yeah. Oh, I had a long day today, that's for sure. Anyways, so thank you guys. Thank you to Chris for coming back, and prodigal son returned. And that was fun talking to him, catching up with him. It was great. And then, of course, thank you to Scott for joining. Thank you to Garza for stopping by. Ben, everybody, man. This was a pretty good vodka stream when it came to people that just kind of filed in and out. And Dice, I love the fact that you came in. You weren't just like in the chat. Dice, I always see you in the chat every week. And then I was like, I just messaged him like, in on this one, and he was like, all right, I'm ready. I like that. I love that. We'll go ahead and make the rounds. Enosh, you can go first since you have to take off first. Go ahead.
Come have some fun with us over at the Poindexter Lounge. We have a lot of fun over there, and gotten back into doing like toy reviews and toy streams and stuff like that. And I'm actually putting something together with some good friends of ours, some who may have even been here tonight, that we're going to do some stuff together and talk collectibles and toys pretty soon. So
awesome, man. Like it.
And I'll see you guys later. I got to go because I got to get up in the morning.
Yeah, take off, man. All right. Get out of here.
Good seeing you all. All right.
Thank you, Enosh. You're awesome. Appreciate it. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Stephen Colbert.
Yeah, I am Stephen Colbert. You can find me on Twitter and everywhere else at SM Colbert. You can find my writing at screenrant.com. And you can find me and Andrew Dice doing Snyder Minute podcast, including focusing on BVS.
That's what that means.
And but also we've got some Justice League and Army of the Dead stuff. Actually, we just published a Justice League episode this last week. And yeah, you can find all that at SnyderMinute.com.
There you go. And Dice.
Yeah, we finally got to talk about horses.
Finally,
Finally.
I know. Yes, but it was Steven's anniversary, and my daughter's 8-month sleep regression ended up putting our. Oh, it's weird. Every time I message Steven to record, he replies with fast 50, and I don't know what that means. He just replies cameras, lenses. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Andrew B. Dice. Most of the comic stuff I'm editing, so that's meaningless, at screenrant.com as well. But yeah, Steven and I have gotten back to recording in our, let's say, discussing and planning to go maybe more rapidly through Batman v Superman than we have been, equally because of enthusiasm, as I think we're just more practiced at it now. So I guess I'll let listeners decide that.
Yeah.
Like it. All right, Ray.
On Twitter at the Flightcast. Usually arguing with somebody, but trying to do it a lot less.
Yeah,
Trying
you
to
want
do
a good one this week?
Which one? Which one was it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I just saw your stuff and I was like, oh, Ray, he's going. He's on a good one.
No,
You're
there
on
was.
A good one.
You know what was it? Was it the guy in Florida that was like all upset at Disney because of the Shang-Chi release?
Yeah, I think it was something like that. And I was
probably.
Yeah. Go, Ray. Do your thing. Do your thing, man.
That is generally speaking where I'm at, but I also have my weekly podcast wherever you can find podcasts, and also at theflightcast.com, which is also where my blog is. Believe it or not, tomorrow I'm going to be ranting about happy stuff because not only did the Matrix trailer come out, but Star Trek Day was.
Oh, that's right.
And
Perfect.
we got tons of new stuff for that, and I am like so excited about all of that. So tomorrow's going to be like happy rant for Ray for my show. And then I'm also still at Squadcast Media doing Fans Without Borders. I'm finally going to get together with Brent, and we'll finally review Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings for next week. And also I do DC TV Squadcast, which won't be talking about Titans yet, but I have a lot of TV to get caught up on as far as DC is concerned. So that'll be popping up soon.
Indeed. All right. Well, there you go, guys. Thank you guys for spending time with us on this Friday night. Hopefully you guys are feeling good. I know I am. Make sure you smash that like see, there it is. Make sure you smash that like thumbs up button before you leave. And then, of course, if you want to become a member, hit the member join button, subscribe to the channel. We got the Patreon, all that right there in the Film Junkie Closet down below. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Me and Scott, of course, will be reviewing the next episode for Batman the Animated Series. And I will be doing my Patreon stream as well. So a lot of streaming. I think I'm going to be on the Pop Culture with Ty. I'm going to be on with them tomorrow as well. So check that out. All right, guys. We love you. And we will talk to you later.